Chapter 1. The Journal of Kushina Uzumaki. The Konoha General Hospital was busy as Naruto waited outside the reception area to visit his teammate, Sasuke Uchiha. It had only been a few hours after the second part of the Chūnin exams when it was announced that there would be a month till the third part of the exam would begin. It was to allow the genin of the exam to prepare themselves for their upcoming battle, to hone their skills and master their techniques. It also allowed the village of the Hidden Leaf to prepare for the arriving dignitaries that would be in attendance for the exam, both to evaluate the skills of the shinobi of the respected village and as a form of entertainment. Naruto was ecstatic that he managed to make it past the preliminaries and make it into the finals. But at the same time, he was also impatient to fight his opponent, mostly because he had a promise to keep. During the preliminaries, he witnessed the match between his former classmate Hinata Hyuga and her cousin from the same clan, Neji Hyuga. During the match he had watched as Neji continuously mocked her for her shy and meek nature, making her feel inadequate and hopeless, wanting her to give up. It was only after he shouted encouraging words to her that he watched her valiantly fight against her cousin. But in the end, the difference in skill was apparent and she was ultimately defeated, even though she still tried to get back up. If it wasn't for the proctor's intervention, Neji would have killed her. Something had sparked in Naruto as he watched her stand up, despite everything that happened to her. And it made him angry when that Neji guy kept admonishing her for losing, proclaiming that it was fate that she was meant to lose. So, he made a promise that he would defeat him and prove to him there is no such thing as destiny. But even he knew that his current skill set was not enough, he had to get stronger. Especially after they fought that weird snake guy in the forest who did something to him that messed up his chakra. So, he was pleasantly surprised to find his sensei, Kakashi Hatake, and asked to help him get stronger so that he could avenge Hinata. However, "What do you mean you won't train me?" Naruto yelled loudly in the reception area as the silver-haired one-eyed man stared lazily at him. "Keep your voice down, Naruto. We're in a hospital after all," the Jonin told his student, who flinched a little at the glare from the receptionist, and he uttered an apology. "And as I was saying, I'm sorry, it's not that I won't, it's that I can't train you right now. I need to focus on Sasuke." "Why? Sasuke's plenty strong as it is. I need help now. I'm fighting against Hinata's cousin in a month and I need to get stronger. You have to train me, Kakashi-sensei." "I'm aware of that, but right now Sasuke needs my attention more. Besides, I already found you a tutor to help you prepare." He pointed over to a man wearing dark round sunglasses and a bandana over his head. "Seriously, this guy? The closet pervert. I could beat him with my sexy jutsu." He pointed at the man who flinched. "Closet pervert?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the man. That is so rude. I am not a closet pervert," he yelled at the boy. Even though Ebisu started to see Naruto as more than the Nine-Tails container, thanks to his positive influence on Konohamaru, he still found it annoying that the boy would constantly point him out as a closet pervert. "Kakashi-sensei, why are you putting me up with him? I need you to train me. You're supposed to be my sensei. Aren't you supposed to be training all of us?" Kakashi nodded. "That's true, but at the moment, Naruto, of the three of you, you are the worst with basic skills." He didn't realize how much that hurt Naruto, but the blonde didn't let it show. "Ebisu is someone I trust that can help you polish up your basics. It would take a month to help you catch up to the others, and with who Sasuke will be fighting in the next round, I need to prepare him instead." He tried to explain as Naruto hung his head while hearing his teacher give off a lame excuse. "So, you're just playing favorites. Teach Sasuke all the cool jutsus while leaving me in the dust." "Naruto, it's not about favoritism right now. Certain conditions demand my attention, and most of them revolve around Sasuke. I'm not leaving you in the dust, but right now Sasuke needs my help. I hope you can understand that." Naruto didn't fully understand what was going on, but his young mind didn't register it, as he glared up at the man before scoffing. "Whatever, go train Sasuke again. See if I care. But if you're not going to help me, then I'll do it on my own," he yelled before storming out faster than he could catch him. Kakashi sighed as he watched his student ran away. "Is he going to be all right?" Ebisu asked as Kakashi looked at him. "He'll be fine. He's young and emotional. He'll understand in time," He looked down a little as he thought about his sensei and how he wondered what he would do right now, especially when it concerned his son. I'll make it up to him later. Right now you should probably go find him. The Chūnin nodded before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Far away, Naruto kept running as he avoided anyone in his way. The villagers with their glares, the shopkeepers that gave him looks of disdain, and even some of the ninjas that passed him by. He didn't care about any of that right now. Right now, he just wanted to get away from everything and get his head straight. Strangely, however, as he ran, he failed to notice himself getting further from the main village. Further than he had ever gone before. He finally stopped as he caught his breath. The forest was silent as he gripped the side of a tree. His blue eyes that usually shone with brightness were dulled slightly as he continued to stare at the ground. Slowly his fist began to clench, and his teeth mashed together. "Damn it!" he yelled before slamming his hand into the tree. "It's always the same thing. Sasuke this and Sasuke that. Sasuke is so much better than you. Sasuke. 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 I'm so sick and tired of hearing the same old crap," he yelled as gripped his hair. "If he's so much better than me, then why does he need all the help? What about me? Why do I have to get traded off to someone else?" He yelled as he stomped around the clearing, failing to notice the ground starting to indent. "But no, it's always the same. The village loves Sasuke, while I get the rough end of the stick." The ground sunk a little more. "I know he lost his family, and I'm sorry for him, but I never even knew mine. I don't even know if they loved me, or even cared about me." The ground released a small crack. "I mean, what kind of parents give up their own child to seal away the stupid Ninetales?" He continued not to notice the ground sinking as he just vented at the world. "Are they even still alive? Are they dead? Or did they just abandon me once that stupid fox was sealed?" He yelled as he felt something wet build in the corner of his eyes. I just want someone who wants to help me. I want someone who cares about me and not pawns me off like a cheap rug." The ground started to collapse as he yelled to the world. "I just want to know if I even matter." A loud crack finally caught his attention as he noticed the ground beneath his feet cracked open and he started to fall. "Oh sure dash!" he yelled as he fell through the hole and landed on the ground below him. Bits and pieces of dirt and wood fell around him as he groaned. "Ow!" He slowly sat back up. "What happened?" He looked up to the hole. "Did I just fall through the ground?" Daylight shining through the hole as all around him was shrouded in darkness. "Did I fall into a pit? What kind of idiot puts a pit in the middle of the forest?" He stood up as he brushed the dirt and wood off his orange jumpsuit. He stopped when he looked and noticed the wooden floorboards beneath his feet. "Although, this doesn't look like a regular pit. Where am I?" He looked around as his eyes began to adjust in the darkness. "What the heck is this place? Cough cough, oh man, it's dusty in here." He coughed as he waved the dust and spider webs away. He fumbled his way through the dark, trying to find a light switch, only for the lights to bust. "Dang it! Wait, I think I have a lighter here." He smirked as he fished around for the lighter. He borrowed from the smoking store owner that refused to serve him. "Stupid old man." He smirked as he lit the lighter. The small lighter illuminated a portion of the strange place, as he noticed that the place looked like a room with a bed, a tri-pronged kunai hanging off a string, a closet, and what looked like a large amount of sealed-up boxes. It looks like a home, but who has a home underground?" He walked around trying to find a way out. Though it might be a storage area. "Oh man, this means I stumbled onto one of those umbu things, haven't? Geez. I gotta get out of here before the old man gives me another earful." He spotted what looked like a door as he smiled. "There. Now to get out of here before those umbu dash." He started walking before he accidentally knocked over one of the boxes. "Oh man, I'm going to be in so much." He trailed off as he noticed a small leather-bound book on the ground. Though it wasn't the book itself that caused him to pause, it was the name written on the cover, especially the last name. Kushina Uzumaki. Uzumaki? But that's my last name. He bent down as he picked up the small journal, the leather feeling old and worn, but at the same time he felt something else towards it. Were there other Uzumakis? Why didn't the old man tell me? He held the journal in his hand as he morally fought with himself. It's It's not mine, I should probably put it away. He placed it down and started to walk to the exit. But his curiosity stayed his feet as he looked back to the small journal as the light landed on the name. Still, I guess one little peek won't hurt? After all, if there was another Uzumaki, maybe it can tell me about my parents. He walked back over as he picked up the journal. He walked over to the chair and found a candle as he lit it and sat down, opening the pages of the old worn-out journal and began to read. February 15th, Diary of Kushina Uzumaki. Dear Diary, Mama and Papa said that I have to move from Yuzushiogakure to Kanehagakure next week. They said it has something to do with Mito Obasama and that my chakra was special. They didn't say what it was, only that it was important. I don't want to leave my home, but with the war going on, Mama and Papa believe I will be safer in Konoha. And to be truthful, I would like to find some more daily peace than having to worry about the war reaching Yuzushiogakure. Who knows, maybe I can be a kunoichi in the hidden leaf. Wouldn't that be something? I have to go. Mama is calling me. I will return later. Naruto read the words as confusion was evident on his face. Yuzushiogakure? I never heard of such a place. Was there a whole clan of Uzumakis? What happened to it, and why didn't the old man tell me about it? He continued reading as the date became longer. February 25th, Diary of Kushina Uzumaki. Today was my first day in Konoha and I enrolled at the Ninja Academy. I was so nervous today that I shouted that I would become the first female Hokage. A lot of the other kids made fun of me because of that. Then they made fun of my red hair and my round face, calling me tomato. I didn't like that, but for now I'll just ignore them. There is this one kid in the class that I don't understand. He stood up and said that he would become Hokage too. He's a little weird and looks kind of like a wimp. I think his name was Minato or something. I didn't catch it. Hopefully, I don't have to worry about him making fun of me. Tomorrow I'm going to meet with Mito Obasama. Wonder why? I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Minato? Huh. Where have I heard that name before? There's a bit of gap in this one. Naruto noted as he continued reading. March 3rd, Diary of Kushina Uzumaki. Hey, sorry for the absence, but I found out what it is I'm here for. I'm still trying to get my head around it, but it turns out that I am to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Naruto nearly dropped the journal in shock. What? To the Nine Tails. But I have the Nine Tails. He looked down at his stomach as he felt where the seal would be. But that doesn't make any sense. The Nine Tails didn't attack the village until the day I was born. Why was it already here? What else does this say? He asked, wanting to know answers to his ever-going questions. Turns out that Mito Obasama is getting too old to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so they must pass it on to me because we share similar chakra. I've heard stories about the Nine-Tails. It's supposed to be this horrifying monster that kills people and destroys anything in its path. And I'm supposed to keep it inside of me? I'll be honest, I'm scared. He noticed spots that looked like dried-up tear stains as it was apparent that this Kushina cried while writing it. He instantly felt sympathetic towards her, as he could understand what she went through. But then he continued and found something. But Mito Obasama told me something that made me feel a little better. She said that there is a way to counteract the Nine-Tails' negative emotions. She said, we must fill ourselves with love and be loved in return, so that our burden doesn't become so heavy. I don't understand what she meant, but I know Mama and Papa love me. Is that enough? Naruto looked down at his stomach and imagined where the seal was. Fill ourselves with love and be loved? He asked himself as he sat alone in the darkroom with the candle his only source of light. Wonder what that's like? Despite his heart, he continued reading. April 4th, Diary of Kushina Uzumaki. So today was rather interesting. Some of the kids at the academy started to pick on me again, making fun of my hair and calling me tomato face repeatedly. Normally I could stand it, but today I finally just snapped. If they were going to call me tomato, then I was going to make them regret calling me that. So I beat them to a pulp, show them they won't mess with me anymore. Now, because of it, they all run away from me, calling me the red, hot-blooded habanero. Well, it's better than being called tomato face, right? Naruto gulped a little as he imagined a girl his age with flowing red hair and beating the crap out of all the other kids that picked on her. Man, this girl kind of reminds me of Sakura-chan. That's a little disturbing. He continued to read. While I was beating them up, I noticed that strange kid from class again, the one that said he wanted to become Hokage too. Minato, I think? I asked him if he was going to try and pick on me too, but he didn't say anything and just turned away. I think he's like everyone, treating me like an outsider. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this as he wondered who this Minato she was talking about. There weren't that many blondes in Konoha, other than himself and the Yamanaka clan. So maybe it was someone he knew, but older? He noticed the diary skipped until she was around 12 years old, if the date was anything to go by. July 3rd, Journal of Kushina Uzumaki. Hey, it's been a while since I wrote in this. I didn't mean to, but the last few years have been busy. I graduated from the academy and now I'm officially a kunoichi of Konoha. But that's not why I'm writing. Something bad happened to me a few days ago. A few days ago, I was kidnapped by ninjas from Kumogakure, village hidden in the cloud. Naruto gasped a little when he read this and wanted to know more, even though it was obvious that she made it out okay. They were after my special chakra and the nine tails that sealed inside me. I won't deny that I was scared. They broke into my home, tied me up, and dragged me out of the village. I tried to resist, but they hurt me if I tried to fight back. There wasn't much I could do. I tried leaving a trail for someone to follow by using my hair. But as we got further and further from the village, I started to lose hope. But that's when I was saved, by the last person I ever expected. I didn't even see it happen, but he took out all the Kumo ninja before they could even react. And when he stepped into the light, I realized it was him, Minato Namikaze. Namikaze? The Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. She knew the fourth Hokage when he was a kid. Holy crap, Naruto exclaimed. It was a little confusing for him. For one, he was finding out about the man that would become the fourth Hokage and seal the nine tails into him, which should make him dislike the man. But at the same time, he still admired the Hokage, especially the fourth. After all, he wanted to be one someday. He told me that he tracked me down using the strands of hair I'd been leaving behind. I almost didn't believe him because no one from the search team could find them, but he told me that it was one of the first things he noticed about me and thought it was beautiful. I asked him why he decided to help me now and not when I was being picked on. He told me that he knew I was strong in body and spirit, that he didn't need to interfere in those fights. I asked what made this different, why now especially when I'm an outsider. And you know what he told me? He told me that this war that's raging, it was between two villages and he didn't want to lose me. And as for being an outsider, he said I lived in the village, which made me one of them. At that moment, Minato looked like an amazing shinobi in my eyes. I felt like that I would always be safe with him and that I would want to be by his side. I think I may have a crush on him? Naruto blushed a little when this Kushina woman announced that she had a crush on the fourth Hokage. This is feeling a little personal right now. I should probably stop. He was about to set the book down when he noticed something that was roughly 15 years later or so. July 3rd, Journal of Kushina Uzumaki. Hello. It's been a while since I wrote this thing, but I have some amazing news. Minato and I are getting married. After dating for 2 years, Minato finally proposed to me. It was one of the most romantic gestures I had ever seen. He took me to the top of the Hokage monument, and we sat on top of the Sandaime Hokage's head. We just sat there and watched the whole village, until Minato managed to ask the question. And of course, I immediately said yes. Uzumaki impatience. I couldn't wait. The Yondaime was married? I didn't know that. Uzumaki impatience. He continued reading, as the candle's light flickered. I have unfortunately decided to step down from trying to become Hokage. I'm not saying give up cause that's not what Uzumakis do. As much as I want it to happen, I am still technically a citizen of Uzushiogakure even though it's long since been destroyed and because I wasn't born in Konoha. But I am a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and I will always be ready to serve her when the time comes. Naruto smiled a little at this, seeing that even though her dream of being Hokage couldn't come true, she still wanted to protect the village hidden in the leaves, and learning a little something more about the Uzumaki clan, which made him wonder, what would happen if he couldn't reach his dream of becoming Hokage? Besides, I think Minato might have more of a shot of being Hokage than I ever will. He mastered the sealing techniques of my clan really well and got recognized as a seal master, which is impressive, and my clan was famous for our sealing ability. Thought I may have given him some pointers. On top of that, he has just been assigned his first genin team. I've met them, and they are so cute. I think all have great potential to become amazing shinobi. Their names are Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi? Does she mean Kakashi-sensei? I didn't know he was trained by the 4th Hokage. Oh man, that means he must know all the 4th Hokage's secret ninjutsu, which he's probably just going to teach them all to Sasuke. He grumbled before blinking. Wait, Sensei had a team? Why haven't we met them? He asked but continued to read. Rin is so cute. If I ever have a daughter, I'd want her to be just like Rin. She's got a good head on her shoulders, so I know she'll keep the other two in line. And Kakashi, he is so talented, he made Jonin at such a young age. But acts a little too serious, and I think he could afford to be a little laxer. Naruto gave a disbelieving look as he constantly thought about all the times Kakashi turned up late with a lame excuse. And finally, Obito. Well, there is a lot he needs to fix up. He acts like a little half-pint most of the time. He trips over most of the time, can't throw a shuriken, and his jutsu setup needs more work. But honestly, he's my favorite. His bright and cheerful personality and his outgoing attitude deepen the team and those around him. If Minato and I ever had a child, I'd want him to be just like him. A child that values friendships and has a cheerful spirit with a will that can't be broken. I just hope this war ends soon, and I hope one day that my children can learn from them. Naruto didn't know why, but something about Kushina's words resonated with him. It was strange, it was like she was describing the type of person he was. But why? Who was this Kushina Uzumaki? And why did reading this journal make him feel so sad, but also happy? He continued to read, wanting to know more. Hey, it's been a while. Something terrible happened. 2 of Minato's students were killed in action. First was Obito, who sacrificed himself to save Kakashi from falling debris at Canopy Bridge. Then, Rin died shortly after. She had been kidnapped by Kirigakure. According to the report, she had been forced to become the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and they planned to activate her once she was back in the village. She knew this and sacrificed herself to prevent it from happening. Kakashi hasn't been the same since. He lost both members of his teammates in so short a period. I can't tell how miserable he must be. And I can tell that Minato is taking it just as hard. It reminded me of when I learned that Uzumaki had been destroyed. All those deaths, all those sacrifices, over a meaningless war. I just hope that we learn from this and never forget the men and women who sacrificed themselves for Konoha and always remember their devotion to the will of fire. Naruto held his head down when he finished reading the last sentence. Now he understood why Kakashi-sensei never talked about his old team. Losing both of them in so short a time, he doubted he would ever want to talk about it. But it also made him more determined to honor the sacrifices of those that gave their lives for the village. Kakashi's lesson still resonating in his head. Those that break the rules are trash. But those that abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I guess I still have a lot to learn about being a ninja, huh? He asked himself as he started reevaluating his own goal. The reason he wanted to become Hokage was so that he could get people to notice him more, so they would stop giving him those glares he felt upon him. But was that good enough? Was that really why he wanted or even should become Hokage? After reading this journal and finding out about the people that sacrificed their lives for the village, he wondered if that made him even worthy of trying to become Hokage. His mind briefly flashed to his teammates and their mission to the Wave Country and even to Hinata's fight. He looked to his hand that made the vow, remembering that strengthened his resolve but also readjusted it. Now, he felt that he wasn't going to become Hokage just to earn recognition. He was going to earn it to protect the ones he cared about and the village that he cared about. He would do it in honor of those that gave their lives for the village. He continued reading as he smiled at the next words. December 10th, Journal of Kushina Uzumaki. It finally happened. Minato has been named the Yondaime Hokage, his dream and mine finally coming true. He looked so happy, so proud standing before the village as he vowed to protect it with all he had. He finally achieved his dream. And I fulfilled my new one to become the wife of the Hokage, so I can keep Minato from doing something stupid. Naruto chuckled a little at this. But that's not even the best news. Recently I was feeling a little under the weather. I thought it was just the flu, but the sickness just kept going every morning. So, I went to the doctor's and she confirmed something wonderful. I'm pregnant with Minato's child. Naruto noticed another set of dried tear marks. But from what he read, they weren't tears of sadness but joy. But it raised a question. The fourth Hokage and this Kushina lady were going to have a child? But what happened to it? You'd think something like this would have been public knowledge? What happened to the child? He continued reading while having a strange feeling in his chest. April 3rd, Journal of Kushina Uzumaki. Due to being pregnant, I've decided to take an official leave from active duty. I keep up my ninja skills, so don't worry about old Kushina getting rusty. But we had a visitor today, Minato's old master Jiraiya-sensei, or as I like to call him, the pervy sage. I swear how Minato wasn't corrupted by his perverted influence I will never know. He wanted to come by and visit his former pupil and get an opinion on a book he was writing. Which wasn't one of those perverted ichika novel trash he usually writes. Those books Kakashi-sensei reads? Naruto thought, thinking about the orange book before returning to the journal. He honestly believes that it wasn't any good. But Minato and I liked it. It was a story about a ninja that never gives up and never back down. That was the kind of person we want our son to be. Turns out we're having a baby boy. A little baby boy that will carry on our hopes and dreams. And now thanks to Jiraiya, who we've decided to make his godfather, we've got the perfect name for our son. Naruto. He dropped the book in shock as bolted from the chair. His eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he stared at the page and his own name written inside. His hand shaking and his breath labored as he shook his head. No. That can't be right. It can't be true. I can't. His mind refused to believe the fact. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. He was the son of the same man that sealed the nine-tailed fox inside him. The same man that had inadvertently caused him a life of isolation and loneliness with very little to care for him, and he was the man's son. And this woman, this Kushina Uzumaki of a lost Uzumaki clan, was his mother. But if I'm their son, then why? He narrowed his gaze as he thought of only one person that could have possibly known the truth. The one person he asked multiple times about his parents and only ever received vague answers. The third Hokage. Snatching the book up and snuffing the candle out, he marched his way out from the bunker, his heart still hammering in his chest as he went to confront the man that had lied to him for years. Hokage Manor, Office of the Hokage. Sarutobi sighed as he continued to file off the reports for the Chūnin exam. Paperwork, the true mortal enemy of the Hokage title. He could never understand how his predecessor and successor, the second and the fourth Hokage, figured out how to deal with the dreaded enemy. He also had to deal with the council, his former teammate now advisors, and keep an eye on Danzo's little schemes that he was no doubt working on. Not to mention the troubling report that Orochimaru may have returned to seek revenge on the village. If not for the report that the last Uchiha had received the curse mark was any indication of his return. The fact that these reports coincide with the Chūnin exam was concerning, which was why he had just assigned Hayate Gecko to observe one of the examinees that may have a link to Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi. Hopefully, he could uncover something and prevent whatever Orochimaru was planning. He sighed as he set his pen down and looked over to the photographs of the previous Hokages. His gaze resting on the final image as he stared at his successor that was taken from them too soon. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. While his reign was short, he had proven to be more than capable of the job, especially when he sacrificed himself to save the village during the Nine-Tails attack. An event that was still a mystery. They had everything in place to prevent the Nine-Tails from escaping, yet the reports indicated that somehow information was leaked, and someone had interrupted the proceedings, releasing the Nine-Tails from its previous host. But why? If they had the beast, why not escape with it? Why release it? To destroy Konoha? A lot of it was a mystery, one he hoped Jiraiya would find out as he gathered information. As he thought about Minato, his mind also drifted to Kushina and the child that they had left behind. Their sacrifice had saved Naruto's life and the village's. but robbed him of the parents that would have loved him. He knew he should tell him about his parents, but his father and mother had many enemies. If they had learned the fourth Hokage, aka the Yellow Flash, had a son and there was a true blood son of the Uzumaki clan still alive, they would do anything to get revenge on them by going through their only child. He was only thankful that Naruto was born with his father's hair, instead of the trademark red that identified all Uzumakis. He had made a promise to keep him safe, even if it meant keeping the truth from him. Old man. His attention was returned to reality as the door was busted open and said boy came barging in while struggling to escape the grasp of the two Chūnin station to guard him. We need to talk, old man. We told you, you can't come in here. Lord Third is very busy right now. One of the Chūnin barked as Naruto barked back. And I told you I don't give a damn. I need to talk to the old man right now. Get your hands off me. Hey, don't grab there, Naruto yelled. Sarutobi sighed as he rubbed his aging forehead. The boy is too much like his mother than his father, he thought as he returned to his paperwork. What is it, Naruto? Normally I wouldn't mind the distraction, but I'm a little busy planning the second half of the Chūnin exams. Whatever it is you have to talk to me about can wait until after the dash. It's about my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. His heart dropped into his stomach when he heard that name as he looked back up to the boy, who was glaring at him with a look of betrayal and anger while clutching a small leather-bound book in his hand. Where did you? He stopped when the Chūnin holding Naruto gave him confused looks as they switched between the young Uzumaki and the aging Hokage. The old man sighed as he gestured them to leave. That'll be all, I'll take it from here, he told them as the Chūnins looked confused but obliged all the same. The door closed softly behind him as the blue-eyed boy marched up to his desk and glared at the man. A moment of silence passed between them, as one waited for the other to speak, until Naruto held up the journal and pointed to it. Is what's written here true? Is my father the fourth Hokage? Sarutobi knew he couldn't lie, not after he now knew the name of his mother, which no doubt would cause him to ask questions and connect a few dots with the other villagers. Finally, the old man sighed as he laced his fingers together. Yes. Naruto clenched his teeth as he growled in anger. So you knew who my parents were this whole time and didn't even bother to tell me. For years I've asked, nay begged you, to tell me who they were and all you ever said was it wouldn't matter. He slammed his hands on the desk as he glared into the man he trusted. Well, guess what? It did matter. Why didn't you tell me the fourth Hokage was my father? Why didn't you tell me I wasn't the only one to have the nine tails sealed inside of me? Why didn't you tell me about my goddamn parents? And why the hell did my father seal the nine tails inside of me? What else have you been lying to me about? Sarutobi didn't respond, merely listened to the young man venting in front of him. He sighed before addressing the child. Naruto, it's not as simple as you think. It is simple. It was so goddamn simple. Who were my parents? A simple question you could have answered just as many times that I asked you. Naruto, you have to understand that your parents had many enemies. Your mother's entire homeland was destroyed by a combined effort from 3 other nations. If they had found out that you were their son, they would have done anything to get revenge, even though both of them are dead. Yes, I lied to you about not knowing your parents, but it was for your own good, to keep you safe from those that would harm you. He pointed at the boy. Not to mention you tend to blurt out things that should be secret. You could have accidentally revealed your lineage and painted a target upon you and the village. But I'm not a little kid anymore. I can handle the truth. I haven't even told my own teammates about the 9 tails sealed inside of me, he argued back. Yet you just barged into my office, screaming your mother's name. Naruto recoiled a little at that. While you have managed to keep your Jinchuriki status a secret, that is so you can maintain a normal relationship with your friends. But your lineage, your identity, if it got out, old grudges would target the village. Maybe even spark another war. I chose to hide your past so that you would be safe. I couldn't risk your safety, or the village's, for the curiosity of a child. He reasoned as Naruto shook with anger until snapped his head up as tears gathered at the corner of his eyes. But that's not why I asked you about my parents. I don't care that Mum and Dad had enemies. I didn't care if they were famous or not. I just wanted to know dash. He paused as he held back his growing tears. I just wanted to know something, anything about them. Something to let me know that they actually loved me and didn't just abandon me as the villagers claim. His shoulders sagged as he hung his head. I just wanted to know that someone out there wanted me. Sarutobi looked at the boy as he, for the first time in years, had a look of pure sadness and hopelessness on his otherwise cheerful face. He had thought that by denying him the knowledge of his parents, he was keeping the boy safe. But now he realized that all it had done was bore a hole in the boy's heart, which made him feel as if he was unloved in this world when his parents loved him before he was even born, especially as he received scorn and isolation from the villagers. It was then that realized that he should have told him in secret, at least let him know that they loved him. Minato, Kushina, I made a terrible mistake. Sarutobi got up and walked over to the boy as he embraced him in a hug, slightly startling the lad. Naruto, your mother and father, they loved you so much, even before you were born. They loved you with all their hearts, so much that I know they would be so proud of you. All these years I thought I was protecting you for them, but instead, I was protecting myself from guilt. I should have been the one to sacrifice myself that day. At least then you would have had parents that loved you. Instead, I denied you what you truly needed in this world. Naruto felt tears stinging his eyes as he felt warm in the embrace. I'm sorry, Naruto. I hope one day you can forgive me? Naruto didn't say anything as he slowly returned the embrace. They remained that way for a few minutes before Naruto separated and wiped the tears from his eyes. Can you tell me about my parents now? I promise I won't tell anyone else. I just want to know what they were like. The old man sadly shook his head. I can't. Not right now. Not while some still would want to hurt you, both inside and outside the village. Naruto hung his head. But I will tell you everything you want to know later in private. Naruto looked up a little as he nodded. Okay. Can I at least know what my mom looked like? I know what dad looks like, but He trailed off as the old man nodded and moved to his desk, activating a seal he had hidden, which produced a scroll that he unfurled and unsealed a small piece of rectangular paper. Here, he said as he handed the paper, as Naruto realized it was a photo. His eyes slowly widened as he gazed upon the image of a beautiful woman with long, bright red hair, violet-colored eyes, and a warm, gentle smile on her face. She appeared to be holding onto her swollen stomach, as no doubt that she was pregnant with him. He felt small tears forming in his eyes as he now had a face to match the name of his mother. Your father took that shortly before you were born. I found it hidden in this room after their passing. He truly loved both of you, Sarutobi said as Naruto nodded, desperately trying to hide the tears that were running down his cheeks. Can I keep this? I promise I won't show anyone, he asked as the old man nodded. Sure, but make sure that no one else sees it. We can't have anyone connecting you two until you're old enough, he advised as Naruto nodded and placed the photo in the journal, knowing that he would keep it safe. Thanks, old Lord Hokage, he said with the only amount of respect he had ever shown the old man, a little shocking to the third Hokage. I promise to take care of this, but promise me you'll tell me everything later, okay? He asked as the old man nodded. Deal. Now where did you find this? He asked as he pointed to the journal. Oh, I sort of fell into this bunker-looking thing out in the woods. I figured it was one of those umbu sites you told me to stay away from, he explained as Sarutobi nodded. Well, you're partially right, but that bunker was one of your father's. He had some built as a fallout shelter for you and your mother in case something ever happened to Konoha and he needed to get you two to safety. I had all their stuff moved there after their deaths. I'll probably have to get someone to fix it later. Naruto nodded at this. Now, shouldn't you be training? I assume Kakashi has some training plans set up for you? He asked as Naruto scoffed at this. Not really. He's spending all his time training Sasuke again and set me up with that closet pervert, Ebisu. The old man raised an eyebrow. Ebisu? No disrespect, but Ebisu is not fully equipped to train someone like Naruto. His chakra reserves are far too massive for someone of his caliber to effectively train. And as for focusing more on Sasuke, I know it's to keep an eye on the curse mark and help with his Sharingan. But I never would have thought that Kakashi would show favoritism. I'll need to talk with him later. I see. Tell you what, I know someone that may be a better fit for you. He was your father's sensei. His name is Jiraiya. Jiraiya? I just read about him. He was supposed to be my godfather, right? So where the hell has he been? He asked with a slightly aggressive tone at the end. Something Sarutobi had to sigh at. Yes, well, there is a reason for that, and I know you two will have some serious catching up to do. Naruto nodded. But I must warn you, your true heritage must remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone, not even your team, until I know you can protect yourself. Naruto nodded as he grabbed the book and started to head out the door. He paused when he looked up to the photo of the fourth Hokage, feeling strange at the revelation that the man that he both idolized and caused his current life was his own father. Yet for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to hate him. Old man? He asked at the door. Is it all right if I use that bunker from time to time? The old man raised an eyebrow. What for? He asked as Naruto rubbed his arm awkwardly. Well, I want to look after their stuff, maybe even see if I can learn more about them? He asked as the man nodded. I understand. I would let you settle in their old home, but the property was sold off years ago. I'll have the hole repaired by the end of the day. I'll even give you a spare key to the bunker. You may learn more about them. I'm sure it's what they would want. Until then, head out to the hot spring area. If my hunch is right, that is where Jiraiya will be. Naruto nodded as he turned away. And Naruto, he called out before turning to him. Don't be too hard on him. There are reasons we kept things from you. Some you may understand and some you may not. But know we did it for your safety, he said as Naruto pondered for a moment. I'm trying to be a ninja, right? I think my safety is the last thing I need to worry about, he said as the old man sighed. I see, was all he said as Naruto left the office and allowed the old man to sit in his chair and sigh. Minato, Kushina, please forgive me. I will set this right. That was all he said as he returned to his work. Konoha Hot Springs. The Konoha Hot Springs were one of the main tourist attractions of the hidden village. Built shortly after the construction of Konoha, the hot springs were renowned for their rejuvenating abilities and peaceful atmosphere. It was here at Naruto was in search of the man that was his father's sensei and his supposed godfather. Man, how the heck am I supposed to find him? He groaned out in annoyance. I don't even know what he looks like. In retrospect, maybe I should have asked the old man for a description. He mused as he stroked his chin. He chuckled a little as he looked down to the journal hidden in his jumpsuit. Uzumaki impatience, huh Mum? Okay, let's think, what did Mum say Jiraiya was like? Well, she said he was dash. He was cut off as he heard a perverted giggling coming from his right as he looked over to spy a man looking over the hot springs with a perverted look on his face. The man was tall, had long spiky white hair tied into a ponytail, red markings on his face, and a wart on his nose. He wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil, a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which was a mesh armor, arm guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side and carried a large scroll on his back. Oh yeah, this is great material. He giggled as Naruto stared blankly. That's right. Mum called him pervy sage. I can see why. He then glared as he gripped his fist. Mum's journal said that this man is supposed to be my godfather. Is this what he was doing this whole time? Peeping on girls? He thought bitterly as he ground his teeth. He then grinned as he thought up a nasty idea. Hey, what are you doing peeking on the woman's bath? He yelled out loud for all to hear, startling the man and alerting all the women. Jiraiya snapped his head around in fright. Hey, keep it down, you brat, he hissed, only too late as the women took notice. What? A pervert? Kaya, get that pervert! They heard as all sorts of bathhouse tools came flying over the wall, managing to peg the Jiraiya. Damn it, brat. Ladies, please, it's all a misunderstanding. He tried to explain as they came rushing at him, belting him with anything they had, after which he was left in a bruised fashion. Thank you so much, young man. Some of the girls thanked Naruto as he laughed. It's no big deal. I was just passing by when I saw him. I'll get rid of him for ya, he said as they thanked him and walked away. He's out cold. Might want to take him far from here, he thought as he then summoned a few clones and dragged him far from the bathhouse, before dumping some cold water on the man's face. Jiraiya coughing loudly as he woke up, while Naruto looked down on him with a raised eyebrow. "Oi, you dead?" he asked as Jiraiya groaned and got back up. "Nope. A man of my talent won't go down like this. Plus their beating is nothing compared to Tsunade's," he groaned as he got back up while rubbing his jaw. He then turned and spotted Naruto as he hid his recognition. "So, that's Minato's kid. He almost looks like him," he thought with brief nostalgia and a twinge of guilt. "I guess it has been a long time," he thought. "So, brat, mind telling me why you just ruined my perfectly good research?" he asked as Naruto raised his eyebrow. "Research?" he asked, playing along like had no idea who he was. "Looked to me like you were just peeking on women, you pervert." "Ha! Far from it, you brat, for you see I am a writer, not a pervert, and peeping gives me the inspiration I need to write my famous novel," he proclaimed as he produced a copy of his book. "Oh, my sensei reads that." Naruto acted surprised as he tapped his fist to his palm. "I think it's just trash anyway. If you're the guy who writes it, you must not be that famous," he said as Jiraiya physically jumped back hurt. "Trash?" he yelled. "Oh boy, he is so Kushina's brat. Disrespectful to true art," he thought as he shook himself from his stupor. "Excuse me, but this is not trash. This is my work of art, my crowning achievement, and I am far from a nobody, you disrespectful little brat. For you see, on top of being a super pervert, I am not just an inspiring writer." He then started to do a kabuki dance as he got into a pose. "For I am the holy sage of Mt Mayaboku Gama, the great toad sage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Master Jiraiya," he proclaimed as Naruto stared and then grinned. "Oh, yeah, I think I have heard of you. You're supposed to be the man who trained the fourth Hokage, right?" he asked with enthusiasm, as the man grinned and nodded. "Which also means you're supposed to be my godfather, right? Seeing as both mum and dad got my name from your book, right?" he asked as Jiraiya nodded, before his face turned to grim and shook, as he stared at the boy with surprise. "What did you just jh?" He never got to finish as Naruto took the opportunity to punch him in the stomach, causing the sage to hunch over in pain. "That's what you get for abandoning me," he yelled as the man doubled over. "Is this what you've been doing for the past 12 years of my life? Peeking on bathhouses and writing trashy novels? If my parents were here, I'm sure they would give you such a thrashing," he yelled with pure anger as Jiraiya managed to get back up. "Wait a minute, you know?" he asked as Naruto nodded. But I thought," the old man agreed dash. "I found out by myself, thanks to this journal I found about my mother," he yelled as he showed the old leather-bound book. "I also found out that the man who trained my dad was supposed to take care of me in case anything happened to them. Well, guess what? Something happened to them and I haven't seen hide or hair of you for 12 stinking years," he yelled as he then charged at the man. "Whoa, wait a minute," Jiraiya yelled as Naruto kept throwing fists at him, who avoided them. "My parents trusted you, believed in you, and this is how you repay them? By leaving their only child alone to defend for himself." He summoned several clones as they attempted to dogpile the man. "Just hear me out," he yelled as he dodged and flipped over the clones, dispelling them with fast movements. "Shut up. I don't want to hear anything from an oath breaker like you," he yelled, letting his emotions fully take over him. "Where were you when I was growing up?" He threw punches and kicks as the sage managed to get a better footing and held off his attacks. "Where were you when I was alone, scared and afraid?" Jiraiya didn't say anything as he decided to let him vent. "Where were you when I needed someone to tell me I mattered, to tell me I did my best?" he screamed as the corners of his eyes began to dampen. "Where were you when I needed someone to take care of me? Where were you when I scraped my knee, came down with the flu, or picked on by other kids?" His fist grew slower and weaker as they didn't even hurt the man. Where were you? When I need you the most, where were you? His fists now just thumping on his chest as he slowly broke down. Jiraiya looking down with sadness in his eyes at the child before him. Where were you to tell me about my parents? By now he had been reduced to a crying child as Jiraiya stared at the young child that he was supposed to take care of. The guilt he had held in his heart weighed heavier that day than all the years he carried it combined. His arms slowly encircled around the boy's shoulders, bringing him into a small but meaningful hug. I'm sorry. I truly am sorry, Naruto. He softly said as he stroked the boy's blonde hair, another reminder of his lost student. I know that no words I say right now can excuse me for what I've done, and I have no doubt failed the promise I made to your parents, he said as the boy held his tongue and listened. But like your parents, I have a duty to the village, to keep an eye out for those that would wish harm upon the home I love, just as your parents did when the Ninetales broke free, he said as he held the boy at arm's length and kneeled to him. But I promise you, I will make up for my error and train you to the highest degree. I know it will take a long time before you can ever forgive me, but I'm hoping I can make up for it in time, he promised as Naruto stared at the man with tears in his eyes, before wiping them away on his sleeve. Okay, he said softly. It will take a while before I forgive you, but I should at least give you the benefit of the doubt. That's what my parents would do, right? He asked as the man nodded. But, can you promise me one thing? He asked as Jiraiya blinked. Can you tell me what my dad was like when he was my age? He asked as the man nodded. I will, he said as they parted. Now, I suppose I should help you with your training, right? He asked as Naruto nodded, suddenly remembering his vow to Hinata. Right, I need your help. I made it to the semifinals of the Chūnin exam, and I need to beat this guy named Niji. It's kind of a long story, but basically, he said some bullshit, and I need to teach him a lesson, he said as Jiraiya nodded. I see, well, if I recall, we have a month to get you trained up for the exam. That's not a lot of time, but I can work with it. Report back here tomorrow and we'll start your training first thing in the morning, he said as Naruto nodded before he glared. You're not going to turn up late like Kakashi-sensei, are you? He asked as Jiraiya chuckled. No, of course not. Besides, I need to earn back your trust. Turning up late would not be a good start. Huh? He asked the boy who nodded. Now. He then turned around as a perverted grin spread on his face. I got some pretty ladies to check out, he grinned as he started walking away. Why does every person I train with always turn out to be a pervert? He asked himself before he sighed and looked up to the slowly descending sun. It's getting late anyway. Need some good sleep if I want to beat that Niji asshole, he said to himself as he walked away. A few hours later, Naruto finally made his way back to his apartment. As he turned on the lights in the hallway and he stared at the silence of the apartment. The empty feeling the house gave off still resonated as he stared at the place he called home for the past few years. But in his mind, he suddenly imagined walking into a loving home. His mother greeted him as he walked in and his father sat at the table reading a newspaper, before greeting and ruffling his head affectionately. He imagined a different life as they sat around the table and told stories about their day and feasted on his mother's home cooking. He felt the pain in his chest increase as tears began to build in the corner of his eyes and he slumped to the floor, soft sobs escaping his lips as the walls he had built up over the years had come crashing down after so long, and he let out the pain he held inside. Life was cruel and unfair. He had learned that from an early age. But today seemed to be both a blessing and a curse. He had found the parents that loved him, and they had both been taken away. But he felt warm now as he imaged both his parents holding him affectionately as he cried his heart out. Life was unfair, but it's not like he was ever going to give up. He had vowed to become Hokage, to never back down and never give up. That was his ninja way, but he now also wanted to become the shinobi his parents believed he could be. To be the ninja that would inherit their wills and become the orange Hokage. To honor the yellow flash and the red-hot-blooded habanero of the hidden leaf. That was his ninja way. Chapter 2, Expectations. Sarutobi looked over his piles of paperwork as he sighed. Even after all these years, and his dedication to his job, he still found himself hating this infernal paperwork. Oh, why couldn't I have retired, chosen someone else to become Hokage and live a more quiet life? He asked himself for the umpteenth time. But then that wouldn't be his way. To be Hokage was to protect everyone in the village, to stand vigil and firm against whatever threat dared to harm the leaf. And with the recent reports of Orochimaru on the loose, especially during the Chūnin exam, no one else would be ready to take on his fallen pupil. Still, I should have just retired and been done with this infernal paperwork once and for all. I swear it will be the death of me. He joked to himself. Don't say that, sensei. He suddenly felt the presence of one of his former pupils as Jiraiya sat on the edge of the windowsill. You've still got plenty more years left in you, he said as Sarutobi sighed. Jiraiya, it's good to see you again. How have you been? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. The same as always, going forth, doing this and that, writing my next bestseller. By the way, sensei. He reached into his coat and brought out a copy of his latest book. Here's the next issue, Jiraiya said with a small perverted grin as the man blushed but still took the book. Thank you for the gift, he said as he coughed into his hand and hid the book in his robes. I assume you're aware? Orochimaru is on the move, Sarutobi said as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, I heard rumors that Snake Bastard was plotting something. The fact he was spotted here in the village again is not a good sign, he said as Sarutobi nodded. Indeed, we need to be careful. No doubt he plans to attack the village of his old birth, all because I denied him the title of Hokage. He guessed as Jiraiya shook his head. It was always more than that, sensei, and you know it. Those experiments, his disregard for his fellow ninja or life for that matter, he would have made a terrible Hokage. You made the right choice. Jiraiya tried to comfort his sensei who shook his head. And yet I didn't stop him. If I had, maybe none of this would be happening? He asked himself more than Jiraiya. He could still remember the day Orochimaru left the village, and how the old man didn't strike down his once favorite student. In any case, we'll deal with Orochimaru when he moves. But right now I assume you're here about Naruto? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, to tell you the truth, I was surprised the kid learned the truth about his parents, he said as Sarutobi nodded. So was I, but it seemed that Kushina had inadvertently left a gift behind for her son. I should have known her journal had contained sensitive information that could have leaked out into the open, but after their deaths and with the village as it was after the Ninetales attack, I didn't consider it, he said as he sighed. Still, Naruto has shown more maturity than I gave him credit for. He took the news better than I expected and seems more driven now to become Hokage. Makes me think I should have told him about his parents sooner? He asked as Jiraiya shrugged. Maybe, and maybe I should have been around more for him, but it's too late to change that now. Jiraiya looked over to the portrait of his former pupil as he felt his eyes upon him. I messed up and didn't take my role as godfather more seriously. It's just, every time I looked at him, all I could see was Minato and Kushina, and it hurt, he admitted as he shook his head. Maybe that is just some lame excuse, and I hope they can forgive me someday. He wondered as Sarutobi thought the same. In any case, I wanted to talk about Naruto. Seeing as he's going up against that Neji kid in the semifinals, I want to help him get better. Make up for not being there for him when he needed me, he said as Sarutobi nodded. Good. I think Naruto will need your guidance now more than ever, he said as he handed the man Naruto's results from the Chūnin exam. The young man is not as cool-headed as his father was, but he is just as creative. Not to mention the years he spent as a prankster have given him a unique cunning neither of his parents had. He tends to charge in, not coming up with a strategy at first but proving to be able to come up with one on the fly. Impressive, but honestly, not Chūnin material at the moment, Sarutobi said as Jiraiya nodded as he looked over the file. I got that. I've got my work cut out for me, don't I? He asked as Sarutobi sighed. Despite my best efforts, few would train the boy. Iruka was the only one that taught him anything, but that didn't happen till around Naruto's 3rd year. And with my time being consumed with Hokage duties, there was not much I could do. Not to mention, with Orochimaru supposedly targeting Sasuke, I need Kakashi to train and focus on Sasuke for the time being, he lamented as Jiraiya nodded. Boy, we messed up, didn't we? He asked his sensei as the man nodded. We have? But maybe it's time we righted some of our wrongs, and make sure Naruto fulfills his dream of becoming Hokage like his father," he said as they both looked at the photo of the fourth Hokage. Early morning, Naruto's apartment. Naruto woke up to a familiar ceiling, and his eyes still stung from crying the whole night. It confused him before he took a few seconds to put the pieces together with the events of yesterday. "Oh yeah, that's right. I found out who my parents were. Wow. That's going to take some getting used to," he thought to himself as the knowledge of his parents was still a foreign concept to him. But it was also uplifting to know who they were and that they loved him so much. It even caused him to smile as he gripped his chest. "Well, time to go meet up with Pervy Sage. I've got a month to get stronger, so I can show Niji he's wrong about fate and junk," he said to himself as he got up from the bed and stretched with renewed enthusiasm, as he donned his orange clothing from the closest. It was some of the only clothing he had, but it was all the stores would sell him. At first, he never liked it because it was all he could afford. All the other stores would charge him way higher prices for normal clothing. He also suspected that they were hoping his orange outfit would get him killed one day. But he had decided to just wear them and prove them all wrong. However, after finding out that his father was the Yellow Flash and his mother was the red-hot-blooded habanero, it became something more personal to him. Although, he thought to himself as he noticed some of the new holes he got from the preliminaries exam, "I think I might need to update my wardrobe a little. I can't go around with holes in the back of my pants. Maybe Dad has some old clothes I could use? I'll stop by the bunker later and see," he said as he grabbed his keys, secured his pouches to his body, and grabbed his headband before tying it to his forehead. He looked at himself in the mirror, as he for a moment imagined his parents were behind him, hand on each shoulder as they smiled proudly at him. Before, he never really imagined what his parents would look like, so they'd be a blur or random looking. But now that he had faced to names, he could imagine what a life with them could have been like. And it hurt, but in a good way. They faded before he took out the photo from the journal in his pocket and stared at their faces. "Mom, Dad, I promise to make you proud," he told himself before he hid the photo in the journal and exited the apartment, rushing off to the waterfall to begin his training for the Chūnin exam finals. It didn't take long for him to reach it, as he spotted the white-haired man sitting under a tree, writing in a small notebook. "Wow, you're here," Naruto said as Jiraiya looked up at the boy and chuckled. "Of course, I said I was going to make up for a lot of lost time. Being late would have been a bad start, wouldn't it?" he asked as Naruto nodded. "Sorry, I'm just used to Kakashi-sensei always turning up hours late. So what are you going to teach me? One of my dad's awesome jutsu? One of his ultra-secret techniques, or maybe his secret ninjutsu scrolls that can be only unlocked by blood?" He started getting excited at the possibilities. "Water walking. Ha! Water walking. Today you're going to practice walking on water," Jiraiya said as Naruto stared at the man. "To be honest, I was kind of expecting something a little more impressive," he admitted as the man chuckled. "You are so much like your mother. She would always get overly excited about everything. You should have seen her when she found out she was pregnant." He trailed off when he saw Naruto grasping his chest, as the boy felt a warmth in his chest as he was compared to his mother. It was nice. "You have to remember you're still a genin kid. While yes, you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and have more chakra than most your age, you are at the lowest level of being a ninja. Your father didn't become Hokage overnight. It took him years of training and mastery over the basics before he became the ninja he was. Heck, he even used some of the basics to create his most powerful jutsu. Everything starts with small steps," he told Naruto as he crossed his arms and huffed a little. "I guess," he said before sighing. "Okay, what do I have to do?" "Do you know the wall walking technique?" Jiraiya asked as he nodded. "It's similar to that, but instead of using your chakra to stick to a surface, you're using it to repel yourself above the surface of the water. You have to release a constant steady stream of chakra and keep yourself above the water's surface," he explained as he went out and walked on the water. "What I am doing right now is regulating the necessary chakra to keep me balanced. Like the tree exercise, too much and you blow off the water. Too little and you sink," he explained as he walked back to shore. "But before that, I need to gauge your current skill level and see what I'm dealing with. Tell me, what techniques do you know so far? He asked. Well, I know the shadow clone technique, some shuriken and kunai skills, the transformation technique and the tree climbing technique. He listed off as Jiraiya. And? He asked, looking at him expecting more. And that's it, Naruto said as Jiraiya stared and blinked for a moment. That's it? You don't know any other techniques? He asked, a little perplexed. Well, I know the regular clone technique, but I suck at it. All my clones come out looking dead and lifeless for some reason. He admitted to his embarrassment before he noticed Jiraiya smack his face with his palm. Pervy sage? Are you kidding me? That's all you know? Back when I was a student, it was standard that genin had to know at least a few offensive and defensive types of jutsu before they could pass. What the hell is going on at that school? Arg! He groaned as he brought his hand down his face. Although I assume there weren't many at the academy that was willing to teach you, right? He asked as Naruto sighed and nodded. Yeah. The only one that was willing to teach me was Irika-sensei, but he was busy most of the time, and I kinda didn't help with my pranks and all, he admitted as he rubbed the back of his head. Okay. We got a lot to make up for. More than I can probably get through before the finals. But for now, let's see if you can master the water walking technique. Jiraiya said as he gestured for the boy to walk on the water. Naruto nodded as he made his way to the water, but stopped when he remembered his mother's journal in his jacket and placed the jacket and journal on a rock, not wanting to get the only possession he had of his parents wet. He then placed his hands in the familiar hand sign and focused his chakra on the soles of his feet. But instead of clinging to the water, he made them repel as he slowly took a few steps before he sunk into the water. He breached the water's surface, coughing out some water and making it back to shore. Damn it! Okay, let me try again! He yelled as he focused chakra again and stepped out onto the water, only to fall in again. Damn it! And so he tried again. And again. And again. And again. You inherited your mother's stubbornness. I can say that much, Jiraiya commented with a chuckle as Naruto emerged from the water. But instantly he could tell that something was wrong with the boy's chakra. Damn it! He threw off his shirt and focused again. This time he managed to keep himself afloat, with the water going up to his ankles as he grinned. Oh yeah, that's more like it, he said to himself before he fell into the water. Damn it! Oi, Naruto! He yelled out as the boy emerged from the water. Come here for a minute, he said as Naruto raised a brow before walking back to him. I want you to focus your chakra again. Naruto was confused and concentrated on molding his chakra. As he did, the 8-trigram seal appeared over the boy's stomach. There it is, Minato's seal. It's just as complex as I thought. Minato must have mastered the Uzushigakure sealing methods to create this little beauty, using 2 4-symbol seals to make the hack seal very smart. It's designed in a way to protect the kid from the Ninetales chakra influence, while slowly letting a little bit mix into his chakra reserves. You were a clever man, Minato. His eyes then narrowed when a new seal appeared over the top. Ah, but someone recently overlapped it with a 5-prong seal. An odd and even number seal explains why it's disrupting the flow of chakra in Naruto's body. No wonder he's having trouble mastering the water technique with this one. But this is rough and unrefined, not Minato's style. No, from the handiwork, this has Orochimaru written all over it, he surmised as he prepared to remove the seal. Okay, are you done, old man? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Almost, just raise your hands above your head, he told him as Naruto raised them above his head. Like this? He asked as Jiraiya nodded and subtly summoned the 5-pronged seal release behind his back. 5-pronged seal, release! He mentally yelled and slammed his fingers into Naruto's stomach, causing the boy to gasp out and suddenly fly away from the man. The seal on his stomach disappeared, leaving only the 8-trigram seal behind. Gah! What the hell, pervy sage? Why the heck did you do that? He yelled as the man held up his hands in surrender. Relax. I was hitting a series of pressure points in your stomach to help you relax. Now why don't you try it again? He explained as Naruto looked confused. Okay? He said as Naruto approached the water and focused his chakra on the soles of his feet. Huh, that's weird. My chakra feels normal again? He thought to himself as he carefully walked out onto the water's surface. Hey, I did it! He yelled out with glee as he started to dance a little on the water's surface. Jiraiya watched on with a small smirk on his face, as his mind wandered back to his younger days when he trained the boy's father. Sure, Naruto wasn't like his father and more like his mother, but he had his heart. Okay, that's enough showboating. Now, before I continue training you, first we need to address something, he said as he kneeled to the boy. You are aware that you have two types of chakra, right? He asked as Naruto was confused for a moment before he remembered. Yeah, mine and the Nine Tails, he said as he placed his hands on his stomach. My mother, she was like me. She had the Nine Tails before me, right? He asked as the man nodded. That's right. It's one of Konoha's greatest and most closely guarded secrets, since the time of the first Hokage. If you've read your mother's journal, then you know you are also not the first Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf, but also you are not the only Jinchuriki, he said as Naruto blinked. I'm not, he asked, shocked at hearing this, as the man nodded. Correct, I really shouldn't be telling you this, but since you found out about your mother and her former status, I guess it's only right to tell you. What you possess is one of the nine-tailed beasts that each of the 5 villages possesses. Konoha possesses the strongest of the beasts, the nine-tailed fox. Despite what everyone thinks, the Nine-Tails was here long before it managed to get loose years ago. During the Great Shinobi Wars, the tailed beasts Jinchuriki were often used as weapons against the enemy. But since it's more peaceful for the moment, it was decided that public knowledge of their existence was kept under wraps. At least here in Konoha, I'm still surprised you found out about it, Jiraiya admitted. Mum's journal told me about it. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before me. Did she ever master its chakra? Naruto asked out of curiosity. Not that I am aware of. Your mother was more like a warden with the Nine Tails, making sure he never got out. And before her, the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki, was accordingly a powerful fighter and seal master. But not much is known if she ever used his chakra. Jiraiya admitted only learning about Kushina's status after her death, as Naruto blinked at this. Wait, Mito Uzumaki? I think I remember reading about her in the journal. Was she a relative of mine? Naruto asked, intrigued by the fact that before him and his mother, another Uzumaki was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She was the first Hokage's wife and heiress to the Uzumaki clan before they were wiped out in the Third Shinobi War. So there's not much I can tell you. But in any case, as a Jinchuriki, you have access to 2 types of chakra, yours and the Nine-Tails. Those that are hosts to tailed beasts possess powerful chakra. But with more power comes a greater need for control. Have you ever felt the Nine-Tails chakra seeping into you? He asked as Naruto pondered. I think so. I remember the mission back at the Wave Country and then again in the forest. I blacked out, and when I came to, the fighting was over, Naruto admitted as Jiraiya nodded. And how would you describe this chakra? What did it feel like? He asked as Naruto pondered, thinking about it. Well, my normal chakra feels blue, but this one felt red, and it made me angry, very angry. He tried to explain, but the earliest memories of using the Nine-Tails chakra were sketchy at best. Makes sense, your father designed the seal so that it would only leak out a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra, in what I assume was a way for your reserves to adapt to his chakra. And from what I know, tailed beast chakra is potent. Very potent. I'd want you to try and draw out this chakra, but given your current skills, and my lack of guidance with your education, he said the last part with regret. We need to get you to remaster the basics. The basics? I don't have time for that. I need to get stronger now. There's this guy I need to face in the semifinals, and I can't do that if I have to go over the basics again, Naruto complained as Jiraiya folded his arms over his chest. And who exactly are you fighting against? He asked as Naruto contracted until he could remember the name. A guy named, Neji Hyuga, he said as Jiraiya nodded. I've heard of him. He's part of the Hyuga clan's branch family. They say he's a genius when it comes to taijutsu. He'd be quite a challenge for you. He summarized as Naruto gripped his fist. But I have to beat him. He hurt his cousin, Hinata, and I promised I'd make him pay for what he did, he said as Jiraiya raised a brow. Interesting, you were doing all this for the clan heiress? He asked as he got a small grin on his face. Do you fancy her or something? He asked as Naruto raised a brow. What? No, I mean, she's kind of weird, always quiet, and she can't seem to look me in the eye without her face turning red. I think she might have an illness or something. He pondered to himself as Jiraiya slapped his forehead. Sage above, give me strength. But, he smiled a little. She didn't give up, no matter how much Niji tried to put her down, and I respect that, he said as he looked to his hand where he made the blood promise. The fact that Niji belittled her for it makes me mad, and I want to prove to him how wrong he is. So I need to get stronger so I can beat him. You get what I mean? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. I get you. Okay kid, we'll get you stronger, he said as Naruto nodded. To do this, I'm going to be serious with your training. I'm going to train you to both relearn and master the basics, and get you to gain some control over the Ninetales chakra, he said as Naruto blinked. Gain control, is that possible? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. It's happened before. Some containers have been able to harness and utilize their tailed beast's chakra over the years. You will be no different, so to do that, I'm also going to teach you a special technique that should help, Jiraiya explained as Naruto got bright-eyed. A special technique? Awesome. What is it? Naruto got excited as the man smirked and bit his thumb before going through a series of hand signs. Summoning jutsu! He yelled as a seal appeared on the ground and a large puff of smoke exploded out before Jiraiya stood on top of a large toad. Whoa! Naruto shouted in surprise. Summoning jutsu is a technique that can only be used if you have a contract with a certain life form. For example, your father and I both signed the toad summoning contract, which allowed us to summon toads into battle. Jiraiya explained as Naruto stared with awe. So cool. What does it do? Naruto asked with excitement. Well, that's the thing, summons can range from a variety of skills, from tracking to combat. My former teammates used theirs for reconnaissance and healing. This guy's job, however, is contract holder, he said as the toad stretched out its tongue to the young Uzumaki. To summon these guys, you need to sign your name in blood on this scroll. That way you enter a contract with these guys to summon one. I want you to sign this, so that I have a way to reach you in case of an emergency. Reach me? How? Naruto asked in confusion as Jiraiya held up 2 fingers. The summoning contract works both ways. We can summon them, but they can also summon us in return. However, they exist in a place called Mount Myaboku, so you'd be brought there instead. But that part is more advanced for your level of training. This way, however, I can get the toads to summon you there in case of an emergency. Got it? He asked as Naruto scrunched his face up a little. Kind of, he admitted as Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. Just sign the contract, and then we can get started on summoning, he told him as Naruto nodded and unfurled the scroll. His eyes wandered over some of the older names written in dried-out blood before they paused on the last name written. Minato Namikaze, his father. Naruto stared at the name as his hand brushed up against the stained blood, and he imagined his father's hand being placed upon it. Jiraiya noticed this as he gave a small melancholy smile. Your father was my best student. He was almost like the son I never had. I know that if he was here today, he'd be proud, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded, fighting back the tear that was about to fall from his eyes. It used to hurt not knowing, but now, knowing who they are now, Naruto admitted. At least now I know that they loved me, Naruto said with a sad smile as Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Kid, they loved you before you were even born. Never forget that, he said as Naruto nodded and bit his thumb and smeared his fingertips. He then signed his name in blood, right next to his father's, and placed his fingertips on the paper, completing the contract and becoming a part of the Toad Summoning Pact. Okay, so for now let's work on summoning. We're going to do this to see what you can summon with normal chakra. Then we focus on relearning the basics. By the end of the month, I plan to have at least know 2 offensive jutsu, 1 defensive, and hopefully learned how to summon a proper toad into battle. I'm also going to have you work on some taijutsu practice. At this point, it's too late to get you to learn a whole taijutsu art form before the match, but it will look better to the judges if you don't just charge your enemy. Your strategy skills will be another thing to work on. From what the old man told me, you tend to just charge in. although he has noted that you tend to come up with unique methods on the fly, so we'll work on that. On top of all of that, we're going to work on you tapping into the Ninetales chakra. You got all that? Jiraiya asked as the top of Naruto's head was steaming. He said with some level of certainty. Seems like a lot though. Well, your father did more than that before he became Hokage, so you have to be prepared to work hard, he said as Naruto nodded. I know. There is no easy path to becoming Hokage. He then bit his thumb, copied the hand signs and slammed his palm to the ground while shouting, "Summoning Jutsu!" A large poof of smoke appeared, only to reveal a small tadpole. Jiraiya and Naruto both stared at the small flopping tadpole as both their eyes twitched, before the tadpole returned to its home. This is going to take a lot more work than I thought, Jiraiya admitted as Naruto hung his head in shame. But at least now we know where you are. At the beginning. All things have one, so does training. Jiraiya tried to encourage the young man as Naruto looked up a little with some hope. Although your father did manage to summon a regular toad on his first try, he admitted as Naruto slumped again. But hey, this is not bad for your first attempt, and your father was a prodigy back then. Heck, the first time I'll admit I only managed to summon a tadpole myself and look at me now, he said with open arms. A homeless pervert? Naruto quipped back as Jiraiya fell over. A sage, and a successful author, he yelled as Naruto chuckled a little, soon followed by Jiraiya. Well, it's getting late. We'll call it quits for today and pick it up again tomorrow, he said as he noticed the sun was going down. Come on. Let's get something to eat, my treat. Yeah, I could go for some ramen right about now. Naruto perked up at the thought of his favorite food. Ha! Figures, if you're anything like your mother, you'll have a huge appetite for the stuff, he said as Naruto's huge grin slowly morphed into a sad smile. Hey, he asked as Jiraiya looked back at him. Can you tell me more about them? He asked as Jiraiya started before nodding. Sure, kid. Let me tell you about the day they chose the name for you, he said as he led the child away. I was working on this novel and I wanted to show your father. I got the idea from some ramen, and His voice trailed off as they walked back to Konoha. Naruto listened intently as he heard more about his parents, what they were like and what they wanted for him. It was the first time in a long time that he paid attention to something, and he never interrupted once. How could he? He was learning more about his parents in one day than he had in his entire life. No way he was going to miss any of it. Later that night, Gaara of the Sand looked up to the moon as he once again had to suffer the effects of being an insomniac. A curse that his father had inflicted upon him ever since he sealed the one-tailed beast inside of him. Because of how the seal was designed, if he fell asleep, the one-tailed beast would take control and he would rampage across the village. The only thing that seemed to relax him was staring at the moon. But then, of course, he gets more anxious when the moon gets full. Suddenly, he heard someone approach him as he looked down from his perch to see one of the sound ninjas from Otogekure, Dosu, steadily approach him. Ah, a shame, do you ever sleep? He asked the red-haired teen, who just glared at him. I was hoping to catch you off guard in your sleep so that I can face Sasuke in the finals. I have my orders after all, he said as he rolled up his sleeve and revealed his sound gauntlets. I know all about your sand attacks. Do you wonder which is faster, my sound or your sand? He asked as he prepared to attack. Gaara just sighed in annoyance as sand began to form around him. You're annoying. The sand took on a more monstrous form as it eclipsed the sound ninja. And he gets more bloodthirsty when the moon is full. Dosu's eyes widened as the sand took on a monstrous form and he felt fear resonate in his soul. What the hell are you? Was all he got to say before the sand destroyed him. All that was left of him was a mangled-up corpse. From the distance, Kabuto and Baki watched, as they watched the whole battle from start to finish. Kabuto smirked behind his glasses as he observed the one-tailed Jinchuriki. So, that's his true identity. Impressive, even if it's only the one-tails. Kabuto observed as Baki raised a brow on the only exposed portion of his face. Are you sure this was okay? He was a sound ninja. After all, your ally. Baki was a little concerned about Kabuto's lack of empathy towards his fellow sound ninja. It's fine, he had outlived his purpose, and had no real chance against Sasuke even if he somehow managed to beat Gaara, Kabuto said as Baki narrowed his gaze. But I thought his purpose was to test Sasuke's abilities? Baki asked as Hayate hid from the pair from around the corner. After the incident at the hospital with the Umbu guards assigned to watch over Sasuke Uchiha, Hayate visited his lover Yugao to make sure she was alright. After that and the promise they made under the moon, he was then assigned to investigate the identity of Kabuto Yakushi, the man identified as the assailant by Kakashi Hatake. He managed to track him down to this location, where he seemed to be meeting up with a jonin from the sand village, Baki. He narrowed his gaze as he hid from the pair. Oh, well, there's no need for that anymore. I had the task of abducting Sasuke-kun, but I failed, Kabuto admitted as Baki raised a brow. Yep, and now they know I'm a spy for the sound, Kabuto seemed to proudly admit as Baki stared at the man. That's not good news. If they found out you're a spy and find out about this meeting, our plan to crush the leaf will be effectively over before it can begin. I thought you were supposed to be Orochimaru's right-hand man. Yet you got discovered and still chose to meet up with me. Seems sloppy if you ask me, Baki said as Kabuto smiled before his eyes narrowed into a glare. I let them find out about me. I wanted to see how they would react to this information and see how they would respond. After this, taking Sasuke won't be a problem at all, Kabuto informed Baki, grumbling in annoyance. If it looks like you will fail, then the sand will withdraw. You were the ones who came to us, remember? The sand will only act behind the scenes. That is the will of the Kazekage, Baki informed Kabuto and nodded while Hayate felt distressed. Not good. And why are the sand and the sound allies? Are you planning an attack? But why? The sand have been our allies for years. How can this be? Hayate asked himself as he continued to listen. Kabut then handed a scroll to Baki, who nodded. Here are our plans. My lord recommended that our allies be informed, so please do so. Once we make our move, there will be no going back, Kabuto said as Baki nodded. This is bad. I need to inform Lord Hokage. If the sand and sound have allied themselves for an invasion, I need to warn them, Hayate concluded as he prepared to leave. Also, Kabuto suddenly said, much to Hayate's shock. I think it's about time we clean up the little spy that's been watching us. I'll test what kind they have moving around, Kabuto said as Baki shook his head. No, I'll deal with him. As partners, the sand needs to contribute to the plan. After all. He then turned directly towards Hayate as the sick jonin's eyes widened. It's just one rat. Hayate bolted from there as fast as he could, as he tried to make it back to the Hokage's manor or to a more populated area to warn his fellow ninja. But he was unable to get away as Baki managed to corner him on a deserted rooftop. The two had spared quickly with kunai knives clashing against each other, only for Baki to spit sand into his eye. Hayate managed to avoid any hit as they landed on a desolate roof. Hayate gripped his blade in its sheath, but not drawing the blade as he and Baki stood at opposite ends of each other. My Mr. Examiner, what are you doing out here so late at night? It's not very polite to spy on others, you know, Baki mocked as Hayate slowly drew his blade. Cough, cough. This is not good. Looks like I have no choice but to fight, Hayate thought to himself as he prepared his technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hayate managed to summon 2 clones as they sped towards the Sand Jonin. Baki managed to take out the other 2 when Hayate brought his blade down. Leaf style. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Hayate's blade struck the man in the shoulder, but the strike was too shallow as the blade was stuck in the Sand Ninja's flak jacket. I see. So this is the Leaf's dance of the Crescent Moon technique? Baki said, even though a blade was lodged into his shoulder as Hayate's eyes widened. It won't move, Hayate thought before Baki held his blade with his spare hand. To master a technique at such a young age is impressive, Baki congratulated Hayate as he tried to pull his sword free. Baki held up his hand as the wind began to gather around his index and middle finger. But while a steel blade can be stopped, the wind sped around his fingers as Baki stared into Hayate's eyes. Nothing can stop a blade of wind. Hayate didn't even have the time to react as blades of wind sliced into his body, and the last thoughts that went through his mind were his village, his fellow ninja and his lover Yugao, and how he loathed the fact that he had failed them. Next day, waterfall. Naruto and Jiraiya met up early in the morning as Jiraiya had with him a stack of books, some training equipment and a small set of weights. What's all this for, pervy sage? Naruto asked as Jiraiya groaned. I wish you wouldn't call me that, Jiraiya complained as Naruto stuck out his tongue. Well, don't be a perv, even my mum knew you were one. Said so in her journal, Naruto said as Jiraiya sighed. Either way, seeing as I want to make up the time we lost and get you ready for the exam, we're taking your training back a bit, focusing on gaining more control over your chakra, and maybe drill some strategy into that hollow skull you call a head, Jiraiya said as Naruto gained a small tick on his head. Hey, my head is not hollow. I made it to the semi-finals, didn't I? Naruto boasted as Jiraiya shook his head. Barely. From what I managed to gather, you barely scraped a pass. You didn't understand the point of the written exam was to cheat and use any skill you had for collecting information. You and that Sasuke boy got beat up in the forest by one examinee. Though granted it was Orochimaru, but best he doesn't know about that, and you won against the Inuzuka by farting in his face. Face it, brat, you lucked out. By all accounts you should have lost or failed after the first part of the exam. He told the young boy as Naruto grumbled and hung his head. But it's not the end of the world, and the finals are where you can turn it around. You just need to show them that you are or are capable of being a Chūnin. And that involves showing strategy, skill, and combat ability. Whereas the first two parts of the exam focused on reconnaissance and survival, the final section will be the deciding factor. So we need to take this time to improve upon your weakness and polish up your strengths, Jiraiya said, going into full mentor mode. Heh, I haven't done this since Minato was my pupil. Though to be honest, that kid was so talented he outshined even me in the end. He thought to himself as Naruto picked up one of the books on strategy and already felt his brain was about to burst. Ah man, do I have to do this? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. If you want to get promoted, yes. Otherwise, if you don't, you might find yourself having to do it again down the line. You wouldn't want that, would you? He asked as Naruto could only imagine not getting promoted because of his lack of studying. Ever since he was young, he hated studying. All those books and long paragraphs and lectures bored him to death. Granted, he didn't have anyone around to teach him properly until Irika, but he still never found the idea not all that appealing. But then he thought about everything his parents had to go through to become shinobi of the hidden leaf, and he remembered the words he told Konohamaru. There were no shortcuts to becoming Hokage, so whether he liked it or not, he had to study. Okay, pervy sage, let's do this. That's the spirit. And don't call me pervy sage. Call me sensei. Okay, pervy sensei. That's a bet. Why, you little brat. Chapter 3, The Clone Trick. It had been one day into Naruto's training, and he still had yet to fully summon a proper toad. Even though the seal Orochimaru had placed on top of Minato's was gone, the boy's chakra control was still subpar. The jutsu required a large amount of chakra to effectively summon a toad into battle, and yet so far. Summoning jutsu, Naruto yelled as he slammed his palm to the ground. The summoning seal and a large poof of smoke appeared, only instead of a toad. Still a tadpole, Naruto lamented as he and Jiraiya looked down at the small tadpole flopping around on the ground. You'd think little guys like these shouldn't be able to be summoned, right? He asked as Jiraiya shrugged. A true summoner can effectively call the desired summon they need, but that requires focused and precise chakra control. Until you gain proper control of your chakra, your summon is going to continue to be random, Jiraiya said as the tadpole poofed back to Mount Myaboku. But don't take it too harshly. As the old saying goes, Konoha wasn't built in a day, so we just need to keep practicing. Besides, there's more to work on than just your chakra control, Jiraiya said as he gestured for Naruto to sit down and held up one finger. First off, your tactics. Strategy is an important part of any battle. By planning and knowing your opponent's next move, you can effectively control the battlefield. The Chūnin exams are more of a simulation of what it's like to be a Chūnin. How your decisions will affect how real-life missions will play out. Luckily, because it's only an exam, you've seen how your opponents can fight. In a normal battle, you wouldn't be so lucky. While the old man has told me of your unique ability to come up with effective plans on the fly, It would be more impressive to the judges if you showed that kind of thinking during the finals. Jiraiya told him as Naruto shot up a little. Hey, I've been reading all those books you gave me. It's not my fault it's all so long and boring. He shouted as Jiraiya sighed and held up a second finger. Second is your chakra control. Despite your large reserves, your chakra control is pretty bad, kid. Not entirely your fault. Lack of guidance and patience can be attributed to me and the academy, he said with a hint of shame in his voice. But it's also due to your large chakra reserves. The advantage of such larger reserves is that you can use a higher class of jutsu. It's why the normal clone technique doesn't work for you, because you keep overloading the jutsu. But the downside is that having larger reserves means a greater need for control, he emphasized as Naruto nodded. Third is your jutsus. I know you only have the basics, something I need to talk to the old man about, but at your age, genin should know at least some other jutsus. However, some of them are clan members, so they are more likely to learn from their clans. I can try and teach you other jutsu, but given the time we have left, the jutsu wouldn't be all powerful. And I doubt I can teach you how to change your chakra nature in time to increase their effectiveness. Jiraiya lamented as Naruto raised a brow. Change my chakra nature? He asked as Jiraiya sighed. Let me guess, you don't know about chakra nature, do you? He asked as Naruto nodded and Jiraiya rubbed a palm over his face. Oh boy, I've got a lot to work with, he said as he shook his head. Okay, so you know that chakra is what powers jutsu, yes? He asked as Naruto nodded. Okay, good. Well, there are 5 basic elements that chakra can be molded into. Earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning. Well, people are born with either one or two of these elements. Until it's tested, you won't know what jutsu you'd be more capable of doing. Say you were born with fire chakra, you would be more capable of changing your chakra into fire, thus making you able to perform fire-style jutsu easier than, say, water-style. But that's not to say you can't learn to use other jutsus, so long as you know the hand signs. It's just more preferred to know how to change your element into that particular nature, and it takes more training. But, as you are right now, I can't teach you any such elemental jutsu until you have a firmer grasp on her basics, he instructed as Naruto looked confused. But Sasuke can use fireball jutsus? Why can't I? He asked as he remembered Sasuke using fireball jutsu while Jiraiya sighed. He more than likely knows the hand signs and practiced that jutsu a lot when he was back in the academy. Plus, given he's an Uchiha, he would have been born with fire elemental chakra, the most common type of chakra nature in the land of fire. So it was easier for him. If I taught you such a jutsu, you'd burn through unnecessary amounts of chakra, he said as Naruto grumbled. Of course, it is for Sasuke, he grumbled as Jiraiya waved his hand. Relax, brat. I can still teach you a few non-element-based jutsus, like ones that involve your shadow clones, which appears to be your specialty, he said as Naruto got excited as Jiraiya raised his 4th finger. And finally is your temperament, he began before Naruto tilted his head. My temper what? Naruto asked with a confused look on his face, as Jiraiya sighed. Your temperament, your anger. From what I've gathered, you tend to fly off the handle sometimes and charge into a fight without thinking ahead. And seeing how you're revered up to fight this Niji, you're not going to be thinking straight, he stated plainly as Naruto stood up. But I have to beat him. He said all those horrible things to Hinata. I can't just let that go, Naruto argued as Jiraiya nodded. And I'm not. I think what you're doing for her is honorable, and kind of cute actually, Jiraiya said as Naruto looked confused. A young man declaring that he shall battle the one that harmed a beautiful maiden. That's top-grade reading material right there, he said as Naruto felt blood pressure form in his head. Shut it, pervy sage, he growled between his teeth before Jiraiya looked seriously at him. But what I'm trying to get at is that you can't rush into this battle head-on. A good strategy and a cool head are better to have to go into a battle than one clouded by anger and resentment. Your father knew how to keep himself calm and collected at all times, and it's what made him one of the most feared shinobi in the lands, he said as Naruto stopped and looked towards the Hokage monument in the far distance as if he could just make out his father's head. My dad, huh? So strange to hear that, he said as he sat down while folding his arms and sighing. I guess you've got a point, pervy sensei, he said as Jiraiya nodded. but felt his eyelid twitch at the pervy sensei comment. I'll ignore that. But anyway, don't fret. If I have this planned out right, I believe you can beat Niji in the finals and prove to him that fate is not as set in stone as he thinks it is. Jiraiya said, while mentally chuckling at the fact Naruto was supposedly the child of prophecy from the Toad's predictions. Okay. So what should I do? He asked as Jiraiya hummed to himself. Well, the first thing you need to know is your opponent. What can you tell me about the Hyuga? He asked as Naruto started, then scrunched his face in concentration. Well, they're a clan with, the Baikaken, Naruto said, messing up the name. Byakugan, Jiraiya corrected as Naruto nodded. Right? And they, can see chakra, I think? He tried to remember Kurenai's, or was it Shino's explanation during Hinata's match against Niji. Correct, the Hyuga clan can see chakra using their Byakugan, a jujutsu that is similar to the Sharingan, but grants them a near 360 degrees field of view and X-ray vision. But not only that, but they can also see the chakra coils within your body and have a unique fighting style that allows them to target the tenketsu in the body. And before you ask, he stopped Naruto from asking. Tenketsu are the chakra points located around the body where chakra can be released, such as your hands and feet. By targeting it with their gentle fist style, they can effectively render a person incapable of using their chakra until the tenketsu are unsealed by a medic. It's what made them one of the best close-range combatants of the Hidden Leaf, he said as Naruto stared. Really? That explains what happened to Hinata. Man, how am I supposed to go up against that? I call Kekkei Genkai's hacks, he shouted as Jiraiya chuckled. Relax, kid. The Hyuga clan may be tough, but they ain't invincible. No one is. You just need to think carefully about how to overcome Niji. He advised as Naruto titled his head. I don't suppose you'd tell me how to beat him? He asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Nope, no can do, he said as Naruto flinched back. Huh? But why not? Aren't you supposed to train me? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. I am, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give you the answers straight up. The point of the exam is for you to prove your potential as a Chūnin. I can help you train and make you stronger, but I can't tell you how to win all your battles. That will be up to you, he said as Naruto stared at him. That sounded really wise, Naruto said as Jiraiya smirked. Of course it was. I am after all the great and gallant Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku. My wisdom knows no bounds, so sorry kid. But you're going to have to figure it out on your own, he said as Naruto stared before he performed a simple hand sign. Sexy jutsu. Naruto placed his hands together and transformed into a sexy female version of himself. Jiraiya instantly had a nosebleed and nearly rocketed off from the blood loss. Gallant, huh? More like perverted if you ask me, Naruto said as he transformed back, while Jiraiya made his way back to Naruto. Interesting jutsu kid, though I doubt it will work on this Niji, he told Naruto, as marveled at the perverted ninjutsu, before a dark thought came over him. Wait. If Kushina was alive right now and she saw jutsu, he didn't need to finish that sentence. Anyway, let's go back to your training. We've only got 28 days until the finals. Not a lot of time, but we can't worry about that. Now, let's focus on some of the chakra control exercises. He flicked a small leaf onto Naruto's forehead as he craned his eyes up to the leaf. This is… I see you recognize it. It's the leaf concentration technique. You must have learned about this at the academy, correct? He asked as Naruto started chuckling nervously. Yeah, the thing is, I didn't pay attention when Iruka-sensei tried to teach it to me, he admitted as Jiraiya sighed. You are not making this easy, kid, he said while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Okay, basically you have to focus your chakra on that leaf, making it stick to your forehead. It's a way to help you focus your chakra more, as well as to help you focus your mind, which as I've seen in the past few days is pretty much scattered, he said as Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH, I ain't scattered-brained, you pervy sage, he yelled. I told you to stop calling me that. But he stopped himself as he held up his hands and breathed in a calming breath. Look, we don't have a lot of time. We need to get you more focused, get better control of your chakra, and maybe even tap into the Nine Tails power. It's the only way you'll move up the ranks," he said as Naruto sighed and looked down at his stomach. The Nine Tails. He held a hand over the seal, as he thought about the monster that had effectively forced isolation and loneliness on his life. "Do you think I can learn to control its chakra?" "To be honest, I'm not sure," Jiraiya admitted as Naruto hung his head. "But your father must have believed you would." Naruto looked back up as Jiraiya was scratching his cheek. "Otherwise he wouldn't have sealed it in you. The thing about your father, he always had a reason behind everything he did. Planned things and saw what needed to be done. He was a man ahead of his time, and for some reason he entrusted the future of the village to you, his son. Speaks a lot about his faith in you," he told Naruto as the young boy smiled softly, feeling a sense of warmth in his chest. "Thanks, pervy sage," he said as Jiraiya just sighed. It seemed his mother's biological traits were too hard to crack. But he was glad to see the boy being a little happier knowing just how much he meant to his parents. "Alright, now for the next few hours, focus on the leaf concentration technique. After that we'll spend some time working on your taijutsu, then on summoning and finally tapping into the Nine Tails chakra," Jiraiya instructed as Naruto nodded. "Okay. Wait, then what are you going to do?" he asked as the white-haired man grinned. "I'm going to go and do some important research," he said with a perverted grin slowly forming on his face. "See you in a few hours, my boy," he yelled as he dashed off to the hot springs Naruto sighed. "Typical," Naruto sighed as he placed the leaf on his forehead and began to concentrate. He imagined his chakra flowing towards the leaf, similar to how he used his chakra to make his feet stick to the surface of the tree. He sat there amongst the quiet sound of nature, the gentle rushing of the stream and the cool breeze of the spring air silently blowing past him. He remained focused on this task, trying to keep himself focused, which was hard considering his scattered brain and the small noises that kept bugging him, like the birds, the occasional fish that jumped out of the water, to even the tiny critters climbing up the trees. He kept this up for an hour until... "Damn it!" Naruto suddenly yelled. "This is so boring," he yelled, throwing his hands in the air. "Why does this have to be so boring?" he complained as he sighed. "I should be learning a new jutsu or something if I want to be Niji. But here I am sitting on my but trying to make a leaf stick to my head," he said as he lay flat on his back. "I bet Kakashi is teaching Sasuke all sorts of cool ninjutsu," he bitterly thought as he could just imagine his teammate/rival learning all sorts of new things while he was stuck relearning the basics. "But," he suddenly said as he looked through the tree leaves to the light piercing through, "I think Mum and Dad had to do something like this when they were my age. I guess I really shouldn't complain." Growl. Suddenly his stomach began to rumble as he looked at his stomach. "Ah man, it must be lunchtime," he sat up. "I should go get something to eat. But I need to continue my training. Oh, I know." He crossed his fingers in the familiar hand sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he yelled as two clones appeared. "Okay, go to Ichiraka Ramen and get some takeout ramen," he ordered as the clone nodded. "You got it, boss," the clone said as he turned to walk away. "And don't you dare eat it," he yelled as the Naruto clone snapped at him. "What? Ah, come on. Why not?" "Because for one, I'm the one that's starving. 2, you're just a clone. I don't think you guys can eat, so it would be wasted on you." "Oh yeah, you got a point," the clone said before he grumpily jumped away, leaving behind the original and the second clone. "So, what do I do?" the second clone asked as Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, I kind of need some company, and who better than myself? That sounds kind of sad, doesn't it?" "Yeah." Konoha Village. Sakura was absent-mindedly walking around the village. She had just gone to see Sasuke in the hospital but was told that no visitors were allowed. After she left, she began thinking about her progress during the Chūnin exam. Sure, she had better chakra control compared to Naruto and Sasuke, but that was only due to how limited her chakra was. She was smarter than Naruto, yet he had progressed to the finals while she had ended up in a tie with Ino. And Sasuke, the boy she loved, was acting much colder to her ever since he got bit by that weird guy in the forest. She was the smartest of the team, yet she was being left behind by them. What is happening to me? When did I get so weak? She asked herself as she walked through the village. Naruto and Sasuke made it to the finals, but if this keeps up, I'm going to seriously fall behind. I used to mock Naruto for being dead last, but recently he's gotten so much stronger. And Sasuke. She remembered back to the Forest of Death when the curse mark overtook Sasuke and he brutally beat up that sound ninja. Sasuke's been acting colder, especially after what happened in the forest. I'm worried about what will happen to him. She sighed to herself as she looked up to the sky. Maybe I need to work on myself? I've been so focused on Sasuke that I've let myself go as a ninja. And Naruto has gotten so much further than me. It seems almost impossible to believe. She remembered all the time Naruto would be arrogant or stubborn, seeing him as a little kid compared to Sasuke. But she also remembered the times he stood up and showed his guts and determination. It was something she found inspiring. Maybe I've been a bit too hard on Naruto. He's not the same kid we knew from the academy. But I am not going on one of his dates. My heart still belongs to Sasuke, she declared as she continued her way home. It was then she spotted the familiar orange jumpsuit of her teammate as he happily hummed to himself. Ramen, I'm going to get some ramen, he hummed as Sakura sighed. Of course, she said as she decided not to bother him when he suddenly spotted her. Oh, Sakura-chan! He yelled as Sakura cringed a little at how loud he was yelling her name, but she just smiled and waved back. Oh, hey Naruto, how are you? She asked as the boy skipped towards her. Shouldn't you be off training with Kakashi-sensei? She asked as Naruto scoffed. Nah, Kakashi says he's going to train Sasuke, so I have to train with someone else. The only problem is the guy is a total pervert, he complained slightly as Sakura nodded. I see, so then why aren't you training right now? You know the finals are only 28 days from now. Don't tell me you're slacking off, she accused angrily as Naruto shook his head. Of course not. I'm training super hard to get my chakra control better. I just need to grab some food and get back to training, he said as he clenched his fist. I need to make that Neji guy pay for what he did to Hinata, he said with the same determination he had when he made the promise. Sakura blinked as she hid a smile. Of course, she, like everyone else in their grade, knew of the huge crush that the Hyuga princess had on the resident dead last of the academy. But they didn't care as practically every girl was after the much more attractive and talented Sasuke. Sakura and Ino's words. So they didn't mind, nor care as they couldn't understand what the shy girl saw in the blonde idiot. Although after the wave mission, she could kind of see what she saw, his determination, his loyalty and his willingness to keep going despite the odds stacked against him. But still, Naruto's no Sasuke. Oh well, the least I can do is give her a little help, she thought to herself. Speaking of, how is Hinata? Have you gone to see her? She asked as Naruto blinked. No. I've kind of been caught up with training that I haven't had the time for. Why, do you think I should? He asked as Sakura felt a blood vessel appear on her head. Of course, you idiot. You made a promise to avenge her for her honor. And a maiden's honor is not something you should mess with. The least you can do is make sure she knows about it. You idiot. She then smashed her fist straight into Naruto's face as the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Ha! Sakura blinked as she stared at the spot Naruto was. Wait, that was a clone? Then, where's the real Naruto? Waterfall that moment. Naruto suddenly flinched as a rush of information went straight to his head, and he remembered Sakura's fist slamming into his face. Gah! Naruto and his clone yelled. What the heck? Why did Sakura just hit me like that? It's not like I didn't want to visit her, he yelled. Yeah, tell me about it. Why does she always have to be so mean about it? His clone responded as Naruto nodded, before he and the clone paused and blinked in confusion. Wait, how did we know that? He asked as he turned to the clone. How did we know Sakura just hit us? We were here the whole time while Sakura's in the village. But how did? Naruto questioned himself as he tried to figure out what just happened. Did we just get the memories of the clone? Clone Naruto asked as Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. The scroll didn't say anything about that. Naruto said before the clone looked concerned. Well, we did kind of skim some parts, he admitted as Naruto sighed. Yeah, you're probably right. We should ask someone to find out what it means, Naruto suggested. Should we ask Pervy Sage when he gets back? The clone asked as Naruto shook his head. He's gone of perving and we have no idea when he'll be back. And we both know I can't concentrate if I got this on my mind. Kakashi-sensei? The clone suggested before Naruto scoffed. He's off training Sasuke somewhere, and I doubt he'd tell us about it. You know, I think he doesn't believe we'll make it past Niji. But we'll show him, Naruto said with determination. How about the old man? The clone suggested the third Hokage. He might know what's going on, it was in the Forbidden Scroll after all. Maybe, but I think we shouldn't bother him as much. I'm still a little peeved that he kept secrets from us. Not to mention he'd be busy preparing for the exam. Plus, I don't think the secretary likes us barging in all the time, Naruto said. How about that closet pervert, Ebisu? The clone asked as Naruto and the clone both shook their heads. Nah, they both said as somewhere in the village, after being told by the Hokage that Jiraiya would handle Naruto's training. Ebisu felt a sudden jab at his pride. So, who else could we ask? Naruto asked as he and the clone tried to put their heads together for someone they could ask about the shadow clone technique. Bonk, 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 ding. Iruka-sensei. They both shouted as Naruto stood up. He's a teacher at the academy and was the one that let me pass. He must know more about the shadow clone. He wagered as his clone nodded before dispelling. All right, let's go find Iruka-sensei, he shouted as he dashed from the training grounds. Ichiraku ramen. Iruka Umino sighed a breath of relief as he savored the smell coming from his ramen. It had been a long day, paperwork, grades, and the occasional disruptive student. None, however, were on the same level as Naruto. He thanked the sage for that. One of his students, Konohamaru Sarutobi, had taken a shine to Naruto's determination to become Hokage. Admirable, but he had unfortunately also taken to mastering Naruto's perverted ninjutsu. One of the many prankster-level jutsus Naruto had created during his academy days. Speaking of Naruto, some days it was hard for anyone to believe that Iruka would be so calm and kind to Naruto. Nearly everyone in the village saw him as the demon fox and blamed him for the deaths of their loved ones, including Iruka's parents. But Iruka had long ago seen the truth, that Naruto was just like him. A child orphaned by the Nine Tails and left without loving parents. He sympathized with him and wanted to be there for him when no one else would. He still remembered hearing how his team's initial C-rank mission had escalated to an A-rank mission, and he worried about the young genin. Sure, he proved he had changed after the mission and was proud to hear that he made it to the finals of the Chūnin exams. But he was still worried about him. Naruto was like a little brother to him, or maybe something more like a son, but he didn't fully know yet. Right now, he was proud of all his former students that had made it to the final round and just hoped they would continue on their path to becoming excellent shinobi. Long day, Iruka? Tucci asked as he and his daughter worked on making the next batch of ramen. Normally you would only come here with Naruto, or if you've had long work hours. Must be because of the Chūnin exams, right? He asked as Iruka nodded. Sort of. I'm both worried and proud of my former students. From what I've heard, Shikamaru, Shino, Sasuke, and Naruto made it to the finals. I'm not surprised about the first three, but hearing that Naruto made it so far makes me feel proud of him even more, Iruka said as Tucci blinked. Naruto made it to the finals? Well, the kid has a knack for surprising people. Huh. Tucci chuckled as Iruka chuckled as well. Yes, I admit I was surprised when Naruto made it past the second stage of the exams. But at this point, I should learn to expect the unexpected from the number one hyperactive ninja of the Hidden Leaf. He looked at the broth as he recalled a lone Naruto, sitting on the swing as everyone avoided him. He certainly has grown up, more than I could have ever imagined. He took his chopsticks and started to dig in. Iruka-sensei. Iruka jostled and choked somewhat on his ramen, as Naruto burst into the stand. Iruka-sensei, I need to talk too. Oh cool, ramen. Hey old man Tucci, can I get a big bowl of miso pork? Naruto shouted as he suddenly got distracted and ordered ramen. Of course, he hasn't grown up that much, Irika said as Tucci chuckled. Right, one miso pork? Coming up, Tucci said as he and Ayami got to work. Naruto grinned as he sat down on the stool. Hee hee, this is going to be so good. Naruto chuckled as he could just taste the ramen already. The bowl was set before him, the owners of the stand having long since known Naruto's patterns and prepared in record time. Naruto grinned as he broke apart the chopsticks and chowed down. Naruto, didn't you have something to ask me? Irika asked as Naruto stopped halfway through his noodles to stare at his sensei before his noodle brain finished cooking. That's right, Irika-sensei. I need your help. I gathered that much. What about Naruto? It's about my shadow clones. Your shadow clones? He asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah. See, while I was doing the leaf concentration training you taught me, I sent one of my clones here to get some ramen while I trained. But obviously, he never made it. He bumped into Sakura and she decked him in the face because I haven't seen Hinata in the hospital, Naruto explained. Hinata? Why would you need to visit her in the hospital? He asked as Naruto scratched his cheek. See, she lost during her fight against her cousin badly, and he said a bunch of mean things to her, saying she was weak and pathetic, and I didn't like that. So I kind of made a promise I'd prove him wrong, Naruto said as Irika nodded. Interesting, I remember Niji from the academy. He was a top student and the rookie of the year like Sasuke was. Irika recalled as Naruto scoffed. Of course he was. Naruto thought bitterly before he shook his head. Anyway, Sakura got mad at me and punched me in the face. But the strange thing is I was at the training ground while Sakura and the clone were in the village. So, how the heck did I get those memories? You must know something about that, right? Naruto asked as Irika blinked. Of course I do. The shadow clone is a jutsu only Jonin and few Chūnin could perform. But they aren't fully designed for combat. They were created for reconnaissance. Didn't you read that part in the Forbidden Scroll? Irika asked as Naruto looked away sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. Yeah. See, the thing is, Irika-sensei, I kind of skipped some parts, He chuckled nervously as Irika sighed. Of course you did. Alright, I guess I might as well give a brief recap. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, during the early years of Konoha. Irika explained. The second Hokage? You mean the stone face that's always scowling all the time? Naruto asked as he leaned out and pointed at the second Hokage's stone face. Irika sighed as he shook his head at his less tactful word choice. Yes, Naruto, him. From what I recall, the shadow clone works by creating solid copies of the user, splitting their chakra evenly amongst the clones. Normally, a Jonin can only make about 2 to 3 clones because of the rapid depletion of chakra it demands. Not to mention the more clones the user makes, the less chakra they have in their reserves. But I've made hundreds of clones. I've never felt my chakra reserves get low, Naruto said as Irika nodded. Well, in your case, Naruto, you have larger than average chakra reserves, so you seem to be able to bypass that effect. Although it may also have something to do with, he trailed off as Naruto picked up the hint. The Nine Tails chakra. Anyway, back to the history lesson. The second Hokage created the technique to act as recon, to scout the enemy position or use as decoys and relay the information back to the user without risk of injury to the user. Think of it as a memory transfer from one clone to the original. I'm surprised you didn't notice already? He asked as Naruto thought to himself. Not really. Every time I've used my clones was during fights. I guess I didn't notice because they were all in the same place. Naruto guessed as he titled his head. But wait, how does this whole memory transfer thing work? Well, I'm not certain, but I believe that whatever chakra remained in the clone that wasn't used gets sent back to the user. So that chakra carries with it the memories and experience of the clone and gives it back to the user. Irika guessed as Naruto pondered this. Memories and experience. He thought to himself. Hey Irika-sensei, what would happen if I train with my clones? He asked as Irika paused. Well now, I don't know, Irika admitted. Something like this hasn't been attempted before, mostly due to the drain the clones have on the user. But could it be possible? Irika took a moment to think about it. Huh? What are you thinking, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked Irika before turning to his former student. Well, this is just a theory, but you have larger than average chakra reserves and insane amounts of stamina. Now again, this is just a theory, but if you trained with a shadow clone, you'd get twice the experience you would have by yourself. That means you could achieve more than a month's training in only a week, Irika said as Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa, really? That sounds awesome. Naruto cheered before Irika held his hand. Hold it, Naruto. As I said, this is only a theory. Something like this has never been attempted before because no one else has had chakra reserves as large as you. Could work or it couldn't. You would have to test it or ask someone who knows more about the shadow clones than I do, Irika said as Naruto thought to himself. I see. I guess I'll have to ask Pervy Sage when he gets back, he said as Irika raised a brow. Pervy Sage? Oh, he's my new sensei at the moment. Kakashi-sensei is busy training Sasuke at the moment, so Pervy Sage is training me, Naruto said as Irika said. I mean, who is Pervy Sage? And what have I told you about addressing people? Irika scolded slightly as Naruto pouted. To treat them with respect. But the guy is a complete pervert. When I found him, he was peeking at the women's bathhouse. I can't believe that guy is supposed to be my JHM. Naruto luckily stopped himself from saying Godfather, but not the questioning gaze of Irika. He's your what? Irika asked as Naruto started chuckling nervously. My new sensei. Yeah, just my luck. Any teacher I get after you is some sort of pervert. Well, thanks for the meal. Naruto slammed a few Rio notes down as he bolted. Gotta get back to training. See you later, Irika-sensei, and thanks for the tip. Wait, Naruto. Irika called out, but he was long gone. That boy, I swear, he said as he sat back down to finish his ramen. He remembered back to the night he gave Naruto his headband and the smile that was on his face. That boy, who had been through so much, lived a life of loneliness and isolation for something he had no control over. But despite everything stacked against him, he still managed to persevere and was determined to become Hokage one day. Good luck, Naruto. I'm rooting for you, he said as he continued to believe in his student. Hours later, waterfall. Jiraiya returned with a happy, perverted smile on his face as he held in his hand his notes. That was a good research trip. I'm going to have so much material for my next book, he said to himself as he walked back to the waterfall. I guess I should go and check on Naruto if I had to guess. I'd say he's just about had it learning the leaf concentration technique and wants to try summoning again. He smiled softly as he remembered back to the time he trained Minato. That boy is nothing like his father, but he has the same drive as both his parents. I know he'll become something truly amazing someday. He looked up to the sky and wondered if he'd be around long enough to see it. Oh well, no time like the present. He walked back into the clearing and blinked in surprise. There was Naruto, sitting under the tree channeling chakra into his leaf, while around him were 20 other clones of himself as they all seemed to be practicing the same technique. But the strangest thing was that Jiraiya could sense a subtle difference in the boy's control. It had sharply improved since he left. Not to the point it was mastered, but it was noticeably better than when he left early that day. That's strange. How did he manage to improve his chakra control so well in such a short time? I wasn't gone that long, was I? He asked himself before he stepped closer to the boy. Naruto, what's going on here? He asked as Naruto opened his eyes and looked over at the man. Ah, Pervy Sage. Guess what? You're not going to believe what I discovered, Naruto yelled as he looked over to his clones. Okay guys, that's enough, he ordered as the clones nodded and all dispelled. Naruto stumbled slightly from the rush of information. Whoa, man. I've got to learn to stop to dispel them all at once. Whoa, you okay there, Naruto? What the heck is going on here? He asked. Naruto grinned. I just figured out a cool new trick, he said as Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. See, I found out the shadow clones I make give me all their knowledge once they're dispelled. Yes, I'm aware of how the shadow clone jutsu works, Jiraiya said as Naruto grinned. Well, I talked to Irika-sensei and he figured that if I train with my clones, I gain more experience. That means I can get this chakra control down lickety-split, he said as Jiraiya blinked. Really? I see, yes, that could work. The shadow clones share their experience and knowledge with the original once they dispel. And you can create roughly 100 clones, so if you train with 100 clones a day, you could gain years of experience in a short amount of time. Huh. Why didn't I think of this? Naruto grinned at this. Because I'm awesome, he said as Jiraiya shook his head. Not so fast, brat. Sure, this will help you gain better chakra control, and maybe even help you learn some jutsus before the finals, but this doesn't mean you'll get physically stronger, he said as Naruto raised a brow. HHH. What do you mean? I mean your physical body won't improve by the clone trick, only your mind will improve. The shadow clone can only pass on the knowledge of how to do things, but your physical body won't change. That will be up to you, putting in the manual hours, he explained as Naruto sighed. Ah man. And here I thought I was going to be able to do all sorts of taijutsu like bushy brows, Naruto complained as Jiraiya chuckled. Relax, kid, this is a good thing. It means now that training will go a lot smoother now. Heck, now you can catch up on all the stuff you missed out in record time, but that also means I'll have to monitor all of your clones. And then I'd be missing out on my important research. Such a shame. He wept as Naruto raised a brow. Why do I always get the weird ones as my teachers? Naruto asked himself while Jiraiya got his act under control. Okay, enough of that. Now comes the serious part. We'll set up a series of training methods. For the first part of your training, you will create 150 clones. Each clone will be separated into groups of 50. Each group will focus on certain aspects of your training for 1 full week before moving on to the next phase. Understand? Jiraiya questioned as Naruto nodded. Phase 1 will be on your chakra control and knowledge. Phase 2 will focus on transforming your chakra element. Phase 3 will focus on learning new ninjutsu, and Phase 4 will focus on utilizing them in combat situations. While all this is happening, you and I will practice taijutsu and summoning, as well as attempt to draw upon the Nine Tails' power. I will admit this plan will be hard and strenuous. Think you can handle it? He asked as Naruto grinned and held his fist to the man. Of course. I'm going to become Hokage after all. No way I'd be put off by some training, he yelled as Jiraiya smirked. All right then, let's get down to business, kid, he said as Naruto smirked and crossed his fingers. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Meanwhile, Kikyo Castle. A squad of Umbu stood over the corpse of Hayate as they stared at their fallen comrade. One amongst them did everything they can to hold in their anger and despair as she stared down at the man. She bent down and picked up his blade, as she stared at the man that trained her in the way of the sword, and to who she had given her heart. Hayate, how could this happen? She asked more herself than Hayate as she and the Umbu members stare at him. This is bad. We must inform Lord Hokage, the Umbu member said as they unfold a large scroll tarp and seal the corpse inside. Yugao, we must dash. I know. We must inform Lord Hokage. This situation is dire. She spoke with a cold and emotionless tone. But they knew she was suffering, but as shinobi, as members of the Umbu Black Ops, they could not let their emotions get the best of them. They jumped away from the scene as Yugao silently vowed to find the one responsible for this personal travesty and make them pay, no matter how long it would take. Chapter 4. Uzumaki Inheritance and Harsh Lesson. 1 week had passed since Naruto and Jiraiya had discovered that the shadow clones could increase the amount of skills Naruto could learn. Thanks to the clone trick, his chakra control was steadily but quickly growing daily. Thanks to it, he now could control his chakra flow much more smoothly than he could before and didn't waste unnecessary chakra. He was still a long way from becoming a master of chakra control, but it was a leap from where he was previously. While one set of clones worked on his chakra control, another group was busy reading and writing to catch up on all the missed-out lessons Naruto skipped out on when he was young. It was difficult at first, seeing as Naruto's attention span and lack of enthusiasm made it difficult for the clones to concentrate. But eventually, when the trick kicked in, and the clones continued to read and write over and over again, it slowly started to have its effect. Although applying that knowledge was another thing. Meanwhile, the real Naruto and Jiraiya were focused on teaching the boy a semblance of taijutsu. The boy tended to just charge in and throw his fist at anyone who stood in his path, which was ineffective most of the time when his opponents were vastly superior to him in taijutsu. He made up for it by using clones as a small army to overwhelm his opponent, but the problem still lay in when he ran out of clones and would have to face his opponent head-on. Not to mention the clones were just as uncoordinated as their original. So, Jiraiya decided to teach the boy how to use his clones properly by having him coordinate with them in fights, while also taking him through a few basics that he learned over his many years as a Toad Sage. Naruto charged at the sage as he swung his fists left and right, hoping to catch the old man off guard. But Jiraiya wasn't one of the legendary Sannin for nothing, as he easily avoided the boy's attacks as if they were nothing. "You're doing it again. I told you to go through the basic steps. You just look like a street thug with the way you fight," Jiraiya said as he ducked and dodged the boy's fist. "Yeah, well, I'm still getting the hang of it. Besides, you ain't seen nothing yet, pervy sage. Shadow clone jutsu." He summoned 2 shadow clones and they all charged at the man. Jiraiya ducked and weaved his way past the clones and the original as he threw them away like rag dolls. Naruto grew ever more furious as he charged and lunged at the man, who merely grabbed him by the back of his shirt and threw him into the river. Naruto barely managed to push chakra into his feet as he landed on the water's surface. "Impressive, at least your chakra control is getting better," Jiraiya commented as Naruto grinned. "This clone trick has helped me a lot." Naruto stood up. "With this trick, I feel like I can do just about anything," he said as Jiraiya narrowed his gaze in slight worry. "He's getting a little cocky," he thought to himself as Naruto charged at the man again, this time trying to use the taijutsu lesson against the sage. He swept his legs at the man who jumped over the attack, before dodging the 2 clones that had yet to be dispersed. He landed back on the ground as he blocked Naruto's overhead kick, and then shoved him into one of his clones and dispelled it. The other clone lunged from behind as he tried to grab the man in a headlock, only for the man to grab the clone and throw him into the original. "HH!" the clone yelled as he collided with the original and popped into a puff of smoke. "Ow!" Naruto groaned as he lay on the ground. "Okay, that's enough for now. Time for a break," Jiraiya called out as he walked over and helped Naruto up. "You're getting better, Naruto, but you've still got to work on that habit of rushing in. I've told you over and over again to think before you act," he said as Naruto pouted. "Easy for you to say, it's not as easy as you and Kakashi-sensei tell me. I'm just not a thinking ahead kind of guy," Naruto complained. "Of that, I have no doubt," he said before he handed a blue popsicle towards him. Naruto took the icy treat and then signaled his clones to disperse group by group. The information rushed to Naruto's head and he grunted slightly. "Still got to get used to that. Can't believe I never knew about this," Naruto lamented as he and Jiraiya sat under the shade of the tree. "It's part of the reason you need to learn to pay attention to things. If you had read the scroll property, you would have known about the clone's memory transfer," Jiraiya said as he and Naruto sat under the shade. Yeah. Hey, did you, Jiraiya looked at Naruto. "Did you ever do this kind of thing with my dad?" he asked with curiosity as the old sage smiled fondly. "I did. Your father was one of my best students. He had a talent for ninjutsu that was unrivaled by his classmates. I was assigned to him by the old man, but over time I began to see him like a son. Heck, he even taught me a few things." Jiraiya thought back fondly on his old student. "If you were assigned to him, did that mean you had a team like me? Did my dad have teammates?" Naruto asked as he nodded. "He did, but," he sighed sadly, "over time they fell one by one until only your father remained. I think that was part of the reason your father worked so hard. He wanted to bring an end to the senseless conflict that had plagued our world," he said as Naruto looked down. "Do you remember their names?" he asked as the old man nodded. "I do, but it's been so long now, I find it best to leave them in peace," he said as Naruto nodded. "What about my mother? Who was her sensei?" he asked as Jiraiya placed a hand on his chin. "Huh. I don't know. I was busy at the time training your father or doing important research," he said as Naruto narrowed his gaze. "You mean peeping?" "Important research," he stressed as he sighed. "Other than that, I think your mother was mostly taught by what remained of her old clan before they were wiped out in the Third Great Shinobi War," Jiraiya told him as Naruto became curious. "That's another thing I wanted to ask you. What were my mother's clan like?" I've never heard of them before, Naruto asked, curious about his supposed lost clan. Well, I'm not surprised the younger generation doesn't know about them. They died off years ago. But back then the Uzumaki were once a great and powerful clan. They lived in Uzushigakure, which roughly translated to the land hidden by whirling titipools. That symbol you have on your back there, he pointed to the red swirl on Naruto's back, was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. They were distant relatives of the Senju clan, the ones that founded the village. They even assisted in founding Konohagakure, which is why you see all those Chūnin and Jonin wear them on their flak jackets, to honor the clan that helped them prosper. He lectured Naruto as he took off his jacket to stare at the red swirl. Wow! I'm related to such an important clan. Eat that, Sasuke. I'm part of an important clan like you. He yelled with a grin. Don't get cocky, kid. The Uchiha were also part of the founding members of Konoha, he said as Naruto slumped his head. Ah, figures, he said before he blinked. Hey, if my clan was so important, why does no one remember them? He asked as Jiraiya sighed. That has mostly to do with what happened around the Second and Third Great Wars. See, the other great nations feared Uzushigakure due to their affinity for sealing jutsu, he said as Naruto raised a brow. I don't get it, what's so great about sealing jutsu? I mean, isn't that used mostly for sealing weapons into scrolls, right? He asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Not to the Uzumaki. Their prowess with sealing jutsu was pretty much unrivaled. They could create complex seals that would baffle the minds of anyone attempting to decipher it. Some seals could create powerful barriers, others could contain powerful attacks. They could seal giant monsters into the smallest of containers, like the Nine Tails, for example, he said as Naruto looked down at his stomach where the seal was. But that wasn't the only reason, he said as Naruto raised a brow. The Uzumakis were also known for their longevity. Members of the Uzumaki clan had been known to live longer than average lifespans, which was why it was also considered the land of longevity, due to the tremendous life force they possessed. Mito Uzumaki, the first Kyoji's wife and first container of the Nine Tails, lived well into your mother's age, he explained as Naruto listened in awe. Whoa. So, what happened to the rest of them? I mean, they couldn't have all died, right? Do you think I might find them someday? He asked with a small amount of hope as Jiraiya shrugged. Who knows, after Uzushigakure was destroyed, the clans spread out amongst the 5 nations. They were effectively scattered to the wind. There's no telling where they are now, or how many are still alive at this point, he said as Naruto looked down sadly. Oh, he said, bummed that he might not be able to find more of his relatives. Is there anything left of them? Well, I know that there's an old clan house located somewhere in the village, and a storage area for some masks they had. Not sure why, though, he said as he tried to remember what he could about the Uzumaki clan. Other than that, I don't know. It's been years since I've thought about it. And I've got a pretty good memory. I see, he said as he pondered that knowledge for a moment. Hey, Pervy Sage, is it possible to go to this old clan house? I want to see if there's anything there that can help me learn more about my mother's clan, he asked as Jiraiya pondered. I don't know, kid. After the clan was wiped out and your mother died, the old home was pretty much abandoned. From what I can recall, there wasn't much left in there. Either the old man had most of it sealed off, or the clan hid their stuff pretty well, he said as Naruto shook his head. That doesn't matter. I just want to know more about them. I've always wanted to know more about where I came from, more about my family. If there's even a remote chance I can learn more about them, then I have to know, please, Pervy Sage? He asked, near begging the old man as he stared into his eyes. Ah, fine, we'll have a look. But don't blame me if we don't find much, he said as Naruto nodded. Thanks, Pervy Sage. Will you stop calling me that? You're worse than your mother. Well, maybe if you didn't go peeking all the time, Mum, and I wouldn't be right. Never. I am Jiraiya the Gallant, the sage of Mount Mayaboku, and the greatest pervert that ever lived. Why would you be proud of that? Later, Uzumaki clan homestead. Standing there amongst the overgrown trees and the twisted roots of the forest stood the once proud homestead of the Uzumaki clan. While they once had a home in Uzushigakure, there was a home for their diplomats and family members of Mito Uzumaki. It was here that Kushina spent her youth until the rest of her clansmen died out, and she died with Minato. After that, the homestead was left as a ruin of what it once was. The proud Uzumaki symbol was still engraved atop its archway. Whoa. So this was the Uzumaki homestead. It looks kind of, he asked as he looked at the decayed building. Run down. Hey, after 13 years with no one to look after it, I'd like to see how your home would turn out, Jiraiya said as he looked over the house. But yeah, after your mother's passing, this place pretty much became a desolate waste. The old man wanted to keep up the maintenance. But with the state the village was in after the Nine Tails, and the resources it would take, the Shinobi Council decided it wasn't worth it seeing as there were no Uzumaki left, he said as Naruto glared. Hey, I'm an Uzumaki. Why couldn't I have inherited it? He asked with annoyance in his voice. You have the Uzumaki name, but none of their looks. A telltale sign of any Uzumaki was that all of them were born with blood-red hair, a common trait amongst their clan. Jiraiya explained as Naruto paused and looked up to the strands of hair peeking above his field of vision. So then, why's my hair blonde? He asked as Jiraiya shrugged. Who knows, maybe your father's genes were stronger than your mother's, which is impressive if you ask me, he said as Naruto raised a brow. What the heck do pants have to do with hair color? Naruto asked as Jiraiya slapped his forehead. Genes not genes, you idiot. Boy, your education is lacking, Jiraiya said as he sighed. Anyway, not sure what you're going to find here. Anything of value the old man would have likely locked up in the vaults, he said as Naruto walked over and ran his hand across the old wood. That's fine. He looked up at the spiral symbol as he felt the true weight of what had been left behind. I just wanted to see at least, he said as Jiraiya stared at the boy. Fair enough, I suppose, but just be careful. This place has become pretty Naruto took a step forward and fell through the front steps. Decrepit. Why do I keep falling through things? Naruto asked as Jiraiya helped him back up. The pair eventually started looking around the old homestead. Jiraiya searched the old armory in the back, while Naruto, on the other hand, was looking through some of the old rooms. Most of it was old, rotten, and falling apart. But Naruto somehow had a sense that it was once a well-lived place, with people and family walking around the old homestead. He wondered briefly what his life would have been like if the Uzumaki hadn't been scattered. Would he have lived here? Would the villagers treat him the same as any of the other clans? Or because of the Nine Tails inside him, would he still have been seen as the creature that took everything from them? Different life, I suppose, Naruto said to himself as he looked around. Come on, there has to be something here, he said to himself as he looked around what appeared to be the clan head's office. If the giant tattered clan symbol on the wall is any indication. Nothing here. He looked under the old desk. Nothing here. He checked behind the bookcase. Nothing here. He finally checked floorboards for hidden compartments, but still nothing. Ah, man, he groaned in annoyance. How about behind here? He pulled down the cloth symbol only to find nothing. Tsh damn. And here I thought it was going to be like in those movies where they hide stuff behind the curtain or something. He stopped when he noticed a faint-looking mark in the center of the wall. What's this? He fingered the mark as paint chips slowly flaked off. He pulled out a kunai and continued scratching the paint until he saw more of what looked like black markings spreading out from the center with a spiral pattern. What the? Hey, pervy sage, get in here, he yelled as the sage walked into the room. How many times have I told you not to call me, He paused his rant as he looked at the wall that Naruto had found. Check this out, Naruto said as he stepped back from the wall. What is it? He asked as Jiraiya leaned forward to study the wall. The wall had large circular markings around the spiral seal, with the black markings being smaller kanji spreading out from the center. They were no doubt a formula to maintain the seal. They spread from the center to the corners of the wall, and around the edges as well. It looks like a seal of some sort, pretty advanced, no doubt it's an Uzumaki design. I guess that it has to be some sort of storage seal, he wagered as Naruto raised a brow. What makes you say that? He asks as Jiraiya pointed. Because the wall is too thin to be anything else, and storage seals can store items within a small pocket dimension. You can even seal a living person inside if you wanted, he said as Naruto raised a brow. But I thought storage seals were only used on scrolls. Why did they put one on a wall? Naruto asked as Jiraiya held up a finger. Ah, but my young and foolish apprentice. Storage seals aren't necessarily bound to scrolls. It's not the item that the seal is placed on that matters, but the seal itself. You can place a seal on a piece of paper and it would still have the desired effect. Scrolls are just more convenient, and you can place more sealing formulas on a scroll than on one piece of paper. Do you understand? He asked as Naruto looked like he was trying hard to understand. Kind of. Once again I kinda skipped those classes, he admitted as Jiraiya sighed. Okay, another lesson you need to have your clones study, he said as Naruto groaned. But anyway, it looks pretty complex. Using a series of Heaven's Gate seals, I think I can unseal it, using its counterpart, the Earth's Reach seals. It's not too complex to guess the hand signs to unlock it. You figured out the hand signs that easily? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded. Well, it's easier if you have a good knowledge of sealing jutsu, and you're a seal master like myself, but this component, Naruto cut the tip of your thumb for me, he asked, as the boy blinked in confusion but nodded as he bit his thumb and allowed a small dab of blood to seep out. Okay, once I finish the hand signs, I want you to place your thumb on the center of the seal and pour your chakra into it. Okay? He asked as Naruto nodded and Jiraiya flashed through some seals. Sealing art. Heaven and Earth release. The seal glowed red as he turned to Naruto. Naruto, now! He called out as Naruto slammed his hand into the seal. The seal then flashes white before the markings begin to recede towards the center, and the spiral seal closed in on itself, and out emerged a large scroll and a smaller scroll. The scrolls landed in Naruto's hands as he looked at the large scroll, similar to the one he stole from the Hokage's vault. But this one was red-marked and had the Uzumaki clan seal on the front, and the smaller scroll had a green lining. Hey, this looks like the scroll I stole, he said as Jiraiya took it from Naruto's hands. Close, but I don't think it's the same one, he said as he unfurled it and stared in slight awe. It can't be, it was thought to be lost. But it's been here this whole time. Those crafty Uzumakis, he said as Naruto raised a brow. Huh? What are you going on about, pervy sage? Naruto asked as he turned back to Naruto. Naruto, do you have any idea what this is? He asked as Naruto shook his head. This is the supposed lost scroll of sealing, created by the Uzumaki clan. It's said to contain nearly every type of sealing jutsu they had ever created, and even the ones they were still working on but never completed. Iwa and Kumo searched the whole village trying to locate this scroll after Yuzushiogakure was destroyed, but they could never find it. Only bits and pieces of low-level sealing jutsu were left behind. But if the clan knew Yuzushiogakure was going to be attacked or destroyed, they must have sent it with Kushina in case anything happened. Clever, he said as Naruto looked over one of the pages and felt his head about to explode from all the complicated seal formulas. That's a lot. I can barely understand any of it, Naruto said as Jiraiya chuckled. I'm not surprised. A knucklehead like you would be incapable of understanding sealing of this magnitude, even if you were descended from the Uzumaki clan, he said as Naruto pouted at him. But I admit even I'm a bit stumped myself, most of it is encrypted. But that's standard for sealing masters, wouldn't want their formulas being copied by other ninjas after all, he said as he rolled up the scroll. I best keep this hidden, don't want anyone else to know this exists. He then bit his thumb and flashed through some jutsu. Summoning jutsu! He yelled and summoned a black and orange toad with dark markings around his eyes, mouth and a circular one just below his mouth. Oi, Jiraiya, what's the deal? He asked as Naruto stared at the toad. Wow, what kind of toad is this one? He asked as Giratora turned to the boy and eyed him. What, ain't you ever seen a scroll toad before? He asked as Naruto blinked. Scroll toad? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. That's right, this is Giratora, a scroll toad from Mount Mayaboku. His task is guarding the secrets of any toad summoner. I've used him and your father used him when he sealed the 9 tails inside you, he said as Giratora looked at the boy. Father, I see. So he's Minato's kid, the same one he used to seal the 9 tails in. he said as Naruto nodded. So anyway, what do you want with me, Jiraiya? He asked as he showed the Uzumaki sealing scroll. I want you to keep this with you. I can't trust it to anyone else, he said as the toad nodded and extended the rest of his body. Whoa, he stretched? Naruto yelled as Jiraiya bonked him on the head. Zip it, kid. Sorry, Giratora. Kid's kind of an idiot, he explained as the toad nodded. It's fine, not the first time this has happened, he said as he unfurled his body and showed a blank space. Seal it here and I'll take good care of it, he said as Jiraiya nodded and sealed the scroll of sealing into Giratora. There, you can get it back when you want it. Anything else? He asked as Jiraiya shook his head. That will be all, he said as Giratora nodded and reversed, summoned himself back to Mount Mayaboku. Okay, so that's done. What about this one? He asked as he held up the smaller scroll. Jiraiya took it in hand as he unfurled it and read the contents. Well, it's not a secret earth-shattering scroll, but it looks like a history scroll of sorts for future Uzumaki, he said as Naruto raised a brow. It's like one of your history scrolls, but this one details the history of the Uzumaki clan, their suspected origins to that of the Sage of Six Paths, their rise to power, their partnership with Konoha and the abilities they contained in their bodies, he said as Naruto grew curious about this and snatched the scroll from him. Whoa, Sage of the Six Paths. Who's that? He asked, unknowingly causing a subtle stir within the Nine-Tails cell. Seriously, did you pay any attention in the academy? He asked as Naruto shrugged. Only on the cool stuff like the Hokage ninjutsu and all that, he admitted as Jiraiya sighed. Okay, there's not much about him, but the legend goes that the first user of chakra was a man known as the Sage of Six Paths, a powerful figure that possessed powerful chakra and a unique Jujutsu, the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Like the Sharingan Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei have? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Correct, it was said he was the creator of ninjutsu and passed on his teachings of chakra. Jiraiya began to explain as Naruto listened. The story goes that the sage was so powerful he could create practically anything from nothing and was heralded as a savior of mankind. Eventually, it was said that he had two sons, an older son that inherited his powerful eyes and immense chakra, while the younger son inherited his father's physical prowess and immense life force energy. On the eve of his death, the sage chose the younger son as his successor and a bitter rivalry were formed. Jiraiya explained much of what he knew from the toads as he looked over the scroll in his hand. It says here though that eventually, the descendants of the brothers became that of the Uchihas, the Senju and the Uzumaki clans. He explained as Naruto listened intently. Whoa, so you're saying, I'm descended from this sage of six guys? Naruto asked as the old man stared before he scoffed. Yeah right, there's no actual evidence of the sage ever existing in the first place. It's more than likely just a story created by the two clans to make themselves sound more important, he said as Naruto felt a blood vessel forming on his head. That being said, I have met one who possessed the same eyes as the legend, Nagato. So there must be some evidence to the contrary, he thought to himself as he handed the scroll back to Naruto. You should probably read this and learn more about where your clan comes from. You might learn a thing or two from them, he suggested as Naruto nodded. What about the big scroll? When do I get to read that? He asked as Jiraiya smirked. Oh, interested in sealing jutsu now, are you? He asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm an Uzumaki, right? Which means I should know sealing jutsu at some point, right? Besides, learning it might make me feel closer to them, you know? He asked with a soft expression on his face. Jiraiya stared at him as he softly smiled at the young Uzumaki. Well, Jiraiya said as he rubbed the back of his head. It's far too late to learn anything practical in time for the exam. Even with the shadow clone trick, it takes years to become a seal master of my caliber, he explained as Naruto slumped. But I suppose we can get started on the fundamentals at least, he said as Naruto's eyes sparked in delight. But it means that you will have a ton more homework to do, on top of what you're learning right now. Sealing jutsu is not something that you can learn in an afternoon. Got it? He asked as Naruto nodded, showing an increased determination. Of course, I'm going to become Hokage one day. I won't ever back down. Half an hour later, waterfall. A bunch of shadow clones had dead-eye expressions and steam rolling off their heads as all of them read copies of Sealing Jutsu fundamentals. A lot of it went right over their heads, as to them the formulas looked like an entirely different language. Ah, this is so hard. I can't even read this. Who came up with this? I hate it! The clones shouted amongst themselves as the real Naruto had smoke coming off his head. How the hell did my ancestors understand this nonsense? He yelled as Jiraiya laughed at him. Through hard work and dedication. I told you it wouldn't be easy, he said as Naruto grumbled and continued reading. Ah, so what? Soon as I get this down, I'll be so strong no one can stop me. Then I'll be the greatest Hokage there ever was, he proclaimed as Jiraiya narrowed his gaze. I'm glad to see that knowing more about his family has been good for him, but I'm starting to worry about his ego. The kid's got a big enough head as it is, and I've seen plenty of shinobi boasting their skills only to wind up in an early grave. Plus, he still has that problem of charging in without thinking, and if he's not careful, he'll just get himself or others hurt. I need to break that habit of his and teach him some humility. But the kid is stubborn and wouldn't take the lesson to heart unless it's hammered in. He pondered as he watched the boy continue to read and train with his clones. I guess I have to resort to that lesson. Next day, waterfall. Naruto stretched as he got ready for another day of training. The night before he read over the history scroll his ancestors left behind, finding out all sorts of interesting things he never knew about a clan he didn't know he had. It gave him an invigorated sense of worth as he was prepared to make them and his parents proud of him. His mind was still partially overloaded by the seal formulas he studied well into the night, but he was determined to one day learn sealing jutsu. But right now, he had to focus on what he could learn and what he could improve. Okay, pervy sage, I'm ready for today's training, he said as he got into his basic taijutsu stance. But he noticed Jiraiya was acting differently from usual. Pervy sage? He asked as the man turned to him. Naruto, he said as he looked the boy dead in the eye. Today I want you to come at me with everything you have, he said as Naruto blinked in surprise. What? He asked, confused by the man's serious behavior. I want you to come at me with everything you have, all the skills you've learned, all the weapons you have, everything. I want you to come at me with everything you've got, he stated once more as Naruto was more than a little confused. Are you okay, pervy sage? You're kind of acting weird, Naruto said as the man only glared. You want to beat Neji, correct? He asked as Naruto nodded. Then I need to see how much stronger you've become. If you don't, I'm not going to teach you any further, he stated as Naruto's eyes widened. But you said you would. And I did, but right now I need to see how committed you are, so face me head-on with everything you have. Don't hold back, he said as Naruto stared before he pulled out his kunai knives. Okay, just don't blame me when I win, pervy sage, he said with arrogance as he crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted as several copies of Naruto appeared. Let's go, he shouted as all the clones rushed in. They jumped at the man, kunai in hand, as they swiped and attempted to stab the man. But Jiraiya instantly proved his superior skills as he instantly evaded their attacks and dispelled them with simple palm thrusts to the chest. The real Naruto tried to jump at him from behind, but Jiraiya grabbed him by the shirt and threw him into his clones. Damn it, Naruto growled, losing his patience. He and his clones pulled out kunai as they charged at the man, each one swinging their blades at the Sannin, who merely avoided their blades and defeated them quickly and without effort. Damn it, Naruto yelled before he was shocked in the face and went tumbling back into the trunk of a tree. Naruto looked up and glared as he got angrier and he abandoned all the training he accumulated for sheer tenacity. Okay, take this, Naruto yelled as he and his clones pulled out shurikens and threw them at the toad sage. Only when they hit did a puff of smoke appeared and all that remained was a log riddled with shuriken. Damn it! Substitution! Naruto cursed before Jiraiya's foot kicked him in the side of the head and he bounced along the ground and landed on the water's surface. If he hadn't increased his chakra control with the shadow clone trick, he would have simply sunk into the water. Is that all you've got? If that's the extent of your abilities, then you will never become Hokage, let alone beat Neji, Jiraiya said as Naruto grew angrier and started throwing his kunai at the man. Jiraiya merely evaded with ease before he quickly flashed through some hand signs. "Oh no, you don't. I'm not letting you use a jutsu," Naruto yelled as he threw a fist at Jiraiya, only for his fist to go through a bunch of leaves. "Huh? What the heck?" he yelled as noticed the leaves were swirling around him. "What the heck is this?" he asked before he heard a rustling in the bushes behind him. "Aha! Got you!" he yelled as he threw a kunai at the bush. "Ah!" he heard as he stopped. "Huh? That didn't sound like pervy sage." He rushed towards the sound, expecting to find a log with a kunai in it. Only instead of a log, it was something that made his eyes wide in terror. There on the ground, holding onto her shoulder, was Sakura. Her hand grasped at the kunai knife embedded in her shoulder as blood slowly leaked from the wound. A terrified and pained expression on her face as she stared up at him. "Sakura?" he asked with a trembling voice as she stared at him in pain. "And Naruto, why would you?" she asked in pain as Naruto stood then in shock. "Sakura? I didn't mean, Sakura." He stepped towards her, only for her to back up in fear. "Wait, please. I didn't mean to. Sakura, I didn't." "Oh, God!" He felt his heart hammering in his chest. Tears began to form in her eyes as Sakura backed off from Naruto. "Stay away from me," she said as Naruto felt his vision blur and tears began to form in his eyes. "Sakura, I." He felt a shadow behind him as he turned to see Jiraiya standing behind him. His arms crossed and a blank look on his face. "Pervy sage. Why you got to help Sakura?" "Sakura's been." He held his hands to his head. I didn't mean to hurt her. I couldn't. Why aren't you helping me?" he screamed as Jiraiya stared and pointed. "Naruto, look," he said as Naruto hesitantly turned back to Sakura, only to find a log with his kunai knife in the wood. What? But where's Sakura?" he asked as he looked all around. "She was never here. I used a genjutsu to simulate one of your worst fears. This was all part of your lesson," he said as Naruto stared at the log and then grew incredibly angry. So much so that red chakra began to leak into his eyes. "Why would you do that?" he yelled as he grabbed the man's vest and glared with red slit-like eyes and elongated canines. "Why would you show me something like that? What the hell is wrong with you?" he screamed as more of the Nine-Tails chakra began to leak into Naruto's system before a paper seal was slapped onto his forehead. The red chakra began to recede as Naruto fell to his knees feeling weak. What did you?" he said before he collapsed to the ground unconscious. "That was close. So. The Nine-Tails power is drawn out by anger. Interesting," he said as he picked up the boy and placed him under the tree. A bucket of water was dumped onto Naruto as he woke up with a start. "Ah!" Naruto screamed as he felt the cold chill of the water. "Have you cooled down yet, kid?" he heard as he turned his head towards Jiraiya, who was sitting on a rock and writing in a small notebook. What happened? Suddenly his memory came rushing back and he snapped his head to Jiraiya. You bastard! Why the hell did you make me see that?" he yelled angrily. "I needed to teach you a lesson, and knowing your stubbornness, I felt it was the only way it would get through to you," he said as Naruto glared. "What lesson? To realize what a sick fuck you are? Why the hell did you make me think I hurt Sakura?" "Because you needed to see what would happen if you keep rushing in," Jiraiya said as Naruto stopped. "Think about it. I asked you to come at me with everything you had. You did without a thought or care. You attacked me with everything you had. And in doing so, you failed to notice the genjutsu I placed you under. At that moment, you hurt your comrade," he said as Naruto just stood there numb and looked down at his hand as it shook slightly. But it was just a genjutsu, right? Sakura wasn't hurt, was she?" he asked with a scared voice. "No, luckily she wasn't. But if she had been and you pulled a move like that, then she could have been seriously hurt or worse," he said with the utmost seriousness as Naruto felt a jab in his heart. "The problem you have is that you keep rushing in without thinking about how your actions will affect others. If you had taken the moment, you would have realized you were caught in a genjutsu, and that is my weakest ability. The fact you didn't even notice speaks volumes of thick-headedness." I know that sometimes it can't be helped, but a majority of the time, a ninja must be able to think rationally before they act. If they don't just endanger the mission or themselves, they endanger the ones they care about. Would you want to live with the guilt of being responsible for the death of a friend? He asked as Naruto gasped slightly and remembered back to the Land of Wave when Sasuke put himself in harm's way to protect him. He hadn't given it much thought back then, but if had taken the time to plan and attack Haku from outside the dome, then Sasuke wouldn't have been injured in the first place. They could have attacked both outside and inside the dome, but he rushed in like an idiot. The memory of holding Sasuke's cold body in his arms, plus the early trap with the genjutsu making him think he hurt Sakura, made him realize he was an idiot. He boasted and claimed he would become Hokage to make the villagers acknowledge him. But what was the point if he ended up hurting the ones he cared about along the way? Sure, Sasuke was arrogant and thought himself better than Naruto, and Sakura always agreed with whatever Sasuke said, but deep down he cared about them. He didn't want to see them get hurt, especially by his hand. Kami, I'm such an idiot, he said as Jiraiya walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. No, you're not, you're just impulsive, he said as Naruto looked up at the man that smiled softly. The fact you're admitting to your fault is already a big step in the right direction. Now you just need to focus on taking steps to temper yourself. Learn to calm yourself and think before you act, and I know you will become a splendid shinobi, just like your father. Maybe even greater. He smiled as Naruto stared up at the man before he nodded. Right? Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, he said as Jiraiya chuckled. Finally, a little respect, he said as Naruto looked up and smirked a little. Don't get too used to it, you're still a pervert, he said as Jiraiya laughed. Ah ha 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 ha, of course I am. Now let's get back to practice. Genjutsu will be another task we need to assign your clones. But for now, it's summoning time, he said as Naruto nodded and dispelled the clones practicing chakra control. He then bit his thumb, flashed through the hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu! He yelled as a puff of smoke appeared, and a small orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, mouth and stomach wore a small blue jacket. Yo! Name's Gamakichi. What's happening? The small toad said as Naruto stared at the small toad before he started smiling. Yes, I did it. I finally summoned a toad. He laughed with glee, as he did a little dance around the training field. Jiraiya and Gamakichi just stared at the boy, before the small looked back at the sage and pointed his thumb at Naruto. Is he right in the head? He asked as Jiraiya chuckled. That remains to be seen. Chapter 5 Elements of Change. It had been almost 2 weeks since Naruto started his training, and only 2.5 weeks until the finals. During that time, Naruto steadily and quickly improved since then. Thanks to the shadow clones, he had begun to refine his chakra control by having multiple shadow clones practice basic chakra control techniques. His control was far better now that he could use the regular clone jutsu without it coming out like a deflated version of himself. His taijutsu form was still at its basic, but now Naruto didn't look like a thug swinging his fists around all the time. Jiraiya had taught Naruto the basics of a few taijutsu styles he had learned in his younger years that would serve as a solid foundation. It was a taijutsu style he had developed with the aid of Sarutobi-sensei before he went to Mount Mayaboku. Regardless, the sage knew it would be a long time before he learned the frog kata. Then there was also his mentality. After the harsh lesson involving the genjutsu, Naruto had taken a serious inventory of himself. He had realized that by always rushing ahead, he was potentially putting himself and others in danger, especially those that he considered his friends and comrades in arms. It had scared him to think that his actions could impact those around him, and he wanted to make sure that something like that would never happen. For him to improve mentally, Jiraiya began to teach the boy some meditation techniques, a little exercise designed to temper his impulsive behavior. He also continued to read over the tactics and strategy guides for increased strategic knowledge. This was not to say it got rid of all his mannerisms, and he still had some of his impulses, such as his tendency to call people by nicknames such as Pervy Sage, Busy Brows, and so forth. But now he was starting to use his head more than his gut. Jiraiya had also taken the time to teach Naruto how to dispel genjutsu. It was still by far his weakest of ninjutsu, but at least now he could dispel low-level genjutsu, possibly mid-level given another week of clone training. But hopefully, his opponents didn't use genjutsu. As for his summoning, he could now summon a proper toad. Well, a small orange toad named Gamakichi and his younger brother, a small yellow toad called Gamatatsu. But it was better over the tadpoles he had been summoning a week earlier. The Ninetales, however, was the hardest part of his training. After the genjutsu incident, Jiraiya learned that intense anger and emotions are what help to bring out the power of the Ninetales. But given that Naruto would be in a state where his emotions would get the best of him, he decided to find another means of drawing out the Ninetales' power. Several Naruto clones continued balancing on logs, as they focused on maintaining their chakra control while keeping the log upright in the water. Another group kept reading Sealing Jutsu fundamentals, while others read up on history and tactics. Sealing Jutsu was a lot harder than he initially thought, but he was determined to eventually learn the art of his ancestors. The real Naruto was once again practicing his taijutsu, fighting off his clones as he instructed all his clones to come up with group tactics and ploys to throw him off guard. His taijutsu skill had improved, thanks to fighting himself and Jiraiya. But it would still be a long time before could master a specific taijutsu form or hope to beat Niji in a straight-up taijutsu fight. That was why they were practicing strategies to overwhelm Niji. Naruto stood in the center of the field, wearing only his orange pants, black shirt and sandals as he gestured to his clones. They nodded to each other, as prepared to attack. 2 clones threw kunai at the original, and Naruto dodged or deflected the attacks. Another 2 got in real close and parried their blades with his, as sparks shot off from contact. He jumped back as he pulled 2 shuriken from his pouch and threw them at the clones. The clones exploded into smoke, right as 2 others threw kunai tied with ninja wire as they wrapped around his wrists. The clones held him in place, as 2 others rushed in and slid and kicked his feet up. Naruto fell to the ground as 3 more attempted to stomp on his stomach. But Naruto focused chakra into his arms as he momentarily increased his strength and pulled the clones holding him down, freeing himself from their grasp and rolling out of the way of the 3 kicks. Naruto breathed out tired breaths as he smirked. Alright, that wasn't bad. But we need to increase the number of clones holding down the wire, otherwise Niji could just break free like I just did, he said as the clones nodded. What if we throw in paper bombs? That might work. Yeah. But it's still only an exam, we don't want to kill the guy. Well, we need to make him pay for Hinata. He had no right to put her down like that. But we can't let our emotions get the best of us again, otherwise we'd end up getting hurt. Or worse, end up hurting someone we care about. The clones discussed with the original as they all shivered at the memory. Still hate that pervy sage made us see that, he said as he felt his hand begin to shake at the memory. But still, I guess we needed to see it, knock some sense into our thick heads, huh? He asked himself. Couldn't agree more, kid, he heard as he turned to see Jiraiya walking over to him. Ah, there you are, pervy sage, Naruto said as he dispelled the clones and felt the information rushing back to him. What kept you? He asked as Jiraiya sighed. Stop calling me that. Anyway, I was running a little late because I had to pick up some things, he said as he grinned. It's time for the next phase of your training, chakra transformation, he said as Naruto grinned. All right, now we're getting to the good stuff. He felt excited. So how does this work? He asked as Jiraiya pulled out pieces of paper. Paper? He asked as the sage nodded. Yep, but not just any ordinary paper. This is chakra paper, special paper made from trees that feed on chakra. They will react to one of the 5 chakra natures. For example, he held the paper as he channeled chakra into it. The paper instantly caught on fire and crumbled to ash. Whoa! He exclaimed as Jiraiya smirked. When chakra is applied, the paper will react to your chakra's nature. What you just saw was my main chakra nature, which is fire. It goes like this: lightning chakra crumbles the paper, wind splits it in half, water makes it wet, and earth turns it into dirt, he explained, Naruto picking this up thanks to the clones reading over the lessons. What we're going to do now is determine your chakra nature. Then we can focus on honing it, he said as Naruto nodded. So, does this mean fire style is all you're good at? He asked as Jiraiya shook his head. No, you can use other jutsus, but it's preferred to master your initial nature transformation to increase its power. Plus, when you get older and train more, you can effectively use more than one chakra nature. He held up another piece of paper and channeled Earth Nature Chakra as the paper crumbled to dirt. I believed I explained this a while back, but one isn't limited to just one chakra nature. A Chūnin can use up to 2 or 3 types of chakra natures, which can be acquired with enough training. But it's more preferred to master your initial element, he explained as Naruto nodded. What about ice? I fought against someone who could use ice a while back in the Land of Waves. What element does that fall under? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Well, that is by a combination of 2 elements, wind and water. However, it's near impossible for ordinary shinobi to combine 2 chakra natures into a new one. Those that can use both at the same time possess a Kekkei Genkai, a bloodline limit. The first Hokage himself was famed for his wood-style jutsu, where he could combine earth and water to create wood. Although, no one else aside from him has ever been able to replicate wood style naturally, he explained as Naruto nodded. Whoa, hey, so how come no one else has been able to use wood style? He asked as Jiraiya shrugged. No one knows. It was believed the first Hokage possessed a powerful life force that only his earth and water style could naturally create wood. Others have tried in the past, but the results have been fruitless and the wood style was classified as a Kekkei Genkai, he said as Naruto nodded. Not to mention all those sick experiments Orochimaru conducted on those children just to try and replicate the first Hokage's power. He thought to himself as he recalled the investigation into his once former friend. All right, enough history lessons. Time to see what you have, kid, he said as Naruto grinned and snatched the papers. All right, time to see what I can do. Hold it, you only need to use 1 dash. He trailed off as he watched the papers in Naruto's hands. 1 paper split evenly down the middle, indicating that he possessed wind chakra. But the other 2 were different. One became soaking wet while the other crumbled into nothing but dirt as the pair stared at the papers. Huh? Why did 3 of them react differently? Naruto asked as Jiraiya narrowed his gaze. Could it be? He said as he took one of the spare papers. Try it again, Naruto, he said as Naruto took the paper and applied his chakra. This one split down the middle like the first. Okay. Now hold another, he said as Naruto took a second one, while it became soaking wet. I see. It's possible but, he said as Naruto raised a brow. But what pervy sage? Well, it's possible that due to your vast amounts of chakra, the paper could only identify your most dominant chakra nature. So when you grabbed the others, they reacted to your other chakra natures. So instead of having just 1 chakra nature, you have 3, he said. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt a sense of pride. But the memory of the genjutsu flashed across his mind, as the terrified Sakura gazed into his soul, and he pushed down his impulse to boast. So this means I have to master 3 different elements now, right? He asked as Jiraiya blinked at the boy's lack of boasting. I half expected him to boast about that. Must have been because of the genjutsu, he surmised as he nodded, glad that that event more than knocked his godson down a peg, though the old sage wished he didn't need to be so rough. However, it would be far worse if that happened when Naruto was out on a mission where he could freeze up and get himself killed. Better in a controlled environment rather than out on a mission where an enemy would have no such mercy. Exactly, it won't be easy, even with the clone trick. But nothing ever is. So the trick now will be to have you learn to mold your chakra into that specific element. After that, we can get started on learning some elemental jutsu, and a few ninjutsu I found that could be perfect for you, he said as Naruto nodded. Okay, so what do I do first? Well, make 300 clones, and then split them into groups of 3 groups of 100 each. 1 group will focus on wind, while the other 2 will focus on water and earth. For the wind element, he snatched a stray leaf from the air. You must take a leaf and cut it using your chakra, he instructed as he handed the leaf to Naruto. Seeing as wind is your primary, you will be focusing on that element first. Wind chakra is the best at close to mid-range attacks, so you must make your chakra sharp. As for you other clones, they must take this dirt. He scooped up some dirt and held it in his palm. And use your chakra to turn it into stone. Like this. Jiraiya clenched hands around the dirt as he focused his chakra on the dirt, the bits of dirt forming together until he opened his palm and in its place was stone. Whoa, Naruto said as he looked over the stone. So, what about water? That one will be tricky, he said as he handed him another leaf. You need to use your chakra to draw the water out of the leaf until it dries up, like the ones you see in autumn. My advice would be to hold it by the stem so you don't confuse your sweat with the water. You'll know when you succeed when you can draw out a drop of water the same size as the leaf, he said as Naruto nodded. And this is all the first stage of training, right? Learning how to change my chakra into that element, he asked as Jiraiya nodded. What about lightning and fire? Well, similar to cutting the leaf, but you have to make the center burn like this. He grabbed a leaf in midair and held it between his two fingers. In no time at all, the leaf began to smoke before it burned. But seeing as you don't have fire nature, we'll come back to it at a later date. As for lightning, you have to generate a spark between two pieces of metal. Learning to charge your chakra into a spark of electricity, he said as Naruto nodded. So, in a sense, anyone can use all the elements, right? It just takes time and practice, he asked as Jiraiya nodded. Correct. You may not know this, but the old man, the third Hokage, can use all of the chakra natures. But it took him decades to master them all, and you've got a method that accelerates the process. I say given a year or two, you might be able to master all 5 as well. See, reading all those books has been good for you, he joked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, some of it still flies over my head, but I'm picking up a lot more than I ever did before, Naruto admitted. Well, a good education will do that. Now let's get started. Group Wind and Water, go grab as many leaves off that tree as you can. Group Earth will pick up the dirt and turn it into stone, and finally, he instructed as all the clones and Naruto nodded as they got to work. The Wind group held their palms together as they focused on cutting the leaf with their chakra. A lot of grunting and groaning as they tried to make their chakra sharp, while the other group was trying to compress their chakra into the dirt to make it hard as stone. The Water group was having the most difficulty, as they struggled to draw the water out of the leaves. Jiraiya sat under the tree as he wrote in his notebook. Occasionally he kept an eye on Naruto, in case he accidentally tapped into the Nine-Tails chakra. While it was his goal to eventually teach Naruto how to tap into the tailed beast's power, after seeing how anger could trigger a reaction, he decided to stock up on suppressing seals Minato had created a while back. The kid is determined, I'll give him that. Anyone else would have given up by now. He certainly inherited the better traits from those two. He stopped writing as he looked up to the sky. Minato Kushina, I had a lot of regrets in my life. Chasing after Tsunade for all those years just to be rejected. Not stopping my friend Orochimaru from going down a path against the village, and not being there for your son. That one is probably my biggest one yet. He closed his eyes as he imagined he was speaking to them now. I can't take back the time I lost on him, but I am determined to be here for him now, to make up for my mistakes and help guide him to be the Hokage he dreams to be. I just hope you can forgive me one day, he thought, unaware of the ghostly figures that stood behind him, a hand on each shoulder as they watched their son proudly. Oh, and Kushina, if I somehow die and see you up there, please don't kick my ass. I swear I didn't teach him that perverted jutsu. He mentally gulped as he imagined Kushina's image slightly shifted to her angry form, while Minato backed off in fear. He opened his eyes again as he heard one of Naruto's cheers as a small cut was made on one of the leaves. How about that? Meanwhile, Konoha Cliff Training Ground. Kakashi Hatake, former apprentice to the 4th Hokage, former Umbu captain and current captain of Team 7, gripped the side of the cliff as he attempted to climb up with only one hand behind his back. If Guy was here, he knew his unofficial rival would try to climb the cliff with both arms tied behind his back. For this climbing exercise to be so difficult, damn, I've gotten out of shape, Kakashi lamented as he continued to climb up the cliff. I just hope I can make it in time, he said to himself as he recalled the meeting he had with the Hokage and the other Jonin. 2 weeks ago, joint meeting. The news still struck them hard as the Hokage finished informing them of the tragic news. Hayate Gecko was slain. Most of them had known Hayate since their days at the academy. Some of them even served on the same Genin team when they were young. One especially had a deep and intimate relationship with the man as she hid amongst the rafters. Hayate was. Kakashi began as the 3rd Hokage nodded. His body was discovered this morning by Kikyo Castle. It would appear that he was killed using a powerful wind-style jutsu, Sarutobi informed as Anko glared. Was it Orochimaru? She asked as she still harbored deep anger at her former sensei. We can't assume it was Orochimaru that struck the blow. Hayate was more than likely tracking the same spy that tried to grab Sasuke at the hospital, Kabuto Yakushi. But even though it wasn't Orochimaru, it's clear he is up to something, Kakashi surmised as the other Jonin nodded. Then we must cancel the Chūnin exams if Orochimaru is plotting something for the village, Reito recommended until the Hokage shook his head, much to their confusion. No, Orochimaru revealed himself to Anko and urged us not to cancel the exams. Currently, the exams have brought shinobi from across all our shinobi allies, he said as one of his advisors, Hamura Mitokado, turned to him. What do you think it means, Saru? He asked his old friend. Given what we know about Orochimaru, he bears a strong hatred for the Leaf Village, and he has enough strength to crush a village on his own. Since he left the village years ago, any number of countries would want him as an ally rather than an enemy, he said as Reito shook his head. Impossible. No village in the alliance would betray another, or even ally themselves with that traitor, Reito exclaimed as the third Hokage narrowed his eyes. The thing is, the treaty we have with the other villages is only as binding as any verbal agreement, as we've seen multiple times with great ninja wars, Kakashi explained as Reito lowered his head. In any case, we have few little details to go off. There's no point worrying needlessly. It's all just idle speculation, Sarutobi explained as the Jonin nodded. We've dispatched Umbu Black Ops members to the other countries to gather as much intel as we can gather. We would be fools to act too hastily, and it might be what our enemy is waiting for. The third Hokage's second advisor, Koharu Yutane, advised alongside her companions. Besides, no matter what happens, I have complete faith in all of you. If the time comes when our enemy shows their fangs, we will assemble our strength and fight back. For we are shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and we will not let our enemy take us down, Sarutobi declared as all the Jonin nodded in approval, feeling the will of fire burning within them. Present-day Konoha cliff training. Kakashi felt invigorated at the memory of the third Hokage's words as he continued to climb the cliff. His grip started to slip as he focused his chakra on his brain and opened his inner gate. He then flipped over the rock and landed on a higher ledge as he pulled himself up higher. But as he got higher, he noticed someone was standing over him. He looked up to see Sasuke Uchiha standing over him, hands in his pockets as he smirked. Took you long enough, Sasuke said as Kakashi narrowed his gaze. Heh, so you finally showed up, Kakashi said as he jumped over and untied himself. I was beginning to think you'd be asleep for the entire time, then you'd miss out on some needed training, he said as Sasuke glared. I already wasted enough time resting. I need to get stronger, he said as Kakashi nodded. I know. In case you are unaware, I'll catch you up. You will be facing Gaara of the Sand in the finals. Gaara is a tough opponent, with mastery of a versatile sand jutsu. He was able to critically injure Rock Lee during his fight, so much so that Rock Lee may never be a ninja again, he explained as Sasuke narrowed his eyes. I see. Did you learn anything useful? He asked as Kakashi sighed. Nice show of concern for your fellow Leaf Ninja, he commented. But yes, during his match Gaara was unable to initially keep up with Lee's intense speed. Luckily for you, I managed to record Lee's fighting style with Gaara using my Sharingan, so I will be able to teach you the same fighting style. Though I digress, you will not be able to replicate his exact speed, seeing as Lee spent years training in weights to achieve that level of speed. But the problem will be Gaara's sand defense, which itself is impressive and almost impenetrable, Kakashi explained as Sasuke nodded. So, I will need a jutsu that can bypass his defenses, he said as Kakashi nodded. And for that, I will teach you one of my jutsus, Kakashi said as he held up his hand. This was a technique I created back when I was only 15 years old and is considered an A-rank jutsu that might be just the thing. He went through a series of hand signs before grasping his right wrist with his left hand and started gathering chakra in his hand. He then changed the chakra's nature and shape into powerful streams of electricity. The electricity sparked all around Kakashi's palm as Sasuke stared in awe. This is the Chidori, he explained as Sasuke stared with his Sharingan ablaze as he marveled at the power of the technique. And this will help me against Gaara? He asked. Kakashi nodded. And then, will it help me get my revenge? He asked with a dark glare as Kakashi stared at Sasuke with concern but nodded. It will, but I must heavily stress, this technique I designed is meant to protect the ones you care about. You must never use it on your comrades. Do I make myself clear? He asked as Sasuke merely glared before shoving his hands in his pockets. Yes, I understand, he said as Kakashi still felt some concern, but nodded all the same. Very well, now, for you to be able to use this jutsu, I will need to teach you how to change your chakra nature. You know what that is, right? Kakashi asked as Sasuke scoffed. Of course I know. I'm not an idiot like Naruto, Sasuke said with a smirk, while the real Naruto sneezed at the waterfall. Good. Then this will make it easier. To use the Chidori, you must be able to change your chakra into lightning. To do this, you will need these, Kakashi said as he held up two small metal wires. The goal will be to change your chakra into lightning by having it jump from one wire to the other. Once you can do that, the Chidori will be easier to understand, he instructed as Sasuke nodded and turned around so he could begin to get to work. By the way, aren't you going to ask about Naruto? He made it into the finals as well, Kakashi said as Sasuke remained silent. It doesn't matter. Whether or not he wins or loses doesn't concern me. All I care about is getting stronger, he merely said as he focused on turning his chakra into lightning. Yar. Same old Sasuke. He then looked off into the distance as he thought about his other pupil. I wonder how Ebisu is training Naruto. By now he must have improved his chakra control a little. 2 days later, Naruto grunted and groaned as he focused on turning his chakra into a sharp wind, as he held the leaf in his palms. Sweat dripped down his face, as he focused on trying to get the technique down. Come on, Naruto said as he opened his palm and saw the leaf had a cut going a quarter of the way down. Damn. Still not enough, he said as he continued to focus. Haha, check it out. He heard one of his clones shout as he held up a leaf that had a slightly deeper cut than his own. Damn it, I'm nowhere near that, Naruto groaned as the clone smirked. Well, I'm just more talented than you. We're all the same, idiot. Check this out. They all heard as another clone held up his leaf that had a deeper cut and smirked. TCH, show off, that version of me is doing better than I am. Hey, Earth guys, how are you going? Naruto yelled to his Earth group as they continued to try and turn dirt into stone. What do you think? This isn't as easy as it looks, one of the clones shouted back. You guys have got it lucky. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get water out of a leaf? One of the water group clones shouted. I haven't managed to get even a drop. I got like a pinprick size. Another shouted as the water group clones glared at him. Well, who asked you? Another water clone shouted. Naruto meanwhile looked at the bickering clones as he stared with disbelief. I think I've used the shadow clones for too long now, he said as Jiraiya nodded as he walked over to him. Yeah. Best you have them dispel now and gather up those experience points, Jiraiya suggested and nodded. Good idea. Hey guys, we're gonna take a break. Disperse in the following order. Wind group goes first, then after a minute, Earth group is next, then water, okay? He shouted to the clones as they nodded. Okay. They all shouted as the wind group dispersed, and Naruto felt the rush of information to his head, followed shortly after by the Earth group and the water group. He stumbled slightly from the headache that was coming on. Oh man, I hate it when it does that, he complained as he rubbed his head. So much info. I feel like my head is going to burst, he said as Jiraiya chuckled and handed him an aspirin and water container. Well, there are always side effects to using any jutsu for too long. For you, it's having your head crammed with extra knowledge, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, but for me, it's like a whole bunch of books smack me in the head at once. Still better than Sakura's punches, he commented as Jiraiya raised a brow and then chuckled. What? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Nothing. Nothing. It's just, you kind of remind me of myself back in the day, Jiraiya commented as Naruto stared before a shocked expression crossed his face. Oh crap, does that mean I will turn into you one day? No, I'm being sentimental. Boy, you know how to kill a mood, Jiraiya yelled as he sighed. Anyway, how's the training? It looks like you're making progress with wind chakra, he said as Naruto groaned. Yeah, but it's still pretty hard. My chakra control is better now, but it's still hard to make my chakra turn into wind and cut the leaf. Not to mention the other Mi's are having problems with turning dirt into stone and the water ones. Don't get me started. Well, you're just lucky we're focusing on the first level of change in chakra nature, Jiraiya said as Naruto raised a brow. The first level. What's the second level then? He asked as Jiraiya smirked. Well, for wind. He then pointed at the waterfall. It involves you cutting a waterfall with your chakra, he said as Naruto stared in awe. What? That sounds impossible. You've seen people summon giant snakes, shoot fireballs from their mouths, and you have a 9-tailed spirit fox sealed inside you. And you think that's impossible? He asked as Naruto closed his mouth. Good point, he said as he looked at the waterfall. So then what about earth and water? He asked as Jiraiya smirked. Well, earth requires you to do the same thing with dirt practice, except you have to make a large boulder out of smaller rocks, he said as Naruto gulped. And as for water, you need to use your chakra to make an orb of water the same size as your head, Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded. Okay, so it's taking what I've learned in the first stage and then amplifying it. For me to use jutsu of a higher caliber, correct? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded. See, you got it. All those book readings have finally paid off, Jiraiya said as he slapped a hand on the boy's shoulder. Not really, I'm still having trouble with cutting the leaf. Do you have any advice to give? Or know anyone that could? Naruto asked as Jiraiya pondered this. The wind is not my strongest element. I can help with earth and water, but I think I know someone that has extensive knowledge of wind chakra. He's the son of the old man and happens to be the sensei of one of your friends. Asuma Sarutobi, he said as Naruto blinked. Asuma sensei, you mean Shikamaru's team? Wait, he's the son of the third Hokage? He exclaimed, as Jiraiya nodded. Then that would make Asuma Konohamaru's father? Close, but not the case. Asuma is his uncle. Sarutobi has another son, but he works in the Umbu if I recall, he said as Naruto nodded. I see. He looked over to the Hokage monument in the distance as he looked at the heads of 3rd and 4th Hokage. Heh, I just realized, Konohamaru, Asuma and we're kind of alike. We're related to the Hokage and we have a lot of expectations to live up to now, he said as Jiraiya nodded. Only difference is no one knows you're the son of the 4th, and thus lived a completely different life than Konohamaru or Asuma for that matter. But I think it's made you stronger, and gave you the same kind of perspective both your parents had. They worked hard to get where they were and learned to value those around them. That's what made them splendid shinobi. And what will make you one of the greatest, he said as Naruto looked up at the old man and smiled. That was really touching, he said before his eyes narrowed into a glare. If it wasn't for the fact you're peeping right now, he shouted as he pointed to the man's shadow clone peeking at the girls in the river downstream. Hey, what can I say? I am a master author and I need plenty of material for my next work. Gah, why is every teacher I get a pervert? Naruto yelled into the sky. Meanwhile, Team 10 training ground. Shikamaru grunted in annoyance as Choji came barreling at him with his human boulder jutsu. The clan heir of the Nara clan hoped to use his shadow binding jutsu to hold his friend in place. But once he realized he didn't have enough chakra, he jumped out of the way, just as Choji crashed into a tree. What's the matter, Shikamaru? Ran out of gas already? Asuma asked as Shikamaru groaned. Ah, what a drag, he said as Asuma laughed. Okay, Choji, let's do it again, Asuma instructed as Choji nodded. Right, Choji said as he prepared to use his expansion jutsu. Oi, Asuma-sensei! They suddenly heard as they all turned to see Naruto running towards them. Asuma-sensei, he yelled. Ha, Naruto? Choji said as Shikamaru sighed in relief. Never thought I'd be so glad to see that idiot, he said as he stood up. What's up, Naruto? Shouldn't you be training for the finals? Shikamaru asked as Naruto grinned. Of course I am. I've been training super hard. I just need to ask Asuma-sensei something, Naruto said as Asuma raised a brow. What do you need me for, Naruto? You do realize I'm Shikamaru's teacher, right? And I shouldn't be giving his potential opponent any advantage, he said as Naruto nodded. I know, but I need some advice. And I heard you're the best one to go to, Naruto said as Asuma stared at the boy. See, I found out I have wind chakra, and I heard you're probably the best one to ask about it, he said as Asuma raised a brow. You're learning nature transformation? You need some real talent to master that, you know, Shikamaru said as Naruto nodded. Yep, that's why I need tips from Asuma-sensei. Soon I'm going to be able to do some awesome wind ninjutsu, he said as Asuma stroked his beard. I didn't think you were ready for that kind of training. Boy Kakashi must be putting you and Sasuke through the meat grinder. Huh? Asuma asked as Naruto glared subtly. Not really, he's been too busy training Sasuke at the moment. So, I've been getting help from another teacher, he said as Asuma raised a brow. Huh? I guess this has to do with Orochimaru and the curse mark. But why is Naruto suddenly learning nature chakra? Last I recall he was the dead last at the academy, and his chakra control was terrible during the preliminary. Did something change in just 2 weeks? Asuma thought to himself. Oh well. I guess if he wants some pointers I can give him some. It's not like he'll make it past Niji. Asuma thought to himself as he nodded. Alright, I'll give you some pointers, he said as Naruto smiled with excitement. Only, if you agree to pay for Shikamaru's victory dinner after the Chūnin exams. He said as Naruto blanched at this, slowly turning to Choji, having long known about the Akamichi's appetite. He'd be broke in a snap. Okay, how about this? Shikamaru wins and I pay for the tab. I win, you pay for mine. Deal? He asked as Asuma raised a brow and stroked his beard. Okay, he said as he shook the boy's hand. Not like you to make a risky wager, sensei? Shikamaru said with his hands in his pockets, as Asuma shrugged. Just this once. Okay, so I guess a simple way to show you would be to give you an example, Asuma said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 knives. They weren't ordinary knives, they had 4 finger holes and spiked knuckle guards, and they were held with the blades pointing down from the fist. These are my chakra blades. They're made from a special metal that draws out the nature chakra from the user, he explained as his chakra flowed into the blade. It coated the blade in a sharp blue haze that looked almost like razors. Whoa, Naruto said as he stared at the blade. Here, try to do the same, Asuma instructed as Naruto took one of the blades and channeled his chakra into the blade. Huh. His control seems to have improved a bit, Asuma thought as he noticed Naruto wasn't struggling as much as he thought. However, the chakra around Naruto's blade looked wobbly than Asuma's. It doesn't look anything like yours, Asuma-sensei? Naruto said as Asuma nodded. Well, you've only just started, so it's no surprise. Now listen up, when manipulating wind chakra you have to imagine splitting your chakra in half and rubbing the 2 together. Then you've got to sharpen those parts into fine pieces and compress them together, Asuma explained as Naruto nodded. Like sharpening a kunai? Naruto said as Shikamaru and Asuma blinked. He got that? They both thought at the same time before Asuma nodded. Right? Anyway, the thinner and sharper they are, the better, Asuma said as Naruto nodded, but then looked at the chakra blade. Hey, I'm a bit curious about how good this wind chakra is. I mean, we've already got kunai knives, so what's the point then? He asked as Asuma smirked. How about I show you? See that tree over there? Take my knife and throw it, and I'll do the same, Asuma instructed as Naruto nodded and took aim. He and Asuma threw their knives at the same time. But when Naruto's blade stopped at the tree, Asuma went right through the tree and hit the stone behind it. Whoa! It didn't just cut through the tree, it went right through it and hit the boulder, he exclaimed with stars in his eyes, while Asuma smirked. Actually, if I wanted to I could make it go right through the rock as well, but that's dangerous, so I limited my chakra, Asuma explained as Naruto flinched. Whoa, he said as Asuma raised his finger. See, that is the key difference. If two shinobi of the same level were to go at each other, the one with the sharper tool would win. Wind Chakra has the best abilities for mid to close range fighters. It's a pretty nifty ability, this Wind Chakra, huh? He asked as Naruto nodded. And hey, after the exams, if you ever need any more tips, feel free to drop by. Just be ready to pay for our meals, he said as Naruto grinned. No problem. Now I just have to figure out earth and water. Thanks, Asuma-sensei, he said as Asuma raised a brow. Earth and water? But before he could get an answer, Naruto crossed his fingers and dispelled himself. Huh? That was a shadow clone? Shikamaru said as he raised a brow. That was pretty mean of you, making him pay for our meal. Never took you for the gambler type, he said as Asuma mentally was processing what Naruto meant by earth and water, but shook it off. It will be fine. He may have improved a bit, but I doubt he'll be able to beat Guy's student, Asuma said with a shrug. I don't know, Naruto is the one guy I can never really figure out. Not to mention he seemed different than 2 weeks ago. He may have a chance against Niji, Shikamaru said as Asuma raised a brow. You think so? Guess we'll just have to wait and see, Asuma said as he lit up a cigarette. Guess so. By the way, Naruto has the same appetite for ramen as Choji does, he said as Asuma stiffened at the thought. Better hope Naruto doesn't win, otherwise you're out of Rio, he said as Asuma sighed. Damn it. And I have terrible luck. Back at the waterfall, Naruto and the rest of his clones got a rush of information as they processed Asuma's lesson. I see. So that's how it works. Naruto grinned as he refocused on his training. Jiraiya watched with a smirk as saw Naruto's determination. Kid's got a knack for pushing on. I can say that much, he said to himself as he watched his student before him and recalled all his past students standing beside him. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Minato. So many of my students. So many of them passed before me, he lamented as he looked upon Naruto. I wonder though if he is the one I've been searching for, the child of prophecy that will bring a great revolution to this world, or will I have failed again? He asked himself. Yada! He suddenly heard as Naruto held up a fully cut leaf. I did it! He and the other clones screamed as they threw their leaves in the air. Maybe not. I've got a good feeling about this kid. Jiraiya smirked as he watched Naruto celebrate his victory over the leaf. Now I just need to get the earth and water down. Hey, how's it coming? What do you think? Shut up and help us already. Hey, don't talk to me like that. You're not the boss of me. Yes, I am. I made you. Jiraiya sighed as he shook his head. Well, at least it will be interesting to say the least, he said as he got up and started to walk over to his newest protege. In the notebook left by the rock as multiple titles were written and scratched out, and amongst one of them was simply, The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 6, The Hyuga Princess. It was now almost 3 weeks into the month break, and so far all the combatants were hard at work preparing for the finals. Shino was practicing with his insect hive to combat his opponent from the sand, the puppet user Kankuro. He was aware of what his opponent was capable of and had to plan accordingly. Shikamaru was more or less forced to train with Choji and Asuma, seeing as he had no drive to compete or win, referring to the whole thing as nothing but a drag. To quote Shikamaru, Sasuke was using every moment he had to refine his skills and master the Chidori, a powerful jutsu that could prove useful against his opponent Gaara. All the while Kakashi kept a watchful vigil over both his training and the curse mark on his shoulder. Niji was practicing all he had while observing the Hyuga main branch to progress further. He didn't honestly care about his current opponent, believing that it was fated for the Uzumaki to fail like Hinata, seeing as his view on life was bent. Naruto's training, on the other hand, was going much smoother than anyone could imagine. Thanks to the shadow clones, he had completed the first stage of his wind chakra transformation and only recently completed his earth chakra by forging the dirt into a solid piece of stone, but he still struggled with water. His summoning skill still needed improvement as all he could currently summon were the two Toad brothers, Gamakichi and Gamatatsu. Although Naruto did bond with the two Toads better, as they were only children like him. He would always have some snacks prepared for Gamtatsu and would let Gamakichi ride on his head whenever they were summoned. Jiraiya did attempt to have Naruto learn collaboration jutsu with Gamariki, but the two's personalities were utterly incompatible, arguing all the time, especially after Gamariki tried to teach Naruto how to dispel Jinjutsu and ended up sending Gamariki into the river from the large chakra burst Naruto used. Since then, the two had never truly seen eye to eye. While that was happening, the real Naruto was focused on learning the second stage of the wind transformation by attempting to cut the waterfall in half. He was using a bunch of shadow clones to push their chakra and make it into a blade of wind. The second stage was more difficult than the first one, as Naruto quickly discovered. Cutting a leaf was one thing, cutting a waterfall was an entirely different matter. But Naruto was determined to get stronger so that he could beat Neji and prove to him that destiny and fate were not set in stone, and that it was up to the person that decided. Ha-ha-iya! Naruto yelled as they stood at the base of the waterfall. It wasn't a particularly large waterfall, so Naruto could only fit about 15 shadow clones at a time with him. He went through all the lessons that he learned and charged his chakra to create a powerful wind blade, but it barely scratched the surface of the waterfall. Damn it! This is so much harder than a leaf. The clone Naruto cursed as the other clones continued to push their chakra out. Jiraiya was watching from a distance as he observed Naruto trying to cut the waterfall, and the Narutos trying to solidify the pounds of dirt in front of them into one large boulder. The Narutos with the water group were starting to pull more water out of the leaves, but not by much. He's making progress. This clone trick has accelerated his training far better than I would have imagined. It was a good thing he discovered it, otherwise, I doubt he would have learned much in a month, Jiraiya observed as he looked at all the clones. Still, we've only got 2 weeks left until the finals, and so far he hasn't been able to tap into the Nine-Tails chakra. Other than that time I used the Jinjutsu. I could try it again. But I doubt it will work, not to mention now he can detect Jinjutsu and I'm not that good at them. And another thing, he still needs to come up with a plan to beat Neji or Naruto, he called out as Naruto turned to his teacher. That's enough for the day. Come here, we need to chat, he called out as Naruto nodded and gestured to his clones, dispelling them in groups so that he wouldn't suffer serious mental overload. But just in case, there was aspirin and a water bottle prepared for him. Ha! That's better, Naruto said as he drank the water. So, what do you want to talk about, pervy sage? Stop calling me that. Never mind. The thing I wanted to talk to you about was your plan. My plan to beat Neji? Well, I admit it's still a work in progress. But thanks to the training and all those books you had me read, I know I've gotten a lot stronger. And once I learn some jutsu, I reckon I have a chance at beating him, Naruto said as he clenched his fist in determination. That's good, but I was referring to your next opponent, Jiraiya asked as Naruto raised a brow. My next opponent? Yeah, you do know that after you beat Neji, you will be faced off with another opponent, and from what I hear it will be either between Sasuke, Uchiha, or Gaara of the Sand, Jiraiya said as Naruto blinked. Oh yeah, wow. I've just been so focused on Neji I kind of forgot, he admitted as Jiraiya sighed. Oh boy kid, well I can't blame you. I mean you were doing this for your girlfriend after all, he said with a smirk as Naruto raised a brow. Huh? Hinata's not my girlfriend. She's just someone I knew back at the academy. I'll admit she does seem kinda cute, but she'd always go red and avoid eye contact whenever she was around me. I think she might have a sickness or something, he said as Jiraiya slapped his forehead. Oh brother, he muttered to himself. Besides, I've got my eyes set on another, my teammate Sakura, he said with a grin and a blush. Instantly Jiraiya had flashes to his youth and the many attempts to get together with Tsunade. I've got a bad feeling about this, he thought as he leaned forward on his rock, fingers laced together as he rested his chin on his hands. This Sakura, how would you describe her? He asked as Naruto blushed and scratched his cheek. Well, she's smart, beautiful, and knows a lot of things I don't, he said as Jiraiya nodded. But, he sighed as he shook his head. She seems to only have eyes for Sasuke. Every time I ask her out, she shoots me down, then goes right around and asks Sasuke for the same thing, only he shoots her down as well. Then she gets angry and socks me in the face. Not to mention she always agrees with whatever Sasuke says, even if I don't think it's a good idea. And she punches me and calls me an idiot, He lamented as he rested his head on his palm. I don't get her. What's so great about Sasuke anyway? He asked as Jiraiya felt a trickle of sweat down his neck. Crap. This is just like when I chased after Tsunade, he thought as he could see the similarities between them. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, he said as he had to get rid of this funk nostalgia that was drifting in his memory. What have you planned for your fights? He asked as Naruto crossed his arms and pondered. Well, given what you told me about the Hyuga, I can't match Neji with taijutsu. Not when my skills are still lacking. So far I haven't seen him perform any ninjutsu, but that was only because he fought Hinata with their clan's taijutsu. But given that they can shut down chakra points, close quarters combat would be out of the question. My best bet is to trick him up with some ninjutsu and try restraining him to get some physical damage on him. He surmised as Jiraiya nodded. Looks like all that reading is starting to pay off. You're analyzing your opponent and planning accordingly. As for your ninjutsu, don't worry, I have a few moves I can teach you plus a few elemental ones. Now that you have the first stage of wind and earth chakra down, the water jutsu will have to come later, he said as Naruto nodded. Now, what can you tell me about your other opponents? He asked as Naruto closed his eyes to concentrate. Well, if I win against Neji, my next opponent will have to be either Sasuke or Gaara. I know what Sasuke can do. He has the Sharingan, but not like Kakashi's. Last I saw, I think he only had 2 tomo in each eye. He has the fire-style jutsu, Bushibrow's fighting style, his lion's barrage, and better taijutsu than me. But seeing as Kakashi is training him, no doubt he will have some new moves. Naruto recalled as Jiraiya nodded. Good. And the other one? Gaara. I don't know much about him, but he used sand like a weapon. It protected him from Bushibrow's attacks. I think I recall someone saying it was his perfect defense. Naruto recounted. What I recall, he is the son of the 4th Kazekage. Although not much information is available for some reason, Jiraiya said as Naruto blinked. He's the son of a Fortich, just like me? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Strange coincidence, huh? Anyway, I've heard of the sand jutsu. His father uses a gold dust variation, but all of them stem from the earth element. Normally you can beat earth style with lightning style. Jiraiya explained as Naruto raised a brow. Right, I forgot to teach you that part. See, each element is stronger against one element but weak against another. He pulled out a scroll and drew the 5 elements in a circle. Fire beats wind but is weak against water, wind beats lightning but is weak to fire, lightning beats earth but is weak against wind, earth beats water but is weak to lightning. You understand? Jiraiya asked as Naruto nodded. I see. Which means, Kakashi-sensei will teach Sasuke a lightning-based jutsu, right? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded. More than likely, but that will give you an advantage. Your wind jutsu would be stronger against Sasuke's lightning. But, seeing as he is an Uchiha, he would naturally be born with fire chakra. And then your wind jutsu would be defeated, even make his fire jutsu stronger, he said as Naruto blinked. Wait, my wind makes his fire stronger? How does that work? He asked as Jiraiya sighed. Okay, you know when you start a campfire, you blow on the embers to make them bigger? He asked as Naruto nodded. Well, it's the same with wind and fire jutsus. You would be fueling his fire jutsu and then he'd have a bigger, stronger jutsu against you. But you also have water chakra, so you can counter that. But once again, his lightning would turn your water jutsu against you. Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded. So, I'm a perfect match for Sasuke then, Naruto said as Jiraiya raised a brow. My wind and water can match his fire and lightning, he said as Jiraiya nodded. Anyway, while the Gaara kid might have a powerful defense, it doesn't mean that it's not perfect. There are bound to be cracks somewhere, you just need to figure it out, Jiraiya instructed as Naruto nodded. Okay, so once you manage to beat either of them, who are the others? Well, there's Shikamaru, Shino, that girl with the fan, some puppet dude, and the other sound guy. Shikamaru I know because he and I were friends back at the academy with Choji and Kiba. He may look like a slacker, but he was always smarter than the rest of us. He can control his shadow and can use it to immobilize his opponent as he did to that sound chick, Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded. The Nara clan's shadow possession technique is not an easy thing to overcome, but not impossible if you know what to look out for, Jiraiya advised. Then there's Shino, he's on Hinata's team. He uses bugs as his main weapon. He used them against that Zaka guy to plug up the air holes he had in his hands. But apparently, he suffered prior damage in the forest, and one of his arms blew off during the fight with Shino. Naruto recalled with some revulsion. I mean, I know it wasn't fully Shino's fault, but yeesh. /N in the manga. Zaka's arm blew off and didn't just go limp like in the anime. Ah, he's from the Aburame clan, a clan that specializes in using insects. They have a special symbiosis with their insects, allowing the insect to live just under their host's skin. Jiraiya said as Naruto shivered. Man, that's a bit creepy, Naruto admitted as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, because of this, the Aburame clan usually keep to themselves. Due to how the civilians and fellow shinobi view them. You should know that feeling, Jiraiya said as Naruto looked down, knowing all too well the judgment of the villagers. In any case, you need to be careful when facing them. They have a variety of insects they can use, and their Kikaichu beetles are their most prominent. They can overwhelm their opponent and eat their chakra, Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded. So direct contact with Shino would be out of the question. Shino is still a leaf shinobi, so I don't want to hurt his insects too much. Might need to come up with a method to keep them off me, Naruto pondered. But I'll come back to that later. The next one is the girl with the fan Temari, I think? She has wind chakra like me, 'cause she blew away Tenten's weapons like they were nothing, Naruto said as he tried to recall her name. Temari, she's the daughter of the Kazekage, the oldest of the three, which also means the one with the puppet is Kankuro, the second child of the Kazekage. Jiraiya recalled from his network. Right, Temari was able to defeat Tenten pretty easily, so she has to be very strong and smart. She was also able to stop Bushy Brow's kick quickly. She had a fan that had circles on it. When she opened the fan, the wind got stronger. I think she was using it to amplify her wind chakra, like what Asuma-sensei does with his combat knives, Naruto surmised as Jiraiya nodded. Good insight, kid. If you knew a fire-style jutsu, you could turn that wind against her. But seeing as you don't, you'd need to be careful going at her. Now, how about the last two? Jiraiya asked as Naruto thought. Well, the other one, Kankuro, could use puppets, which means he can have them attack me while he stays at a distance. And his puppet was disguised as him, so it might be hard to tell which is the real one, Naruto said as he grumbled. I still think it's cheating using a puppet. Hey, whatever can be used to amass victory is essential to a shinobi. Puppets are just one method. It's interesting that all the sand ninjas in the tournament so far are the children of the fourth Kazekage odd, Jiraiya said as he pondered. I can understand having one or two relatives on a team, but all three, he thought to himself as Naruto raised a brow. What's up, pervy sage? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Nothing, and stop calling me. Never mind. What about the last one? He asked as Naruto scratched his chin. If I recall, he's another sound ninja like the ones Shikamaru, Shino, and Choji fought. All of them used sound as a weapon. He had some sort of gauntlet that he used against Choji to knock him out in one blow. Something about the human body having 70% water, and that water transmits sound. Naruto tried to recall the fight as Jiraiya nodded. It's true. Believe it or not, sound travels faster in water than air. Because the water molecules are packed tighter together, when he used that sound attack on your friend, it was more effective on his body, Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded. So, now that you know all your potential opponents, what are you going to do? He asked the boy as Naruto pondered. Well, I know some of their skills, but not all of them. I first should focus on a strategy to beat Neji. Then after him, Sasuke or Gaara should be my next focus, depending on who I face next. Then on however wins the next rounds between Shino, Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, or Dosu. One of the advantages I have is I can watch all their fights, seeing as my matches first, Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded. But it also puts you at a disadvantage because they will see your skills and tactics as well. Thus they can plan around your plan, so you will need to plan around the plan that they are planning around your plan, he said as Naruto stared at the man with great confusion. Ha! It's complicated, you just try not to get caught up in their plan. Show them some of your Uzumaki unpredictability, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded, though still confused. Okay, Naruto said as he went back to reading the Uzumaki history scroll. Still, Neji is not going to be easy to beat. Rookie of the Year, a powerful Jujutsu, and an apparent prodigy. I've got my work cut out for me, Naruto said as he pondered how to beat Neji. You know, you could ask someone for help? Jiraiya suggested as Naruto raised a brow. Who? I doubt Bushier Brow Sensei, Guy, Tenten, Bushy Brows, or any of the Hyuga are going to be willing to tell me help me beat Neji. I doubt any of them would even talk to me. Naruto lamented as Jiraiya held up a finger. Ah, but you do know one person that might give you an insight. Sure, she lost, but she will be your best source of information on Neji. Jiraiya said as Naruto stared while the little hamster in his brain ran around the treadmill, until finally… Oh, right, Hinata. She's a Hyuga. Way to state the obvious, kid, Jiraiya joked. But she's a Hyuga, so I doubt she'd be willing to tell me anything about her family's secrets, Naruto argued as Jiraiya shrugged. You never know until you try. Go out and find her. She might be willing to help beat Neji, Jiraiya suggested as Naruto raised a brow. But why don't I just send out a shadow cone? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shook his head. Out of the question. You've been using the clones too much for today. One more and I think you might just pass out. Plus, that would be rude. She is a young lady whose honor you are fighting for, after all. Not someone you're asking chakra tips from. The least you could do is go see her in person, Jiraiya argued as Naruto stared at the man. Whatever you say, pervy sage, Naruto said as he got up, put his jacket back on and started walking away to find Hinata. Jiraiya meanwhile smirked as he watched his student. This is for own good. He needs a break to mentally prepare himself for his match and get a better idea of his opponent. I know this Hinata won't spill any clan secrets. No clansman would. Even if she has feelings for him, if my assumption is true. But it would be good to get an idea of Neji's side of the story and maybe start looking at other fish in the sea. His infatuation with this Sakura is the same as the one I had with Tsunade. The pattern I'm seeing. If this keeps up, he'll end up like me. The kid deserves some happiness in his life. The life I never had. He looked back on his life and wondered if there was any possibility that Tsunade would have given him the time of day. Konoha Hospital. The Konoha General Hospital was busy as usual, treating shinobi that had returned from missions to the everyday aches and pains of the village civilians. It was also where several Chūnin exam participants were currently hospitalized for their injuries, such as Rock Lee and Hinata Hyuga. Rock Lee was placed in the shinobi ward, while Hinata was given a private room due to her connection with the Hyuga clan. This is why currently… What do you mean I can't see Hinata? Naruto asked the receptionist. As I told you before, we were given explicit instructions not to allow anyone that isn't family or friend into Miss Hinata's room, she said as she looked over the list. And as I can see, you are not on the list, she said as Naruto glared. But I need to see her, it's important. If it was truly important, you would have been permitted by either Lord Hyuga or her sensei. But seeing as you are neither her teammate, sensei, or a family relative, I cannot allow you to visit her, she explained as Naruto grumbled. Stupid rules, Naruto grumbled as he crossed his arms. Oh, Naruto, is that you? He suddenly heard as he turned to see Kurenai Yuhi, with a bouquet. Hey, Kurenai-sensei, are you here to visit Hinata? He asked as she nodded. Indeed, she is one of my pupils after all. What are you doing here, if I might ask? Shouldn't you be training for the finals? She asked as Naruto nodded. I am, but I kind of need Hinata's help. But this stuffy nurse isn't letting me see her. He pointed at the middle-aged nurse who flared her nostrils and readjusted her glasses. And as I've told you before, I cannot simply allow anyone to visit Miss Hinata, not without proper authorization from her father, she told the boy who glared, as Kurenai stared at the boy. Curious, I never expected Naruto of all people would come to visit her. I know that she has a crush on the young boy, but it was my impression that he didn't notice her or knew she existed. Not to say it's his fault. Her shyness has made her somewhat of a wallflower. More than likely, he's come to ask her for some insight on how to fight Neji. Kurenai wagered as she shrugged. Oh well, it might do her some good to see him, she told herself as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Let me handle this, Naruto, Kurenai asked the young boy as she turned to the nurse. I'm Hinata-sensei. I can vouch for Naruto that he will not cause any trouble for Hinata, she told the nurse. Very well, she said as wrote it down on a clipboard. But if I hear that he's causing trouble, I will have him removed immediately, she said as Kurenai nodded. Understood, she said as she turned to Naruto. Come along, she said as Naruto nodded, gave a small smug smirk to the nurse, and then followed Kurenai. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. I appreciate this, he said as Kurenai nodded. It's fine. I assume you are here to ask Hinata about her cousin, Niji? She asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, if I want to beat him and avenge what he said about Hinata, I need all the info I can get about him. I figure since she fought him, she might be able to help, Naruto argued as Kurenai nodded. It's a sound idea, but you must be aware that as a Hyuga clan member, she can't divulge much in the way of her clan's techniques, she said as Naruto nodded. I figure, but anything is better than nothing, he said as Kurenai stared at the boy. He's different from the preliminaries? What could have forced this change? She pondered to herself as she led Naruto to Hinata's room. Still, I wonder how Hinata will react to having her crush suddenly visit her in the hospital. Would be rather entertaining, she thought before she stopped the boy. Kurenai-sensei? He asked as she handed the flowers to Naruto. Here, give these to Hinata when you see her, she said as Naruto raised a brow. Why? He asked as Kurenai chuckled. You're going to visit someone in the hospital. It's customary to bring them a get-well gift, she argued as Naruto blinked. Is it? I didn't know that. Then again, I've never really been that sick to have anyone visit me, or had anyone visiting. Would she even like them? Naruto asked as Kurenai looked at the boy with concern, before nodding. Well, trust me, Hinata will like them, especially from you, she said as Naruto raised a brow. Why me? He asked as she sighed. Just trust me, and make sure you tell her they are from you, she said as he raised a brow. Trust me, she said and led him to Hinata's room, where two members of the Hyuga clan were guarding her room. Kurenai-san, they greeted with a bow, before looking down at Naruto. What is he doing here? One of the Hyuga guards asked as they glared at the boy with their pale eyes, a glare Naruto was all too familiar with growing up. He's with me, he's a friend of Hinata's and wishes to see her, she told them as they looked at each other, knowing full well that the boy before them was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Forgive us, but we were given strict instructions to not let anyone other than approved staff, Lord Hisashi or your team into Lady Hinata's room, the Hyuga guard said, staring at the boy before them. I can assure you he will not cause Hinata any trouble. I will be watching over them the entire exchange. You have my word, Kurenai told them as they looked at each other before nodding. Very well, you may enter, they said as they opened the door and the pair walked in. Hinata was busy staring out the window of her hospital room as she watched the clouds drift by. She had been stuck in this hospital ever since her battle with her cousin Niji. The injuries she had sustained from her cousin had damaged her internal organs, and if he had landed the final blow, she could very well have died. Luckily, the doctors had told her she should make a full recovery, so long as she did nothing too strenuous, lest she reopened her internal injuries. But her father, despite his cold demeanor, had been assured that she was receiving the best of care. Though he did voice his disappointment that she lost to a member of the Branch family. Her father had become emotionally colder over the years ever since her uncle had died, expecting her to be stronger and capable of leading the clan. It was no secret the rest of the elders found her to be unsuitable to lead the clan, seeing as she could not defeat her younger sister. Not that they care about the fact Hinata couldn't bring herself to harm her younger sister, Hanabi. She was the only reminder of their late mother who died shortly after Hanabi's birth, and she made a promise to her mother to keep Hanabi safe. Yet because of her inability to hurt her sister, she failed to prove herself to the elders, and they started making plans to have Hanabi become the next head of the Hyuga clan. And this defeat at her cousin's hands would no doubt push the agenda even more. And the worst part of it all was that she lost in front of her crush, who probably thought she was a failure like everyone else did. No, Naruto-kun would never think that. He cheered me on even when Niji and Kiba were telling me to give up. He never stops trying and never lets anyone push him down. It's one of the many reasons I look up to him. Even if he doesn't see me. She thought to herself as she looked out the window and smiled, thinking about the boy she had a crush on. Lady Hinata? You have visitors? She heard from her guards as the door opened, and she turned expecting to see her sensei and maybe Kiba or Shino. Well, she was right about the first person. The last person she expected, however, was her crush, holding a bouquet. Hey Hinata, how are you doing? He yelled with a smile on his face. Instantly Hinata went red in the face from the surprise visit from the last person she thought would visit her room. "Eninin Naruto-kun!" She yelled and started flailing her arms around, unable to form a coherent sentence. "WW, what are you doing here?" She yelped, trying to hide her face. "Well, I came to see you, of course," Naruto said like it was the easiest thing in the world, while Hinata was misinterpreting it and her mind read the words as, "I came to see you, Hinata," in a more seductive fashion, thus causing her face to blush red and her heart to beat faster. Why you? And me. I dash. She stumbled over her words. "Oh, by the way, Kurenai dash." He stopped when Kurenai coughed into her hand. "Oh, I mean I got you these," he said as he held up the flowers. "I was told it's customary to give a get-well gift. I hope that's okay?" He asked as Hinata was blushing deep red and saw Naruto in a much more seductive way as he presented the flowers to her. "And Naruto-kun FFF lowers me?" She managed to mumble out as her face was redder by the second. "Hey, are you okay, Hinata? Your face is getting red," Naruto said as he absent-mindedly placed a hand on her forehead, making her face brighter and her heart beat even faster. "And Naruto-kun, I," she said as her eyes began to swirl and she felt faint. Meanwhile, Kurenai inwardly chucked at the scene before her, as she watched her student stumble over her crush. She knew she should probably stop this before she reopened her wounds, but she had been so down since she lost the match, and she always seemed to be much happier when either the topic of Naruto came up or the boy himself was near her. "Okay, calm down, Hinata," she said as she walked over and placed a gentle hand on Hinata. "Naruto wanted to come to visit. It wouldn't do you any good if you fainted now, would it?" She whispered into Hinata's ear as the girl nodded and tried her best to swallow her nerves. "Hi, Kurenai-sensei," Hinata said as she tried her best to look Naruto in the eye. "Thank you for coming to visit and Naruto-kun," she said as Naruto nodded with a smile. "No problem. How are you, by the way? That fight with your cousin was pretty serious. Are you going to be okay?" he asked as Hinata nodded while blushing. "Why yes, the doctor said I should recover if I take it easy for the next few weeks. It's nothing too serious. I just have avoided unnecessary stress for a while and unfortunately, I won't be on active duty for a while. Thank you for the concern," she said as Naruto nodded his head. "That's good to hear. You were pretty awesome out there," Naruto complimented as Hinata shook her head. But I lost. I must have looked pathetic being beaten up like that," she said as Naruto shook his head. "Nah, you didn't back down and you never gave up. That makes you pretty awesome in my books," he said with his trademark grin as Hinata blushed and felt her heart flutter. Naruto then sighed as he sat on the small chair next to her bed, causing her to become jittery at the proximity. "Okay, so the reason I came here is that I wanted to find out more about Niji. But I've been told multiple times that clan members won't give out anything to me, even if he's the one that put you here," Naruto told her as she nodded. "So, instead I need to ask this Hinata," Naruto said with uncertainty, something Hinata had never heard from him. "Niji's strong, isn't he?" he asked as she solemnly nodded. Hi, she said as Naruto nodded with his head down. "Yeah, I figured that," he said with a solemn nod. But you might be able to win," she said as she suddenly grew shyer. "Huh, why do you think that?" he asked as Hinata began fidgeting with her fingers. Because, she said as she couldn't muster up the courage to speak her mind. She looked over to Kurenai, who gave her a supportive look as she returned her gaze to the inquisitive Uzumaki. Because, when you cheered me on, I felt like I became stronger. I even started liking myself more, and that was thanks to you cheering me on. It may not seem like I've changed to others, but I feel like I've changed. And it's all thanks to you, Naruto-kun. She told the boy who smiled and rubbed the back of his head. All thanks to me? Thanks. I guess I'm pretty influential, huh? He said with a grin as Kurenai rolled her eyes with a playful smirk on her lips, keeping silent as she stood in the corner. But, he suddenly said as Kurenai and Hinata looked at the boy. Why? He asked. Why what? Hinata asked as Naruto shook his head. Why do you think I helped you get better? I mean, sure I look super strong and stuff, but that's just a facade, he said, forgetting for a moment that Kurenai was in the room. It's an act I put on because I'm so frustrated with failing all the time. I failed the exam 3 times trying to do a simple clone jutsu. I had terrible chakra control and his mind recalled the genjutsu trick a week ago and how he thought he hurt Sakura. And I don't think things ahead and I could get someone hurt, people I care about. I just don't see how I can be someone that inspires you, he said with his head low before in a brazen moment. Hinata placed her hand on top of his. That's not true, she said with a shot of confidence unfamiliar to her, as Naruto looked up at her. The fact that you never give up, never let anyone put you down, is inspiring. You have this amazing strength to get back up and keep trying. In my eyes, you're not a failure. You're a really strong and cool person, Naruto-kun, she said as Naruto stared at her before he smiled. Thanks, Hinata. I needed to hear that. And don't worry, I'll make Neji pay for what he did to you. He had no right to say all those things. The guy's a total jerk, Naruto declared as Hinata felt flush from this declaration. Before she noticed her hand was on his and shot off it like it was a hot plate, leaving him slightly confused before she flustered and Kurenai chuckled in the background. Thank you, but it's okay, Naruto-kun. Neji-san is not a bad guy, really? She tried to defend her cousin. But he insulted you and tried to put you down. Heck, if it wasn't for the examiners and the sensei, he could have killed you, Naruto recounted as Hinata shook his head. I know, but the thing is, I think he has a reason to be angry at me, she said as Naruto raised a brow. Huh? What possible reason could he have for hating you? Aren't you two family or something? He asked as Kurenai shook his head. It's not as simple as you think, Naruto. The Hyuga clan has some tension between the main and branch members, and it partially revolves around a certain practice, Kurenai said as Naruto looked confused and then at Hinata. Hinata? He asked as Hinata lowered her head. Why, you see, there is a certain tradition within the Hyuga clan, where members of the branch family are given a certain seal, she said as Naruto became curious. A seal? He asked as she nodded. It's called the birdcage seal. It's a seal that is placed on members of the branch family. It is placed on the forehead and is supposed to seal away the Byakugan upon the person's death. To keep the Byakugan secrets safe, however, she said as she looked down in shame. However, what? Naruto asked, having a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. The main family have been known to use the seal to keep the branch family from disobeying them. It is a painful experience, from what I remember, Hinata said with shame as she remembered when her father used the seal on her uncle years ago. What? That's horrible. Why would they do something like that? And to their own family? Naruto was appalled at the notion while Hinata hung her head. It's rather complicated, Naruto, Kurenai interrupted Hinata, who could see she was feeling great shame for her family's traditions. Every clan has their customs and traditions. Some are just more extreme than others. You mustn't judge them on that, she said as Naruto shook his head. But if the birdcage seal is supposed to keep the Byakugan secret safe, then why doesn't every member of the Hyuga have it? He asked as Kurenai sighed. Once again, it's a clan matter and not something an outsider could understand. But you do have a point. More than likely, it was meant to be a safeguard, but the main branch found other uses for it, she said as Hinata nodded. Naruto took this information in stride as he felt a connection between the branch members of the Hyuga and himself, having a seal placed upon them. But where their mark limited their freedom, his mark isolated him from everyone around him. Okay, so I get that. But why does Neji have it out against you? You're not the one that put it on him, Naruto asked as Hinata sighed. A long time ago, after the end of the Third Great War, a peace treaty was signed between Kumogakure and Kanehagakure. The head ninja of Kumogakure was in attendance for the event. It was also the same time as my 3rd birthday. However, there was an incident, she said as she hung her head. I was kidnapped by the head ninja from the Cloud Village, and in his attempt to rescue me, my father killed him. What? But why would he do that? Wasn't he supposed to be there to sign a treaty? Naruto asked, greatly confused. Naruto, the Hyuga's bloodline is highly converted by many villages, especially Kumogakure. They've made attempts to steal it and its secrets in the past. It was clear that it was a ruse just to get access to the village and kidnap Hinata, so they could study her bloodline, Kurenai explained as Naruto stared. But then, what does this have to do with Niji? He asked as Hinata sighed. According to my father, Kumogakure claimed no knowledge of such a mission and accused us of attacking their diplomat. In return, to avoid a potential war, they demanded that my father be executed and his body be given to them. Hinata said as Naruto looked angry. That's bull. They had no right to ask that when it was one of their guys that tried to kidnap you. Naruto yelled, angry that such a thing happened. But wait, isn't your father still alive? Then how did? Hinata hung her head as she looked away. Lord Hisashi had a twin brother in the branch family, Hisashi Hyuga, Niji's father. Kurenai explained as Naruto's eyes widened. Because they were similar, the Hyuga were able to fool Kumo and sacrificed Hisashi, claiming he was the one that killed the Cloud Ninja. And with the birdcage seal, the Byakugan would die with him, denying Kumogakure access to the Hyuga bloodline. But why did he have to die? It still doesn't make sense, Naruto argued as Kurenai lowered her gaze. You have to understand, Naruto, Konoha was still vulnerable after both the Third Great War and Ninetales' attack, she said as Naruto stiffened at the mention of the Ninetales. If we hadn't complied, the Land of Lightning would have used the incident as an excuse to wage war on Konoha. With the way things were back then, there was no guarantee that Konoha would have survived. But by sacrificing his life, Hisashi Hyuga prevented a war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, Kurenai explained. And that's why Niji hates me. I'm a constant reminder of the fact his father died while mine still lives, Hinata said as Naruto nodded solemnly. I see, Naruto said as he gripped his shirt where the Ninetales was sealed away. Man, I kinda see why Niji is like this. His father died to stop a war, branded with something he never wanted or asked for. Makes me realize that there's more to people than just what's in front of me. It just makes me think what would have happened if my father didn't sacrifice himself to stop the Ninetales. And maybe what would have happened if he was still around. Could he have stopped the attempt, or at the least make the Cloud Village back off? Naruto asked himself as he thought about the ifs and what ifs. So I hope you understand why you shouldn't be so harsh on Niji. It's not his fault, Hinata asked as Naruto sighed. I know, Naruto said as he gripped his fist. But it's not your fault either, Hinata, Naruto said as Hinata looked up. I get what he went through, losing his father. It's messed up, but that still doesn't give him the right to put others down, especially you. He then looked over to her as a fire raged in his eyes. If he was a genius, he could have seen the possibility of helping you to make the clan better. You don't like those cage seals, do you? He asked as she shook her head. Then instead of putting you down, he should have helped you rise. Then you could change the Hyuga clan for the better. Get rid of the seal and the stupid divide between branch and main. And you know what? I promise that when I become Hokage, I will help you change your clan's stupid way. Because I never back down. I never give up. That's my ninja way, he said as he pointed his fist to Hinata. Hinata's face flushed red as he stared directly into her eyes. Her crush on the boy grew bigger with every second as she found him to be more inspiring and determined than ever before. It made her more attracted to him. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said as she twiddled her fingers and the boy grinned. No problem, Hinata, and thanks for the insight. I came here wanting to know more about Niji and how to beat him. Maybe even get an insight about him. And thanks to you, I think I know a little more about him. Now I know I'm going to win, he said with his trademark grin. Hinata smiled as she nodded. Why, you're welcome, Naruto-kun, she said as Naruto chuckled. I should get going, thanks for the insight, I needed it. And hey, I enjoyed talking with you. Think it would be okay if I came around more often? He asked as Hinata felt flustered and tried in vain to come up with a response. Luckily, her sensei answered for her. Hinata would love that, Naruto. I'll talk with the head nurse and give you access later, she told him as Naruto nodded. Sweet, thanks Kurenai-sensei. Well, I should be going. Thanks, Naruto said as he got up to leave but paused before he turned back to Hinata. You know, I always thought you were kind of weird, Naruto absently said as Hinata felt crestfallen and Kurenai was debating whether to slap her forehead or Naruto's. But, he suddenly said as Hinata perked up, I think you're kind of awesome, and I like people like you, he said with a grin, as Hinata felt her heart race and her face flush red and then promptly fainted. He likes me, Hinata thought to herself as she passed out. Hinata! Oi Hinata! Are you okay? Naruto yelled as he rushed up to the girl and started shaking her to see if she was all right. Kurenai had to suppress a chuckle as she watched the happy-go-lucky grin on Hinata's face. Happy to see her pupil smile after so long, she could see the benefits of having Naruto interact with her more and wondered how else she could help the shy Hyuga break out of her shell. Later at the training field, Jiraiya sat under the tree as he made edits to his latest manuscript. His publisher was hounding him for his next Make Out Paradise sequel, and so far he had the basis of what he was planning to write. But he also had to balance his responsibilities with maintaining his network, his duties as a leaf shinobi, his Toad Sage responsibilities, and now the responsibilities that he had for his godson. Speaking of which, he spied Naruto walking towards him, hands in his pocket as he seemed to be mentally mulling over everything he learned. Welcome back, kid. How'd it go with the heiress? He asked as Naruto snapped out of his mental musing and nodded. Huh? Oh yeah, it was very informative. I kind of understand why Niji is so angry, losing his dad like that. Still doesn't make what he said right, but I get it. I would be angry too if my dad died because of political bullcrap. But then again, Dad would have gladly made the same sacrifice, wouldn't he? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. He proved that years ago when the Nine Tails escaped. As Hokage, it's more than just being the strongest or the smartest. It's about putting your life on the line for others. All Hokage before has shown that quality, but that doesn't mean it's the only quality. Your dream is to become Hokage, but that doesn't mean you have to throw away your life recklessly, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. I see. Well, I guess you want to get back to training, right? He asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah. But before that, there's something else, he said as Jiraiya raised a brow. Hinata. She said that I helped her be better, that I inspire her because I don't give up. I still don't understand what she meant by that, but it made me feel happy for some reason. Any idea what that's about, pervy sage? He asked as Jiraiya smirked at the little knowledge. Oh, it's just you'll understand when you're older, Jiraiya said as Naruto felt a blood vein appear on his forehead. What the heck does that mean, you pervy bastard? Naruto yelled as Jiraiya laughed and put his book away. Nothing now, let's get back to training. You've only got a week left for the finals, and I think it's time you learned some ninjutsu, he said as Naruto stopped his anger and seemed to bounce with excitement. Yes, new jutsu. What are you going to teach me? He yelled as the old sage grinned. Well, I have a wind and earth jutsu I can teach you to increase your offense and defense, while Gamariki can teach you a water jutsu for range, he said as Naruto's face grew grim at the thought of the one toad that he found annoying. However, there are a few techniques I think would fit your certain skills, he said and threw him a scroll. Naruto caught the scroll and opened it up as he looked upon the contents as his eyebrow raised. Huh? Another clone jutsu? He asked as he looked over the scroll. Ah, but not just any clone jutsu. One I think will give you a great advantage over your opponent. Combine that with another jutsu and Niji won't know what hit him, Jiraiya said as Naruto read over the scroll. Think this will give me an edge over Niji? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Without a doubt, he said as Naruto grinned and rolled up the scroll as he placed his fingers together. Then what are we waiting for? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chapter 7. Countdown to the Finals. Sasuke Uchiha stood in the middle of the rocky training ground, as large craters surrounded him. He held his left arm as small burn marks could be seen on his palm. He had been training non-stop since he released himself from the hospital a week ago, and knew he had a small amount of time left to prepare for the finals. Not that it would be a challenge for a prodigy like him. His Sharingan had already copied the taijutsu style that Kakashi showed him, and his chakra control had significantly improved since then. Now he was focused on learning the technique that would assist him in beating the ninja from the sand village, Gaara. A technique called the Chidori, utilizing his lightning chakra to pierce through Gaara's sand defense, although the technique was proving a challenge to master, even with his Sharingan. He had to maintain the chakra flow, shape his chakra into lightning and focus it into a single point to pierce his target. Sasuke grunted as he held the lightning in his palm, rushed towards a column of stone, and thrust it at his target. Chidori! He yelled as he slammed the jutsu into the earth column. The lightning sparked around his palm as the stone began to crumble. His arm pierced the stone before he pulled it out and left a large crater in the column. He breathed out heavy breaths as he gripped his wrist. Kakashi stood off to the side as he carefully observed Sasuke's progress, as well as making sure the curse mark on his neck didn't flare up. The seal he placed on Sasuke should contain it and the influence of Orochimaru, but there was so much about the curse mark that neither Anko nor the third Hokage truly knew about. From what they could tell, it only seemed to give the user an increase in power. But so far in Anko, it only caused the subject an increasing amount of pain. All they knew was that it was vital to Orochimaru's research, but what exactly it could do was unknown. Still, the fact that he's targeting Sasuke is not good. Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin. I doubt I could ever beat one of them. The curse mark may be his way of tempting Sasuke with power. Sasuke only seems to care about 2 things, power and vengeance against his older brother Itachi. I hope I can at least guide him in a way that won't cause him to abandon his comrades, and follow the will of fire to become a shinobi that will protect the hidden leaf. But he paused as he looked at the boy that had a deep fire in his eyes, but not like the one he saw in Naruto's eyes. Unlike Naruto, his fire is filled with hatred. Hatred for his brother and hatred for himself, being the only survivor. I need to contain this, he thought to himself as he looked up to the sky. Sensei, what would you do here? He asked himself before he noticed Sasuke power up another Chidori and slam it into the stones. The boy panted heavily as he fell to one knee. Hey! Take it easy, Sasuke. I told you that 2 uses were your limit, Kakashi warned as Sasuke glared at his sensei. The Chidori is not a child's toy. The amount of chakra and concentration it takes is much more than what you're used to. At this stage, 2 uses are your limit, Kakashi affirmed as Sasuke grunted. And what happens if I use it more than twice? He asked as he felt his arm go slightly numb. There is no third. If you try to force the jutsu, it won't work and your chakra will be reduced to 0. And remember, I'm only teaching you this technique so that you can use it against Gaara's sand. He's much more powerful than anyone you've faced so far. And it's only to be used to protect your comrades, Kakashi said as Sasuke scoffed. An A-rank assassination jutsu is used to protect? He asked as Kakashi's visible eye drifted back to his youth. To Obito and Rin, sometimes the best way to protect them is to make sure they never get hurt again. Kakashi spoke ominously as Sasuke raised a brow. Doesn't matter. All I need to do is beat Gaara. Then I'm one step closer to him, Sasuke said with a glare as he returned to his training, while Kakashi sighed. He's just as stubborn as Naruto, he said as his mind briefly wandered to his other student. Speaking of, I wonder how Naruto's doing? I can't imagine how Ebisu is dealing with his personality. I just hope they got along by now. Meanwhile, the waterfall area. It had been roughly 2 days since Naruto's visit to Hinata, and he was now entirely focused on learning the new jutsus that Jiraiya had planned to teach him. Since then, Naruto had also managed to complete the first stage of the water chakra change and was now focused on learning the new jutsus. So far, he was learning Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Earth Style, Mud Wall, Water Style, Water Bullet, and 2 other jutsu that Jiraiya had planned for Naruto to learn. The first jutsu, called Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, was a jutsu that allows the user to blow anything away. Given Naruto's wind-based chakra, the jutsu would prove to be useful against projectile attacks. The second jutsu, Earth Style, Mud Wall Jutsu, allowed the user to create a wall of earth to act as a defensive wall against attacks. But a more creative mind could also use it to box in enemy shinobi. The last elemental jutsu was water style, water bullet. It was a ranged jutsu that converted the user's chakra in their stomach into either a concentrated blast of pressurized water or a stream of water. Depending on the user, it could have multiple varieties. He was learning from Gamariki, which wasn't going as smoothly due to how often Naruto and Gamariki butted heads together. But thanks to the shadow clones, it was cutting the learning time in half. But it wasn't just knowing how to do the hand signs and memorizing them. He also had to learn to regulate the amount of chakra needed for any jutsu. This Naruto had discovered when he initially attempted to use the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and only managed a slight breeze because he didn't put in enough chakra. The same could be said when he attempted the mud wall and put too much chakra into the jutsu and knocked himself off his feet. However, thanks to the memory trick, his clones were able to gauge the proper chakra control needed for the wind and earth jutsu in a matter of days. The water gun technique was a bit more challenging for Naruto as he had to both convert his chakra to water chakra, gauge the correct pressure of the water, and accurately hit his target. Initially, he missed the wooden targets, but around the second day he got the hang of it. The moving target portion proved to be trickier, as his clones were instructed to make themselves as hard to hit as possible. But that's not to say he wasn't improving, as the more clones he used, the more knowledge he gained. Another set of clones was working on the other jutsu that Jiraiya recommended he learn. They weren't elemental-based, which made them a bit easier to use, and they utilized his favorite cloning jutsu. With these other two jutsu, Naruto felt he had a better arsenal to go up against Neji in the finals. Then there was also channeling his primary nature chakra into his weapons to increase their sharpness. Okay, let's try this again, a Naruto clone said as he held his kunai knife and began channeling his wind chakra into the blade, just like Asuma had shown him. The chakra came out wobbly like the first time but soon began to sharpen, albeit mildly. Taking Asuma's advice and imagining splitting his chakra in two and rubbing them together. Damn, this is harder than I thought. It was a lot easier when I used Asuma-sensei blades, Naruto said as he struggled to make the chakra shape sharp and thin. His blades are made of a special metal, remember? That's why it was easier the first time. Another Naruto clone said as he too was practicing the technique. And I don't know if you looked at poor Gamachan, but I doubt we can afford blades made of the same metal. Yeah, especially if we plan to just throw them. They ain't cheap. Another shouted while he was practicing the earth-style, mud wall jutsu. Would be cool to have one though, right? He shouted before his earth jutsu toppled a clone. Hey, watch it. Sorry. Yeah. Think we might find one at the old Uzumaki estate? I don't know, we lucked out with the scroll. Doubt we'd get lucky a second time. Another clone said as he was with another group practicing the water style, water gun jutsu. Stay focused, Gamariki shouted as he sat on top of the water with the clones. All this talking amongst yourself is getting on my nerves. Now you clones, get back to molding your chakra to water. You only completed the first stage of water transformation, so you have to concentrate extra hard on this jutsu, Gamariki shouted as he instructed the clones. And you clones, finish up the second stage of water transformation already. It will make learning this jutsu easier. He yelled to the clones attempting to make use of their chakra to hold a bowling ball the size of water in place. Man, why did we have to get this guy as our teacher? One of the clones muttered as they glared at him. Yeah, the guy has a total stick up his butt. I heard that, Gamariki yelled as Jiraiya watched from the side with the real Naruto, as he was surrounded by several other clones going over what appeared to be battle plans. Looks like Gamariki is nearly at his limit. I've never seen that before, Jiraiya commented before he turned his attention back to Naruto. Makes me wonder if you two can ever really get along? He asked as Naruto shrugged. Maybe, he's uptight but I've dealt with worse from Sasuke, Naruto said as he turned to his clones. Okay, so what if we try using smoke? He asked the clones with him. Maybe, but the problem is his Byakugan can see right through it. If we know the hiding in mist technique, we could use that. Kakashi-sensei couldn't see through the mist that Zabuza used back in waves, but there's no guarantee and Kakashi-sensei is busy training Sasuke, the clone said as the others nodded. Well, we know Neji will use the gentle fist, like what he did on Hinata. So far we haven't seen him use any other jutsu. So our best bet would be to trip him up with ninjutsu. Maybe try and trap him with the mud walls. That could work, but we also need to make sure he doesn't have any other surprises. It's been a month and he might have learned some new skills that we don't know. Then we should be prepared to counter that possibility. Huh, never thought I'd be the one to say prepare and counter. Must be all the books we've been reading. Yeah, we're getting super smart. The Narutos laughed amongst themselves as Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. A genius like his father, he is not, Jiraiya said but smirked at the boy. But he has both his parents' determination. And in my opinion, that beats smarts any day, he said as he got up. Okay, Naruto, he said as he got Naruto's attention. Let's get some taijutsu practice in for today. You remember the katas I taught you? He asked as Naruto nodded. As much as I could, you were right about the clones helping to learn the form. But I still need to build up my physical strength if I want to utilize the katas properly, Naruto said as he removed his orange jacket and placed it down next to his mother's journal. His hands were wrapped in training bandages, as he showed evidence of a slight muscular growth over the past 3 weeks of continuous training. While having the basics is better than nothing at all, I don't expect you to use them against the Hyuga, but at least you won't look like a street thug to the judges, Jiraiya said as Naruto took his beginner's stance and faced his opponent. Ready, begin. Naruto dashed forward and threw a quick fist jab to Jiraiya's head, only for the man to dodge and block Naruto's leg, which came in for a swift kick. But he flipped the boy, who just managed to catch himself in a handstand and tried to kick Jiraiya's face again. But the sage wasn't a rookie, and easily deflected Naruto's attack and moved out of the way of him, throwing another fist at his old face. Naruto quickly closed in the distance, as he ducked and dodged Jiraiya's moves, going for swift jabs to the man's face and ducking down to sweep at his legs. But Jiraiya ducked, hopped over and dodged Naruto's attacks, as he showed his more experienced fighting style compared to Naruto's. Naruto went in for a few boxer-like jabs and a swift uppercut, which Jiraiya easily managed to dodge. While he knew that Naruto still had a long way to go, he noticed a slight improvement in his fighting style. Before, Naruto's fighting style involved street thug-like tactics, using his shadow clones to overwhelm his opponent. Now, after 3 weeks of training with the shadow clones and his tutelage, he was putting up a much better display than before. He knew it wouldn't be enough against the Hyuga's more advanced fighting style, but it was better than it was before. Besides, there were more ways to win a battle than just pure force. Hiya! Naruto yelled as he delivered a spinning kick to Jiraiya, who blocked the attack with his forearm and delivered a palm strike to Naruto's chest as the boy sailed back and collided with a tree. Ow! Naruto said as he shook his head. You're getting better, but your moves are still too easily telegraphed. You never want to let your opponent know what you're planning, and your fighting style can be an easy indicator for someone who has more experience in taijutsu than you. Try and mix in some of your unique unpredictability to throw them off their game, Jiraiya lectured as Naruto nodded. Yeah, he said as he got up. But like you said, going up against Niji with taijutsu will be ineffective. So why do I still need to practice? Because your next opponent may not be as adept as you, remember? Jiraiya said as he held up his 2 fingers. If you manage to beat Niji, your next opponent will either be Sasuke or Gaara. And from what you told me about Gaara, he may not have a lot of taijutsu skills. So that will be an advantage in your arsenal. Sasuke, on the other hand, will be more of a challenge, so polishing your skills is a good way to throw him off balance. You haven't spoken to your teammates since the exam started, correct? He asked as Naruto nodded. Which means you have no idea what Sasuke has learned and vice versa. Remember, plan around the plan they are planning, he instructed as Naruto nodded. Fair enough. Oh hey, it's 4 o'clock now, right? Naruto asked as Jiraiya looked up to the sun and calculated. It would appear so to me, yeah. But what's so? I see. You're off to see the Hyuga girl again, aren't you? He asked with a knowing grin, as Naruto dispelled his clones, and then fuddled with his jacket as he picked up a box with a bakery symbol on it. Ever since his visit with Hinata, he had found he rather enjoyed her company. So, after he was done training, he would head over to Hinata to talk about just about anything. Teams, missions, and pranks Naruto used to pull, and Hinata would just sit, listen and laugh. But not in a cruel way. She wasn't violent like Sakura or Ino and didn't talk about how great Sasuke was or belittle him like any other girl that he knew back at the academy. He rather found it peaceful and wanted to experience it a little more. Yeah, I made a promise I would come to visit her whenever I get the chance. I'm not one to go back on my word, plus Hinata's nice to talk to. Once she looks at me, I still don't know why she keeps avoiding eye contact with me, he asked as Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. Cammy, give me strength, he muttered and thought of something. Well, enjoy your little date. I will see you back here tomorrow morning, he said as Naruto nodded and spun around to run before he stumbled at what he just said. Hey, it's not a date. I'm just visiting her, he yelled, as Jiraiya chuckled. Right, with a box of cinnamon rolls? He asked, pointing to the box of cinnamon rolls he purchased at the bakery earlier. What? Kurenai-sensei told me she likes cinnamon rolls, and that it's common to bring a gift to a person in the hospital, Naruto said as he walked away. Stupid old pervert, he muttered as Jiraiya laughed at him. Okay, enjoy your visit, and I hope she enjoys them. Ha 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 ha. He laughed as Naruto hurried away faster. When Naruto was further away, Jiraiya stopped laughing as he watched the boy walk away. He had mentally gone over the boy's growth over the past 3.5 weeks and weighed his progress. His skill had improved, his chakra control was leagues better than before, and he had established chakra nature transformation far earlier than most. Thanks to the Shadow Clone's mental trick, the boy was picking up what he had lacked for years. He had no doubt the boy would win against the Hyuga now, but there were still the other contestants. Gaara put a kid in the hospital with wounds so bad, the kid was expected to never become a ninja again. Although he knew of one medical ninja that could change that, but that was for a later date. The point is, the kid was willing to kill much more than those of the current Leaf Genin. Then there was Orochimaru and his current interactions with the sand, which were not encouraging. Whatever his former friend was planning, he knew that Naruto would need more power if he wanted to have a chance at surviving. He had held it off as much as he could, seeing how anger was an emotional trigger, but given the time left, they had no other choice. I need to get the kid to draw out the Ninetales' power. It's the only option left, he said to himself as he looked to the sky. Minato, you put that thing in your son for a reason. I just hope it was a good one, he said to himself as started to walk towards the Hokage's tower. But first, I need to see the old man. See if he can help decipher the lost scroll. It may be the edge that a snake bastard would never expect, he said as he teleported away in a swirl of leaves. Konoha General Hospital, Hinata's room. So then we had to take these dogs on a walk, and I decided to take this biggest dog. Naruto recounted his D-rank missions as he sat next to Hinata's bed. The Hyuga girl chuckled at him as he told the tale. But then he ends up dragging me around, right through the trap area, while Sasuke and Sakura are just standing there. Ahahaha. He laughed as Hinata laughed as well. Oh no, I hope you are okay, she laughed, albeit with a shy tone, as she both felt sorry for him and found his tale amusing. Yeah, dumb old traps weren't going to keep me down, he laughed as held the back of his head. Although I learned my lesson, never pick a big dog when it can take you for a walk. I think Keikiba would have agreed, she said as she smiled. Still, I think you were very brave to take on such a big challenge, she said as Naruto smirked. Yeah man, I like talking with you. You're not what I imagined, he said as he shrugged his shoulders. Before I kind of thought you were this shy weirdo that just wanted to avoid eye contact with me. Hinata felt verbal jabs at her character as they punctured her heart. But the more I've talked to you, the more I realize you're awesome, he said as she perked up at the praise. Thank you. I think you're awesome too. You always face any challenge no matter how difficult it is, she said as Naruto blinked then grinned. Yeah, that's me. If I'm going to become Hokage, I face every challenge head-on, he smirked as she smiled and blushed. Well, I'll be rooting for you, she said as Naruto blinked at that. Really? He asked as she nodded. Huh? What's wrong? She asked as Naruto shrugged. Nothing. It's just, whenever I tell people I'm going to be Hokage, they either roll their eyes or tell me to give up. You're one of the only few, other than Irika, who said they'd be cheering for me, he said as he smiled softly. It's nice, thanks, Hinata. he said as she blushed and twiddled her fingers together. Why, you're welcome, she said as Naruto smiled. Thanks for the cinnamon rolls, by the way, she said as she gestured to the half-eaten pastries by her bed. How did you know I liked them? She asked as Naruto shrugged. Kurenai-sensei told me. I was thinking about bringing you some instant ramen, but she said that's more my favorite food than yours. So she told me about how you like cinnamon rolls, and I figured I'd get them for you, he said as Hinata blushed and debated whether or not she should yell at Kurenai-sensei or thank her. I do like ramen, she said as Naruto turned to her. Really? He asked as she nodded her head. Well, when the exam's over and you get out of here, how about I take you to Ichiraku's? They make the best ramen, he said, as Hinata's mind instantly connected the offer to a date. Did Naruto-kun ask me? On a date? She mentally screamed as she felt her face blush. I would love to, she said and mentally slapped herself for saying love, but also played a small love fantasy in her head. Cool. I always ask Sakura to come, but she always turns me down, he said as Hinata's love fantasy shattered like glass. But sometimes I can convince Kakashi-sensei to make it a team lunch, he chuckled as Hinata relaxed. How is your team? She asked. You haven't talked about them much, other than Sakura. She muttered the last part low enough so Naruto couldn't hear her, but Naruto nodded as he leaned back into his chair. Yeah, my team is awesome, and weird. Kakashi-sensei is wicked strong, but also really lazy. He keeps telling us to arrive at the meeting spot early but doesn't get there till 3 hours later. And he keeps reading that perverted book of his Ika Paradise. Then there's Sasuke, who thinks he is so great. But you ask me, he's an arrogant jerk, and Sakura just keeps saying how amazing he is, and calls me an idiot. Man, I don't see what you girls at the academy like about him so much. Naruto pouted as he crossed his arms. Actually, I don't really like Sasuke like the other girls, Hinata admitted as Naruto blinked. Huh? I thought all the girls liked him, he asked as she shook her head. And not me, he was too edgy and cold. Plus, all the other girls just kept chatting about him. It got annoying sometimes, she admitted as Naruto stared at her with a small amount of awe. Also, his hair, she said as Naruto raised a brow. The back of it looks like a duck's, but, she said as a mental image of Sasuke's hair and the back of a duck popped into his head. Ift. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. I never realized. His hair does look like a duck's, but, ah ha 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 ha. Oh man. It was right in front of me and I never saw it. Duck butt. Ah ha 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 ha. He laughed as Hinata blushed in embarrassment, but a small twinge of a smile snuck onto her face. Oh man, you are awesome, Hinata. I never would have thought of that, he said as he slowly stopped laughing. I am sorry, but it does. It was one of the reasons I never found him all that great. If anything, I like your hair more. Hinata managed to catch herself, but Naruto had already heard it. Huh? Do you like my hair? He asked as he rustled the top of his head. What's so special about my hair? He asked as Hinata fumbled with her words. It's nothing but She panicked as Naruto looked her dead in the eye and made her blush. No, seriously, what's so great about my hair? He asked as she felt red in the face, but found a moment of courage and spoke her mind. My family mostly has dark hair. It's actually kind of dreary. Sasuke reminds me of Niji, and I just don't like him like the other girls do. But when I see your hair, it reminds me of a sunflower, and I feel happy, she admitted as Naruto blinked and rubbed his hair. Huh? Naruto said as he rubbed a hand over his head. A sunflower, that's a first, he said as Hinata felt super embarrassed. I feel so embarrassed. I am sorry if I offended you. She panicked as Naruto shook his head. And no, you didn't. I liked that. It was nice, thanks. A lot better than having a duck butt for a haircut, he said as Hinata blushed redder than before but nodded. Why, you're welcome, but you really shouldn't be so mean about Sasuke. He is your teammate after all, she said as Naruto nodded. I know. Despite being a team, he's someone I trust on a mission. He saved my life twice during the wave mission, and I can't imagine my team without him or Sakura. They're precious to me, and I don't want to see them get hurt. Naruto admitted as Hinata nodded. I understand. I'm the same with my team. Kiba can be a bit arrogant and Shino is kind of hard to connect with. But honestly, I can't imagine being on any other team as well. They're like the brothers I never had, she said as Naruto nodded, feeling the same way. Yeah, I get that. Still, he can be such a jerk sometimes, thinking he's better than everyone. Well, I'll show him when I become Chūnin before him, he said as Hinata smiled. I believe in you, Naruto-kun, and I know you'll win, she said as she smiled softly at Naruto, and for a moment, Naruto felt his heart thump loudly. What was that? Did Hinata always look so pretty? He asked himself, before he shook his head to clear the strange feeling he felt. Anyway, I should get going now. I've only got a few days left, but it was nice chatting with you, Hinata. Same time tomorrow? He asked as Hinata nodded, and he made his way out the door, nodding slightly to the guards at the door, before waving goodbye to Hinata, and she waved back. After he left, she felt her heart race even more, and a happy smile spread on her face. It still felt unreal how much time she had been spending with her crush. Before, he didn't notice her, not that she made attempts to get him to notice her, and wondered if he would ever see her. But ever since her fight with Niji, when he came in asking her for advice, she had spent more time with him over 3 days than in her entire time at the academy. It was possibly one of the happiest days of her life. Lady Hinata, her guard spoke as she snapped to the door. Your team is here to see you, he informed her as she nodded. Thank you, she said as Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai walked into the room. Hey Hinata, figured you were getting cooped up in here. So Team 8 has come to visit, Kiba shouted as Akamaru barked in agreement. Also, we brought cinnamon rolls, your favorite, right? Kiba, I don't think that will be necessary, Shino said as Kiba raised a brow. What makes you say that? He asks as Shino points to the box of half-eaten cinnamon rolls. Somebody already got you some? Kiba asked as Kurenai sent a knowing glance to Hinata, who blushed but still held a smile on her face. Hey, why does it smell like Naruto was here? Hinata then promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Hokage Tower. Hijiran Sarutobi, otherwise known as the Sandaime Hokage, was busy mulling over the many dignitaries and officials that were expected to arrive at the Chūnin exams. He was also looking over the reports of those that could be suitable for promotion, based on the examiner's previous reports and what would be displayed during the finals. One such file was on Shikamaru Nara, a gifted tactician according to his son. He could see the benefit of promoting the young man. Skilled tacticians were just as needed as combatants, but his combat skills still needed improvement. Then there was Sasuke Uchiha. He was certainly gifted, had high intelligence and combat skills, and would no doubt make a fine Chūnin. But his obsession with hunting down his brother was apparent, even without Kakashi's assessment. The boy would be too focused on revenge that he could potentially forsake the well-being of the village just to get even with his brother. A revenge based upon a lie. He often debated about telling Sasuke the truth about Itachi, that he wasn't a traitor but the most loyal shinobi, and the sacrifice he made to ensure the continued peace of Konohagakure, to murder his own family, to stop them from leading a coup d'état against the Hidden Leaf. But he pondered the possibility that Sasuke would turn against the village if he found out the elders and Danzo had basically ordered his brother to annihilate his clan. But he also made a promise to Itachi that he would take his secret to the grave. If only the Uchiha had not plotted a coup, Itachi would have made a fine Hokage. Then there was Naruto Uzumaki. His first test marks were blank, which did not show confidence in his intel-gathering skills, and his combat results in the preliminaries were debatable. But he had the strongest will of fire than anyone in his grade. No doubt something he inherited from both his parents, who loved Konoha with all their hearts. But the council was adamant that the boy not be promoted, arguing that it was safer for the village that he not be promoted, and instead keep him within Konoha's borders. More than likely, it was just a way to keep their weapon out of the hands of the other villages. In the eyes of the other villages, a Jinchuriki was a powerful weapon and Konoha possessed the most powerful of them. The nine-tailed fox had been in Konoha's possessions since Konoha's founding. Kumokagure tried to steal the nine-tails Jinchuriki Kushina years ago but had ultimately failed thanks to Minato. It would make sense to keep the Nine Tails out of the hands of other villages, but to deny Naruto the chance to grow and protect his home was something Hiruzen would not allow. But at the moment he didn't know if Naruto was capable of becoming a Chūnin so soon. He would just have to see how much the boy had improved since learning the truth about his parents. Suddenly, an Umbu wearing a white cloak and cat motif mask appeared before him. "Lord Hokage," the man said as Sarutobi nodded. "Zo, what do you have to report?" he asked as the Umbu bowed. "We have confirmed strange activities amongst the Suna ninjas. They appear to be in contact with sound as suspected. We are tracking them as we speak, however. We still have no sighting of Orochimaru or what his plans might be," he told the Hokage as he nodded. "I don't fault you for that. Orochimaru has always been a crafty one. I don't expect anyone to find him until he reveals himself. Keep up appearances, but be prepared to counter anything he throws at us," he commanded as the Umbu nodded. "Yes, Lord Hokage," he said and disappeared, as the old man sighed and leaned back into his seat. "Keeping busy, I see, old man?" he heard Jiraiya's voice as he turned to his former pupil. "Jiraiya, to what do I owe this visit? Is this about Naruto again?" he asked as the hermit nodded. "Kind of. More like, it's something he found," Jiraiya explained as Sarutobi raised a brow. "Something he found? What else could he know? He already knows of his parents. What more could he possibly know?" Sarutobi asked as Jiraiya smirked. "Well, it's more what we found at the old Uzumaki estate," he said as he summoned Giratora, who unfurled and summoned the Uzumaki scroll of sealing. The sight caused the old man to nearly raise his eyebrows to his retreating hairline. "Is that?" "Yep, the long-lost Uzumaki scroll of sealing. Turns out Kushina wasn't the only thing they sent here in case of an emergency," Jiraiya said as he unfurled the scroll and showed the complicated and coded seals. "I've confirmed it's the real deal. Only an Uzumaki could create sealing measures like this. I've barely been able to decipher a section of it, so I can tell you it's genuine." "Do you think this is how Kushina taught Minato sealing art, and did he know about it?" Sarutobi asked as he read over the scroll. "No clue, but it was hidden using a blood seal that only someone of Uzumaki descent could access. So whether or not she knew is debatable. But the fact that it wasn't destroyed during Uzushiogekure's destruction makes me wonder what else they hid," Jiraiya said as Sarutobi looked over the scroll. "This, by all rights, is Naruto's birthright, and thus should be given to him when he's ready. However," Sarutobi said as he looked over the scroll, "perhaps I should study the scroll for a bit. It may contain something that would give us an advantage over Orochimaru. After all, the Dead Reaper seal was based on Uzumaki sealing techniques. Perhaps in here lies the answers to stopping him," Sarutobi pondered as Jiraiya sighed. "Whatever you think is the best, old man, but the longer this thing is out in the open, the more likely it will be discovered like Orochimaru or Danzo," he cautioned as Sarutobi nodded. "Indeed." He furled the scroll up and gave it back to Jiraiya, who sealed it back into Giratora. "In the spare time you have, I would like you and me to go over the scroll. Together, we may be able to learn something from the Uzumaki," he asked as the Toad Sage nodded. "I hope so, because tomorrow, I'm going to see if I can get Naruto to draw out the Nine-Tails chakra," he informed Sarutobi as the man narrowed his gaze. "Isn't that risky?" he asked as Jiraiya nodded. "I know, but with what's happening, we'll need all the strength we can muster. And Minato placed the Nine Tails inside his son for a reason." He looked down at the Uzumaki sealing scroll as he pondered. "I just hope he knew what he was doing." Next morning, waterfall area. Naruto hummed as he made his way to the training grounds. His mood was at an all-time high as he made his way to the waterfall. His training was going well, he had better control of his chakra, he had some awesome jutsu up his arsenal, and his summoning was getting better. His mood was also high because, for some reason, Hinata's encouragement made him feel like he could accomplish anything. That and her saying Sasuke had a duck butt head made him even happier. Duck butt. Man, I can't believe I never thought of that. He chuckled to himself as he made it to the waterfalls. He soon spotted Jiraiya sitting under the tree as he jotted down notes in his notebook. "Hey, Pervy Sage," he yelled as Jiraiya sighed. One of these days, I'll get him to stop calling me that, he said to himself as he closed his book. Welcome back. How was your little date yesterday? He asked with a smirk as Naruto glared. It wasn't a date, I was just visiting Hinata. She's cool once you get to know her, Naruto said as he smiled at the thought of hanging out with her. But anyway, it's time to get back to training. So what shall it be? Finish up the water bullet jutsu, the mud wall, or should I try to summon another toad? He asked as Jiraiya shook his head. None of that, he said with a severe tone that caught Naruto's attention. I've been holding off on it because I wanted to get your basics up to speed, and after the genjutsu I realized that I needed to tread carefully for this next bit. But with how much time is left, we don't have many options, Jiraiya said as Naruto looked concerned. What do you mean? He asked as Jiraiya pointed to his stomach, as Naruto's eyes widened in realization. For the remainder of your training, we are going to get you to draw out the Nine Tails chakra. Chapter 8. The Beast Inside. There was only 1 week left until the finals, and Naruto had made serious progress since then. Thanks to the shadow clone technique, his chakra control had become much more stable. He could summon small to medium-sized toads at will. He could change his chakra nature into wind, water, or earth and learned a few jutsus that would give him an edge during the finals. And it was all thanks to the shadow clone's accelerated training method. However, just because the memory transfer increased his mental and chakra capabilities, it didn't mean his body was strengthened. That part he had to do on his own, which he did with multiple strength-enhancing exercises and personal taijutsu lessons with Jiraiya. But now, in the final stretches of the month break, Naruto had to focus all of his attention on the most challenging portion of his training, the Nine Tails chakra. Summoning the Nine Tails chakra was something Naruto wasn't particularly keen on trying, as he had mixed emotions about the beast that was sealed inside of him. The Nine Tails was partially responsible for most of his suffering during his childhood. The villagers isolated him, stores barely served him, and if it wasn't for Old Man Isaraku and the old man, he probably would have starved to death. Not to mention it was the one that killed his parents before he even got to know them. So yeah, he had really mixed feelings about it. Some would even say anger. But his father had placed the Nine Tails within him for a reason. He trusted him when he was only just a baby. After finding out that, he knew he had to learn to control the Nine Tails' power, even if he didn't want to. Focus, focus, Naruto muttered to himself as he continued to try and draw out the power of the Nine Tails. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the darn thing out. Come on. He grunted before he sighed. It's no use, I can't seem to get it out. I don't understand. I got my chakra under control. How come I'm not getting access to the Nine Tails? Well, that's just it, Naruto. You've got your chakra under control, but it's different with the Nine Tails, Jiraiya informed as Naruto raised a brow. Remember, the Nine Tails isn't just a massive source of chakra. It's also a living and thinking creature. It has a will of its own, and I doubt you'll be able to just take its chakra. The first step will be trying to contact the creature, then figuring out how to draw out its chakra. Man, I wish Dad would have left some kind of instructions on how to do that. I went over Mum's journal 1,000 times, and it doesn't say anything about how to control the Nine Tails, Naruto complained as Jiraiya shrugged. If life were that simple, Minato was a genius, but even I doubt he knew what it would take to draw out the Nine Tails. Plus your mother acted more as a warden than a weapon. And I didn't find out she was a Jinchuriki till after her death. I'm not even sure if she used its power, so you're going to have to figure this out on your own, Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed. Yeah, that figures. I still don't like this idea of using the Nine Tails' power. I mean, how could I possibly use the power of the same creature, knowing that it ruined my life and killed my parents? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded. I understand your conflicting emotions, and I get where you're coming from. Don't forget Minato was my pupil and the closest thing I ever had to a son, he admitted as Naruto felt sorry for him. But a ninja must never forsake a tool over personal feelings. The Nine Tails may be the cause of your suffering, but you can use that power now to protect the ones you care about. Turn it from a force of evil to a force for good. Your father believed you could wield the power. Now you just need to believe in yourself, he said as Naruto stared at the man before nodding. You know, you'd be a real motivation if you weren't a massive pervert, Naruto said as Jiraiya chuckled. The old man used to say that to me all the time, Jiraiya said as Naruto chuckled as well. All right, but how are you going to do it? I mean, if there's no record of how Mum or Mito used the Nine Tails, then how am I supposed to start? Naruto asked as Jiraiya pondered. Well, you should know. I noticed that you did manage to tap into the Nine Tails chakra before, after the Genjutsu trick, he said as Naruto's mind flashed back to the moment and he shivered at the memory. I did? I don't remember, he said as he rubbed a hand against his head. How did I do it? All I can remember of that was being really angry. And that I believe that was the key. According to legend, the Nine Tails is composed of powerful chakra, fueled by anger and hatred. It stands to reason that to draw it was drawn to your negative emotions. At that moment you felt angry at me, and the Nine Tails chakra responded to that. Tell me, was there any other time the chakra reacted to anger? He asked as Naruto blinked as he put his mind into overdrive. Anger? Come to think of it, I remember during the wave mission I got angry thinking Sasuke had died. And then in the forest I recall getting real angry at this weird ninja that used a snake summon. Jiraiya clenched his fist at the mention of the snake, knowing that it was Orochimaru. But that's when my memory gets hazy. Do I really have to use anger to access it? Well, it seems like the easiest option, but there are many ways that it could go wrong. The Nine Tails may even use your anger to weaken the seal and break free. I would like to attempt other methods first before we consider them. One idea I have is for you to use up all your natural chakra, thereby leaving only the Nine Tails left. Jiraiya explained as he stood up and walked over to him. Which is why today we'll have you go all out. Every skill I taught you. Every shadow clone you can muster and the biggest summon you can make. After that, your chakra levels should be low enough that it will force your body to make contact with the Nine Tails. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. But what if I lose control? You said the Nine Tails might use my own anger to weaken the seal. What happens if he manages to control me? He asked as Jiraiya held up some small square paper seals. These are suppression seals, based on notes I found in one of your father's scrolls. Before I started training you, my initial plan was to focus on having you access the Nine Tails, so I had these prepared just in case. But then you found out about your parents, and the memory trick helped change your training plan. But these seals have the power to suppress the Nine Tails chakra, but I don't know if they will work if you access more of its chakra. Even these things have a limit, Jiraiya explained. If it looks like you're losing control, I will place one of them on you, he said as Naruto nodded. Okay, if you say so, Naruto said as he stood up and brushed the grass off his pants. All right, time to waste up all my chakra. How long can that take? 3 hours later. Naruto was left panting heavily as sweat rolled down his brow. Around him were upturned trees, craters, and a few stones that jutted randomly from the ground. His hands shook and his knees buckled slightly as he tried to keep himself up. I think I used up all my chakra, he said as he weakly held up his hands into the Shadow Clone Seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single puff appeared as only one clone manifested before him, looking just as tired and disheveled as the original. Nope. Still have a little left in the tank, he said as he and the clone went through the seals. Jiraiya watched from the sidelines as he was both impressed by his student/godson and concerned. He knew the Uzumakis were renowned for their stamina and large chakra reserves, but this was ridiculous. The boy had lasted for longer than he initially expected and still had the drive to keep going. Geez, if I knew it was going to take this long, I would have bought a pack of cards, Jiraiya muttered to himself as he watched the boy attempt to drain his vast reserves of chakra. It was no secret that Naruto possessed a vast amount of chakra. Being an Uzumaki descendant was a contributing factor, but even this was too much. It possibly was due to having the Nine Tails sealed within since he was born. Minato must have planned something if he had purposefully designed the seal to leak small amounts of chakra into his son's system. Whatever you were preparing your son for, Minato, I hope you knew what you were doing, Jiraiya thought as Naruto continued to waste his chakra so that he could begin the next phase of the training. Naruto panted heavily as he felt the last of his chakra had faded away and he was basically empty. It had taken another hour, but he managed it. Okay. Huff a huff. I think that's all of it, he yelled out to Jiraiya as he nodded. Okay, now for the tricky part. I figure the best way to get the Nine Tails out would be to try and use a jutsu powerful enough to warrant its chakra. So try and summon the largest toad you can, and pour as much chakra as you can. But seeing as you are empty, maybe the Nine Tails might accommodate. Jiraiya theories as Naruto nodded. He then bit his thumb and flashed through the hand signs necessary for the jutsu, but he felt his eyes blur and he felt weak. Summoning jutsu, Naruto managed to call out as he slammed his hand onto the ground. Only nothing happened, as no seal or smoke appeared. Anything? Jiraiya asked as Naruto shook his head and suddenly felt weak. And nope. I've got nothing, he said and then passed out, only to be caught by Jiraiya at the last minute. Geez finally conked out. I wondered what would take so long, he said as he laid the boy down. I figured this method wouldn't work, but it was a decent try nonetheless, he said as allowed the boy to rest. Still, I need him to access the Nine Tails chakra, but I can't risk him going out of control. I could weaken the seal. Minato left me the key after all. But, this close to the finals, probably not a good idea, he thought to himself. Anger is a potential key to this, but risky as well. If he gets too angry, the Nine Tails might use it to weaken the seal and break out, so what else could work? He thought to himself as he pondered. Well, it would be risky, but maybe fear of death might coax the Nine Tails to react. Minato designed the seal so that if Naruto died, the Nine Tails would go with it. Although in the past, it's reported that tailed beasts return after their containers have perished. I'm just hoping that assisting Naruto would convince it to prevent its own early demise, which means I have to try that, he pondered to himself. Meanwhile, Hokage's manor. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on one of the couches in Hokage Manor as he stared up at the images of the previous Hokage. His gaze particularly on the picture of his late successor, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. A gifted shinobi and one of the reasons the Third Shinobi War came to an end. He often wondered what Minato would have done in his situation, and chuckled at the irony of that. It should have been the other way around. I'm getting far too old for this job, he muttered to himself before he sighed as he sensed a familiar presence. Anko. Lord Hokage, she answered. I wanted to apologize once more. For coming back from the forest alive? He asked as Anko nodded. There is nothing to be sorry about. I'm not angry at all, actually. I am more relieved than anything. There is nothing between you and Orochimaru anymore. That much is clear. And if I am honest, I doubt anyone could go up against him. I doubt even I can stop him, he admitted. If only the fourth was still alive, Anko said as she looked at the fourth's image. Don't say that, he already gave his life for the village. He sacrificed everything he had to save us, even when he had so much more to live for. It's been 13 years since then. Let him rest in peace. We have to rely on our own power, he said as he got up and grabbed his Hokage hat. I'm going to get some air. And Anko, he said as she looked at him. Orochimaru always set himself on a path of his own choosing. The fact you are alive now means you still have more to grow and far surpass him as a leaf shinobi. Don't blame yourself for his own downfall, he said as she stared at the aging Hokage before bowing to him. The third Hokage strolled along the stairway to the manor's roof, the village in plain sight as he looked out to the many lives he was charged with. Memories of his youth came back to him as he remembered training under his senseis Hashirama and Tobirama. The two of them had founded the village and instilled the will of fire into him and many of the shinobi that lived within Konoha. He hoped to continue living up to the example and expectations the two had left behind. Okay class, today we'll be having our history lesson outside. As most of you already know, this is the Hokage's stone faces, from the first Hokage to the fourth. Sarutobi suddenly heard as he looked to see Irika and his class sitting on the roof of the Hokage Manor. Ah yes, that's right. I gave Irika permission to have his class here today, he recalled as he spied his grandson amongst the class. Konohamaru himself looked up to the third stone face and suddenly chuckled. I get the feeling he just compared me to my youth, he thought as he looked up at his stone monument. I did have more hair back then, he deadpanned to himself. Irika-sensei, who was the fifth Hokage? one of the younger girls asked as Irika shook his head. Well, the fifth Hokage has still yet to be appointed. Lord Third is still in charge. But who knows? Maybe it can be me? He said with a boisterous laugh. Weaving an occasional joke to make for a relaxing lesson, you have a fine class here, Irika, Hiruzen said as he walked towards the class. Lord Third, Irika said as he bowed to the third Hokage. What are you doing here, Grandpa? Konohamaru shouted as the old man laughed. Well, I decided to come to see the Hokage faces myself. I find the air up here to be quite relaxing. Sarutobi grinned as Konohamaru smiled at his grandfather. Lord Hokage, I must say this is perfect timing. Could you come over here? Irika asked as Sarutobi nodded and stood next to Irika. This man is the owner of the third face on the mountain, the third Hokage. He was regarded as the strongest shinobi of his day, a genius amongst the Hokage, and even earned the title of professor for his vast knowledge of ninjutsu. Irika explained as Sarutobi sent a small glare. Don't talk about me in the past tense. I'm still here, you know. Sarutobi lectures as Irika bowed apologetically. Sorry, Lord Third, Irika said as he apologized. Ha! Are you really that strong? You don't look like much, some of the kids said as Konohamaru nodded, seeing firsthand how easily Naruto could defeat him. In fairness, that was due to the sexy jutsu. In a real battle, the third was more powerful than all of them combined. Hey, show some respect. To earn the title of Hokage means you are the strongest in the village. It's not something to make light of. Irika lectured his class as Sarutobi chuckled. Oh yeah, well, I'm going to become the fifth Hokage, one student yelled out with pride. I've seen your grades, you won't become Hokage anytime soon, Irika pointed out as the student flinched and was slightly laughed at. Sarutobi himself had a chuckle as he looked amongst the children. You've got a lot of confidence, and that's a good thing to have. You all have something else I don't have anymore, youth, he joked as they laughed as well. All of you are young and full of potential. Maybe one of you will claim the title of Hokage someday? Sarutobi said as he looked at all the students. But bear in mind, you only have one life. Don't waste it choosing an impossible path. Live your life as you want and die as you want, whether that's becoming Hokage or a fine shinobi of the hidden leaf. However, he said as they all paid attention to him. No matter what road you take, always remember to protect the precious people in your life, he advised them as they looked somewhat confused. Precious people? A small girl asked as Sarutobi nodded. They are the people that you acknowledge, cherish, and love with all your heart. Do you have people like that? He asked the girl as she nodded. My mama and papa, and my brother even though he annoys me sometimes. And my dog Ganta, she said as others started listing off the people they care about. Hokage-sama, do you have precious people you care about? One of the students asked as Sarutobi nodded. Of course I do. My grandson Konohamaru over there, my sons and my daughter-in-law, and of course, he said as they all leaned in closer. Everyone in this village, he said as they stared at him. To me, everyone in this village is my precious person. People I will protect with my life. And that is part of the reason why I became Hokage, Sarutobi said as he looked up at the monument of the fourth Hokage. Just like you did long ago, Minato, Sarutobi said to himself as he looked upon the face of his former successor and the child that he left behind. Next day, Naruto yawned as he made his way to the training area. Yesterday he had expended all his chakra in an attempt to call forth the Nine-Tails chakra. But despite that, he had so far made little progress. It wasn't easy trying to call on the Nine-Tails power, but Naruto was just as stubborn and determined to master its chakra, so he would keep trying. Today, however, Jiraiya had told him to meet him further away from the waterfall, to a place Naruto was told never to venture to when he was still at the academy. Hey pervy sage, Naruto yelled as spotted the toad sage. So why did you want to meet here? He asked as the sage stared at the boy. Pervy sage? He asked with a bit of concern at the stare he was giving him. Naruto, for this portion of your training, you must figure out how to draw out the Nine-Tails power. If you don't, you will die. He spoke ominously as Naruto didn't like the tone he used. What is he talking about? I don't like this. The last time he spoke like that, he used that damn genjutsu on me. Well, I'm ready for anything dash. He never got to finish his thought as Jiraiya flicked his forehead and he was suddenly sent sailing. Ha! Naruto thought before he looked down to see a large chasm that stretched as far as the eye could see, and with a nearly bottomless pit down below. Ah! Naruto screamed as he began to plummet. What the hell? Is he insane? Naruto yelled as the wind rushed past him and he free fell down into the chasm. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked on from above as he watched his godson fall down the chasm. I hate doing this, but it's the only other option left. You have to turn the key from your end, Jiraiya thought to himself. Shit, 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 shit. I need to grab something. He yelled as Naruto placed his hands together and focused his chakra on his hands and feet. Okay, here we go. Naruto reached out to grab one of the jagged rocks, but as soon as he made contact his hand slipped and he continued to fall. That's not going to work. The rocks are too slippery to grab onto with chakra, and at that speed, you won't get a good grip, Jiraiya noted as he watched his student attempt to stop his descent. Crap, I need to think of something else? I know, my tools. I just need. Where the hell are my tools? Naruto shouted as he reached for his pouch, only to find it missing. You can't rely on your tools, you have to call on the Nine Tails, Jiraiya said as he held Naruto's ninja pouch in his hand. Damn it, I'm going to die, Naruto shouted as the word die kept echoing in his head. His heartbeat echoed in his ears as he fell further and further down. His mind flashed to all the people in his life. Your Suraku and Iane, the old man, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Irika and Hinata. I am going to die. Suddenly he found himself in a strange palace. A large hallway with multiple pipes hanging off the ceiling, and ankles deep worth of water around his feet. Okay, this is new, Naruto said as he looked around the strange place. Where the heck am I? He asked himself as he wondered where the heck he was. Wasn't I just falling? He asked before suddenly he heard a loud growl coming from down the hall. But as he walked down the hall, he felt a familiar feeling. One had experienced it a few times. This feeling, it's the chakra. He thought to himself as he walked down the hall until he came upon a large room with a giant metal gate. He looked upon the gate as a paper tag reading seal was placed upon it. This is. In the darkness of the cage, a pair of red eyes and sharp teeth appeared in the darkness as red chakra illuminated the beast's form. This was what had been sealed inside him, what had been sealed inside his mother and Mito Uzumaki. The nine-tailed fox. Closer. Come closer. The nine tails said as Naruto, in a dumb move, actually took a step closer to the beast. No sooner did he do that, a claw clashed against the cage and he jumped back, the nine tails scoffing. Damn, there's nothing more I'd like than to kill you and eat you up. But this damn seal is in the way. The nine-tailed fox grinned as he looked down upon Naruto. So my container and I finally meet. After so many years. You know what I am, right? He asked mockingly as Naruto nodded. Why yeah. I know who you are. You're the nine-tailed fox. The same creature that terrorized Konoha 13 years ago. The one the fourth Hokage sealed away, he said as the fox grinned. The same creature that was sealed inside my mother, he said as the fox raised a brow before grinning again. I see. So you know about that, do you? I'm surprised. I could have sworn I was sealed inside an idiot. You are Kushina's son after all. Naruto glared at the comment as the beast grinned. So, if you know about that, then you know what I did to her? He asked as Naruto nodded as he glared. Why yeah, I know. You killed her and my father. They gave their lives to seal you in me, he said as the fox bellowed a great laugh. Correct, but do you know how they died? The fox goaded as he raised his claw. They died skewered on my claw, protecting an insignificant life such as yours. He mocked as Naruto growled in anger. I can feel your hatred. You hate me so much right now, don't you? You're damn right I hate you. Because of you, everyone in the village hates me. Because of you, I had to scrounge and scrape just to survive. Because of you, my parents died before I could ever know them. I hate you so much I want to kill you. I hate you, he shouted with all his rage as the fox laughed. Then show me, brat. Remove this seal and show me your anger, he mocked, hoping to goad the boy into removing the seal. And for a second, he was tempted to do just that. But instead, Naruto shook his head. No, you think I'm an idiot, but I know what would happen if I remove that seal. You'd bust out of here and wreak havoc on everyone. Well, fat chance. My mother kept you locked away for a reason. So that's what I'm going to do as well, Naruto shouted. But seeing as you are living in my body, you are going to start paying some rent. So you're going to give me access to your chakra. 'Cause if not, we're both going to die. So what do you have to say about that? He demanded as the fox starred before grinning and laughing. You are brave, I'll give you that. And in any case, if you die, I die. And I'd rather not have that, the fox said as red chakra began to leak out of the cage, the red energy swirling before it wrapped around Naruto. Gah! Naruto shouted as he was wrapped in the twisted energy. So here, consider it a reward for making it this far. The fox laughed as Naruto was granted the powers of the nine-tailed fox. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he found himself back to reality, falling down the chasm. This feeling, Naruto felt the nine-tails chakra swirling within him as he knew what to do. He quickly bit his thumb and went through a series of hand signs, hand outstretched as he poured the nine-tails chakra out and shouted. Summoning Jutsu! He shouted as his blue chakra burst out before bleeding into a massive red chakra, and a large explosion of smoke clouded his vision. He soon spotted a large shape at the bottom of the chasm. His eyes widened as he soon saw the largest toad he had ever seen. Jiraiya grinned as he saw the summon down at the bottom of the ravine. Heh, not bad kid, Jiraiya said as Naruto smiled in excitement. All right, I did it, he shouted with joy as he soon landed on the toad's back. Ow, that still hurts, he shouted as he rubbed his head. Jiraiya narrowed his gaze as he judged what he saw. It looks like he was able to draw out the nine-tails chakra himself this time. But it's not stable yet. He put in too much chakra and managed to summon him of all summons. This is not going to be good, Jiraiya thought. Ha! What the hell am I doing down here? The toad shouted as Naruto looked over the toad. He was a massive dull rusty red toad, with bright red markings around his eyes and lips, with a scar going over his left eye. He wore a dark blue happy vest, carried a huge dosu blade on his waist and had a long smoking pipe in his mouth. Whoa, hey, sorry about that. I kind of didn't have much of a choice, Naruto shouted as the toad looked up to his head, as the boy leaned over his brow to look the toad in the eye. Huh? Who the heck are you, brat? The toad shouted as Naruto grinned nervously. Sorry. I was kind of thrown down here and I didn't have much of a choice, he said as the toad stared at him before bellowing out with laughter. Ha ha ha. Nice try, brat. No way a tadpole like you could have summoned me. Now, where's Jiraiya? If this is some joke he's playing, he's got another thing coming to him, the toad shouted as Naruto glared. No, really, I summoned you, Naruto shouted as the toad stared at him, but then started laughing. That's a really funny kid. The amount of chakra it would have taken to summon me is well beyond you. I am the chief of the toads, Gamabunta. The best you could probably summon is a tadpole. Ahahaha. Gamabunta laughed as Naruto got really ticked off. Hey, shut up you damn jerk, he shouted as Gamabunta stopped. Listen, I did summon you. I called you out, so that basically makes me your master. So shut up and help me out of here, he shouted to Gamabunta as the toad narrowed his eyes at the boy. Please? He asked as the toad growled. Jiraiya then decided to turn around. And that is my K to leave, sorry kid. But not even I can handle someone like Gamabunta, he said to himself as he started walking away. Back in the chasm, Gamabunta glared at Naruto before smirking a little. You've got a smart mouth on you, brat. No one talks to the chief of the toads like that, he said as he stretched out his tongue and wrapped it around the boy. Oh, gross, Naruto shouted before he was thrown onto the toad's back. But if you want out of here, that's fine by me. I need to have a word with Jiraiya, he shouted as he hunched his legs and sprung out of the chasm in a single bound. The wind pushed hard against Naruto as the centripetal force was rough. "Es so fast," Naruto said before he suddenly felt weightless as both he and Gamabunta were above the chasm. "Too high!" he shouted before he felt gravity take over, and he just managed to grab onto Gamabunta's coat before free-falling back down. The large toad slammed into the forest, as trees were upturned and dust was kicked up into the air. The impact caused Naruto to fall off the toad and he landed on his backside. "Ow!" he muttered as he looked up at the massive Gamabunta. "Whoa, you're a lot bigger than I thought," Naruto said as Gamabunta leaned down to him. "Hate to tell you this, brat, but even if I were to believe that you were the one to summon me, and that is a really big if, there's no way I can consider someone who falls off my back so easily as my summoner, let alone my underling," Gamabunta said as he glared into Naruto's eyes. "Now, if you'll excuse me, it's been a really long time since I was summoned to the human world. And if Jiraiya doesn't have a need for me, then I'm going to take a nice long walk to stretch my legs," he said as he turned around. Hey, what a minute," Naruto shouted. "Listen, kid, just go home. It's clear you're incapable of serving as my henchman," he said as he started to lumber away. Naruto, on the other hand, felt a blood vessel form on his head as he got angry at the giant toad. And not one to take an insult, he rushed forward and started climbing onto his back until he landed right on the toad's face. "Ha! What the heck do you think you're doing? Listen here, you big jerk. I am the one that summoned you. I signed the contract. But if getting you to respect me depends on staying on your back, then I'll stay on your back for the rest of the day. If I can do that, then you have to agree to be your master," Naruto shouted as Gamabunta's eye twitched. "You really are a snot-nosed brat. Fine, if that's what you want then you got it. But don't think I'll go easy on you," Gamabunta shouted as he started thrashing around. "Whoa, got to focus on my chakra," Naruto shouted as he summoned what chakra he had left into his hands and feet. "Get off," Gamabunta shouted as he thrashed around, uprooting trees and kicking up a storm, all the while Jiraiya watched from the sidelines. "The kid's got guts, I'll give him that much. Gamabunta is one stubborn toad. This will be interesting," Jiraiya commented as he watched with his spyglass. Suddenly, he heard some giggling as he looked down from his perch and spotted several women bathing in the waterfall. Sorry Naruto, but I've got some important research to conduct," he giggled perversely as he ogled the women as Naruto fought for his life to hold onto the rampaging toad. Konoha Hospital, Hinata's room. Hinata was busy practicing her knitting, as she found it to be a relaxing hobby of hers. Her father may have disapproved of such an activity, but her mother had been supportive. Part of it was due to her crush on Naruto, as she recalled a red scarf he once owned as a child that was torn up by some bullies a few years back. She wanted to knit him the perfect scarf to give to him one day, but her shyness and lack of confidence made it hard. However, with his recent visits, her confidence slowly began to build up. She was still self-conscious and timid, but she could at least now hold a proper conversation with her crush without passing out. Okay, she still had some trouble with eye contact when she got flustered, but hey, small steps. She had just a recent visit from her father, informing her that the elders were disappointed with her loss to Niji, and that they continued to plan for Hanabi to take the role of heiress when the time came. It was disheartening to be sure, but it was for the best. She doubted that she could ever be an effective leader of the Hyuga clan. She didn't have the strength to fight her own family, or the coldness that most of the other Hyuga had. She was different ever since she was born. Her mother used to say she had the kindest heart of anyone in the Hyuga, and that she should never change who she was. "I may not be the leader father wanted me to be, but I can still be a shinobi of the hidden leaf, like Naruto is," she said to herself as she smiled with a blush. Just the sound of his name brought her warmth. She really wished she could tell him that she liked him. They were still kids after all, and love was a huge step. But she knew her feelings for the blonde were not fake, or based on looks as the other girls were on Sasuke. Hers was based on Naruto's character, his personality and his drive to never give up. That was his shinobi way after all. That was their way. She blushed and giggled a little at that. Speaking of, it's 5 o'clock, Naruto-kun should be here by now. she said as she looked towards the door expecting to see her crush. But alas, he wasn't. I guess he's not coming today. She sighed with a bit of disappointment in her voice before she shook her head. No, don't be like that, Hinata. Naruto-kun is training extra hard for the finals. He can't afford to be distracted. The fact he's been visiting you lately is a blessing in itself, she said before she looked out the window towards the setting sun. I do hope he's not overdoing it. Several hours later, Naruto was panting heavily as he tried to suck in as much air as he could, after having been submerged in the lake for a short period. Gamabunta wasn't kidding when he said he wouldn't go easy on him. If it wasn't for the fact toads can't breathe underwater, he'd be a goner. Ha, had enough? Naruto asked as he clung onto the toad's back with what little chakra he had left. You are insanely stubborn. You know that, brat. Gamabunta yelled as he ran through the lake, trying to use the waves to knock the boy off. You're the one that came up with this stupid challenge in the first place. Just give up, he shouted as Naruto shook his head. No way. There's only a little more time left until sunset. After that, you have to agree that I'm your master, Naruto shouted as he was flung left and right. As if it matters to me, Gamabunta shouted as he jumped high into the air and slammed back down. Jiraiya watched from a distance as he stared with intense silence. That kid really doesn't know when to give up, huh? He's exactly like you too, he said as he thought about Minato and Kushina and their own stubbornness. I'm not falling off. You hear me? I'm going to become Hokage someday. Just watch, he shouted as Gamabunta slammed down hard into the river, but Naruto still hung on. This brat is really irritating me. I could simply ignore him, but taking a licking, even if it's a matter of hanging onto my back, is even more irritating. I need to end this once and for all, Gamabunta thought to himself as he looked to his back where the boy clung desperately to his back. Hey kid, what's your name? He asked as Naruto grinned. Uzumaki Naruto, he said in between breaths. The toad hummed. Well, Naruto Uzumaki, he said as he hunched down. Don't blame me if you die, he shouted as he jumped high into the air. The force of the jump pushed against Naruto hard as he struggled to stay conscious. That Gamabunta. Now it's a matter of pride for him, Jiraiya suddenly noticed the large toad leaping in his direction. Oh boy, he shouted as he moved out of the way, just as it landed in the river where the women had been playing before. No, not the river where the pretty ladies swam, he shouted, while Naruto nearly tumbled off the toad's back. Crap, 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 shadow clone jutsu. He automatically went to his favorite hand sign as several Naruto clones appeared. Hey guys, a little help? He shouted as the Narutos rushed and grabbed onto the original, forming a chain of Narutos. Whoa, hey, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Hey, who's got me? The clones shouted as they managed to stop Naruto from falling off. How about that, he can still draw out some chakra, Jiraiya noted. However, the clones pulled Naruto up as they dispersed one by one, leaving the original on Gamabunta's head, who tried one last shake, but couldn't get him off. Naruto grinned as he looked into the toad boss's eyes. How do you like that? I'm still on your back. It's my victory. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto suddenly felt dizzy as he passed out and fell back off the toad's head. Crap. If he falls like that, he'll die. Jiraiya was about to spring into action, when Gamabunta's tongue shot out and wrapped around Naruto, stopping his fall and placing him back on his head. Heh! You were pretty close there, brat, Gamabunta said before suddenly the summoning scroll was thrown in front of him, and he saw Naruto's name written on it. Heh, that Jiraiya meddling in. I'm well aware this kid summoned me all on his own. It's just been a long time since someone climbed on my head. Not since the fourth Hokage himself. But from the looks of it, he gazes at the unconscious boy. He's all tuckered out. I don't mind sharing my power with him, but I think it would be best if he goes to one of your human healers, Gamabunta said as he suddenly jumped away with Naruto on his head. A while later, the hospital staff was confused as to what that large shake was earlier. all they could find was an unconscious Uzumaki and a large webbed footprint on the ground. Time until the finals 5 days.